another area that we covered immediately because of a big unmet need is that of people with mental illnesses, and particularly people with schizophrenia. The problem with these people is they do smoke a lot. The average is well above 1 pack a day. Usually is about 2 packs a day, and they die young from smoking-related disease. They spend most of their money on tobacco cigarettes, so this creates an economical disadvantage in relation to other people, and they are marginalized because not only they are mental disease, but also because there are heavy behaviors towards tobacco products. There's nothing really you can do, not a single pharma-approved product actually works with these vulnerable populations. They do work for a short while, but they are deemed to relapse. So we just wanted to try a different product just because, electronic cigarette serves a double purpose. The first purpose is that to vehiculate nicotine, which is very much needed by these people by a number of reasons. I'm not going to delve into this, it's going to be too technical. The second reason, it serves also the purpose of their ritualistic and their need for oral fixation. So having, let's call it an NRT tool that can covers both aspects that they are so important for this vulnerable population. It was, to us, maybe we can call it magic bullet here because there was nothing else, but it was extremely helpful, and we did have very good success rates in a small pilot studies, which we have now replicated in a study in collaboration with CUNY, College University, New York. It's been just completed, I guess, a few weeks ago, where are elaborating the data. But my understanding is that we were able to replicate the positive outcome of our initial studies. And now we are trying to set up a much larger global study on electronic cigarette and mental illnesses.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. We're back with our first RegWatch episode of 2018, and it's a bit of a special episode as we embark on a trip we don't take often enough, a visit to a local vape store. Incredibly, in over 100 episodes on vaping, we've only shot at a vape shop a small handful of times. As our viewers know, we focus on the big regulatory issues around vaping. So right before Christmas, we set out to Lucky 8 Vapes, a popular retailer in the heart of Richmond, BC. We intended to capture the sights and sounds of the holiday bustle, but quickly the topics turned serious, and perhaps inevitably, it became all about the regs. What's going on there for the uninitiated?
So since he wanted a 60-watt build, I made him a single coil, right? So right now it's firing at 0.23 watts, which is pretty suitable for an 85-watt build.
Wait, is that a parallel?
No,
Oh, it's a
no,
regular
just
build,
single
right?
wire.
Okay.
Nice and easy, nice and simple.
Yeah.
So 22 gauge nichrome on a 3mm bed with 8 wraps each. So that comes out 2.15 ohms. 100 watts, 110
it's pretty
watts
high.
is the, yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad, although that might be just because I use menthol flavors. But no, it works out pretty well. You get a surprisingly cool vape, but you get quite a bit of flavor and vapor out of it. for what is relatively small for a cloud chasing build.
Oh, how long did it take you to build that?
5 minutes, give or
5
take.
minutes? It's fast.
Well, it's quick because you just have the wire, and you don't need to do anything fancy with it. You just wrap, make sure it's clean,
Yeah.
done.
How's your tools? Everything good?
Everything's good.
Cool.
We're taken care of.
Yeah, I'm a co-founder of Lucky 8 Vapes, and how the story is, me and Pastor, we go to church every week, right? So 4 years ago, we went to church. Right after church, we went to a local vape shop in Vancouver, and we walked in there, and then we realized that Richmond didn't have anything like this. So we looked at each other, we're like, hey, this is pretty cool. We can actually do something like this. We can introduce it to Richmond. And yeah, so I'm a customer myself too, and me and Pastor believe that it can actually help people quit smoking, right? So we did a research, and yeah, we made a small order and started selling it in my basement. And after that, we took a big step of getting a small store, and from there, it just started growing.
Eventually, we just kept doubling up our money. We started selling to our warm market and our family members and stuff. And to a point, we actually had enough capital to open a small store, and then we just kept doubling to a point where we expanded to our big store. So.
And you're here in Richmond, BC. For those that don't know much about Richmond, what's kind of unique and different about Richmond?
Well, Richmond, the Asian population is huge. So, you probably see Chinese everywhere, on top of, obviously with English on the bottom as well, right? So
It's not a simple majority, it's like the big majority.
big majority, yeah.
RegWatch, we talk about regulations all the time. We don't really ever talk much about ethnicity in smoking. And some of the researchers that we've talked to in the past, they always bring up actually Asia because smoking is so entrenched.
Smoking is huge because, especially menthol cigarettes, because it's very cheap usually in Asia, cigarettes, and usually especially people that do business, you have to kind of smoke and drink that type of atmosphere, right? The customers that we see come into our shop, they're already ready to switch, right? But obviously I know a lot of kind of Asian people that are really hesitant because just simply the fact they don't know what it is. Right? Just like every other smoker, right? Eventually there's a time where they feel like it's time to quit, whether it's either money, health, I don't know, a kid is coming along the way, right? So, just like every other smoker, and then eventually they see their friend do it, or they kind of see everyone in, Canada or US start vaping, so they're actually curious.
This is Summer 17. Tastes like exactly what it sounds.
How does summer taste?
Let's see. Well, it's a fruity flavor. Refreshing.
How long have you been rocking vaping?
Probably about a year, 6 months to a year. Quit smoking, doing it. Yeah, so it helps out a lot.
Do you think you would have been able to quit without it?
I tried a whole bunch of times, and this is definitely a way easier approach to quitting smoking for someone that's been smoking a long time, like myself, yeah.
Do you think the government's been fair to vaping?
Honestly, no. I see a lot of the stuff that these guys post on here about all the different regulations and stuff like that. I don't know why. This is a pretty good, viable alternative to smoking, you know what I mean? And I don't think they're being very fair to what these guys are trying to help people do.
I went from 2.5 packs of cigarettes, almost 3 packs, to vape immediately. And I went from, I think it was like 12 down to 8, down to 3, now I'm at 0. I have been at 0 for a long time.
So why stay vaping then?
Because I enjoy it's like a little kind of crutch on me. And I like the feeling of something going down.
I'm actually dating a girl out in Ontario who vapes, and I found out about this bill that they're being passed about how they're trying to make vaping, they're trying to put bans on it like they do on tobacco products and stuff like that.
Are BC vapers talking about what's going on when it comes to Ontario regulations and federally with Bill S5?
Honestly, not really. Not as much as they should be, that's for sure. Because vaping is more of a newer thing out here in BC, you know what I mean? So I guess people aren't so in tune with what's actually going on. And it's sad to know that not many people actually know what's going on with the whole regulations behind vaping itself.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. It's a hashtag #MeToo moment, which should be rocking the highest echelons of public health and tobacco control, but instead, silence. The allegations are troubling: sexual harassment, racial discrimination, and academic misconduct leveled against 71-year-old Dr. Stanton Glantz, the most well-known tobacco control researcher in the world. The hashtag #MeToo movement continues to rage as new allegations of sexual misconduct surface daily. Prominent men have been publicly denounced and fired from their jobs, yet Dr. Stanton Glantz remains at his. Glantz is employed by the University of California, San Francisco, where he's a professor and director of the Center for Tobacco Control Research and Education. Glantz first rose to prominence with his controversial research on the effects of secondhand smoke on the heart, and gained notoriety for his role in the battle against big tobacco in the 1990s. Today, he is principal investigator overseeing a team of academic researchers on a $20 million FDA-funded program developing science-based approaches to tobacco regulation. In recent years, Glantz has emerged as a fanatical opponent of e-cigarettes. A barrage of research papers and UCSF press releases reveal his trademark smugness as he attacks every finding that supports vaping as a safer alternative to smoking, and dismisses any evidence that vaping is an effective tool for smoking cessation. Glantz proselytizes the gateway theory that states youth vaping leads to youth smoking. He admonishes dual use, demonstrating ingenuous understanding of the smoker's journey to quit, and he derides research colleagues and organizations such as Public Health England for promoting vaping as a tool for harm reduction. What's your bottom line on e-cigarettes?
If you ask me the question, do I think the world would be a better place if we didn't have any e-cigarettes? Yes, I do. I think e-cigarettes are making the cigarette epidemic worse. But you know the one great thing about what's going on in England? And I mean, I think those people are, again, they're friends of mine. I've worked with some of them for years. I think they're absolutely nuts right now.
The allegations against Professor Glantz were made public 2 months ago in a lawsuit filed by Dr. Eunice Neely, an academic researcher hired by UC San Francisco in 2015 to work directly under Professor Glantz at the Center for Tobacco Control Research and Education. In the lawsuit, Neely alleges Glantz abused his authority and prestige and sexually harassed her and other female subordinates, subjecting them to misogynistic and racially insensitive behavior. Neely, who is black, says Glantz repeatedly stared at her body and chest, leered at her, forced her to hug him on several occasions, and made sexually charged remarks. In one instance of inappropriate sex-related comments in the workplace, Neely says Professor Glantz used people responding to a survey by Playboy magazine to discuss research bias, and in another, he used sexual intercourse demonstrated visually using his hands as a metaphor for a scientific phenomenon. Last March, Neely informed her direct supervisor about Glantz's sexual harassment and requested a new mentor, but claims the harassment continued after Glantz formally stepped down as her advisor. After UCSF notified Glantz of its investigation against him, Neely alleges Glantz insisted on being named co-author of her work and ultimately removed her name from a research paper that he took credit for. The UCSF Board of Regents is also named as a defendant for failing to protect Neely and other women from the ongoing harassment which Neely claims forced her out of her job in June. June of last year was a busy time for Dr. Glantz. While fending off sexual harassment charges in the workplace, he was appearing before the San Francisco Board of Supervisors to deliver testimony which closed the deal on the ban for e-liquid flavors.
I've been getting a lot of email, and personally I think this is a myth, but you're probably the leading tobacco researcher in the world. That's been put forward is that this will disproportionately hurt e-cigarettes, and e-cigarettes are a harm reduction strategy that helps people get off of tobacco. Now, I think, from my perspective, I think it does the opposite thing, but I don't have the data or the expertise to affirmatively say that.
Well, that's an area where there's a lot of research accumulating. We published a paper about a year and a half ago that showed that smokers who use e-cigarettes are 30% less likely to quit smoking than smokers who don't use e-cigarettes. And so while it's true that some people have successfully quit with e-cigarettes, for most people they actually make it harder to quit. Moreover, while e-cigarettes deliver fewer cancer-causing chemicals than conventional cigarettes do, they deliver as much ultrafine particles and certain other toxins, and those ultrafine particles trigger inflammatory processes that lead to heart attacks, that lead to strokes, that lead to non-cancer lung disease.
Joining us today to discuss the allegations against Dr. Glantz is Dr. Carl Phillips, a leading advocate for harm reduction. Dr. Phillips is an epidemiologist with a PhD in economics and public policy. He's been investigating and writing about tobacco harm reduction for over 20 years. You can find his explosive work at thedailyvapor.com, which is fast becoming the go-to site for vaping news and analysis. Dr. Phillips, thanks for coming on RegWatch. First off, you have a background in public health. Does that mean you have experience as well in tobacco control?
Well, no, I was definitely never part of tobacco control. I mean, basically, from day one that I was focused on this, I was actually an enemy of tobacco control because tobacco control has always been anti-harm reduction. So though I'm an insider in public health, my postdoc, my professorships were all in public health. I definitely have not been on the tobacco control side of things.
Well, it does seem like some in tobacco control relish making enemies. Dr. Phillips, were you surprised to learn a sexual harassment lawsuit had been filed against Dr. Glantz?
It was not surprising to hear this break about someone in tobacco control. We've had these Me Too type stories break about powerful men in all sorts of areas. And it just seemed like a matter of time until we were going to hear about something from tobacco control, because and again, it does produce the kind of people who unfortunately might do something like this.
Dr. Phillips, what exactly do you mean by that?
The men, and it's almost all men, who rise to the top of an operation like this are going to be bullies. I mean, you think about it, their job is to bully people, to bully vapers into not vaping, smokers into not smoking, and so forth. They have to be someone who's comfortable spending their life doing that. Furthermore, what they do is produce propaganda, blatant, lying propaganda under the guise of science. And so they're going to be people who are comfortable with not telling the truth, with getting away with it over and over again, because there's no check on this behavior of theirs. So, you get a person who's willing to bully, who has had money thrown at him for years, who has gotten away with ridiculous deceptions. I mean, just incredibly obvious lying over and over and over again. And yeah, you have a recipe for any sort of abuse.
Dr. Phillips, based on your reporting for Daily Vapor, walk us through the allegations against Dr. Glantz.
The allegations against Dr. Glantz, and these were made public in a court filing in a California court, were for various bits of boorish behavior that is reasonably described as sexual harassment, leering, rude comments, bringing up sexual topics inappropriately with in conversations with female proteges and so forth. There were some racial overtones supposedly in this. They're a little more subtle, but it was part of the allegation. And then there's the much more bright line allegation that, instead of walking away from this, apologizing, letting this young woman move to another advisor and leave her alone, even if none of it was true, that would have been the sensible thing to do. But instead, Glantz demanded that he keep control over a lot of her work, insisted on control over a paper that she had already written under his tutelage, and eventually went so far as to steal that paper, to take it and without her permission, without her knowledge, according to the allegation, send it to a journal for publication under his name without her name even being on it. And that is just bright line academic fraud.
Dr. Phillips, Professor Glantz has responded to the allegations in 2 posts on his university blog. In the first one, on December 7th, he denies every claim reported to be included in the lawsuit, while acknowledging there are other women preparing to come forward with additional complaints. Then in a post on January 8th, Glantz confronted the issue regarding the authorship of the paper by posting a quote from a letter the University Research Integrity Officer sent to the American Association for Cancer Research back in June, which states, "The reason Dr. Glantz did not include Dr. Neely as an author when he initially submitted the manuscript was despite repeated requests, Dr. Neely had refused to grant Dr. Glantz permission to include her as an author on the paper." It goes on to state that as principal investigator, Dr. Glantz has the authority, responsibility, and final approval over the project. Basically, he's lord of the manor. Dr. Phillips, what's your response to this explanation for why Dr. Neely was not listed as an author?
In response to it, as you know, somebody who spent a lot of his life in academia, my first inclination is to just call bullshit on it from the start, because you can't take something that somebody else wrote. And this was her paper.
Dr. Phillips, I think this letter hurts Glantz and the university more than it helps. It shows an institution protecting a powerful man who brings in millions of dollars of tobacco control research funding at the expense of a young female academic worker. Dr. Phillips, this certainly doesn't sound like a Me Too moment where the woman is heard, believed, and supported. What's been the response to all this?
Literal silence. Not a word of condemnation, not a word of defense either. Okay, so this is a very rare case for, late 2017, now early 2018.
I find the silence quite incredible considering that this is San Francisco, the epicenter of PC culture, and that tobacco control is quintessential progressive.
Tobacco control is, and I don't mean this as hyperbole, tobacco control is cult-like. And when the cult leader is accused, and he's definitely a leader of this cult, is accused of something, you circle the wagons. You don't say anything about it. You don't so much as acknowledge it with a defense. Tobacco control knows that they're not answerable to anyone. They're their own self-perpetuating empire. They don't have to care about this, and so they don't.
That, Dr. Phillips, is a bit scary. Okay, final question. Let's postulate if the Me Too movement were to take down Dr. Glantz, what would be the impact on vaping?
It probably would make some difference. You think in many of these situations that no one person matters very much. It's a giant machine that's arrayed there. And that's true to some extent. But there are few people out there, and none with quite his prominence, who are willing to just blatantly lie about particulate matter and the gateway effect and just produce utterly absurd junk science to the extent that he is. And so, yeah, it would make a difference. It would take a little bit of the pressure off the throttle for producing the worst of the propaganda that vaping has to deal with out there.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford.
We're talking about propaganda in the sense that words, rhetoric, things that look sort of like science but really aren't really science, are being used solely to get to a particular goal. It doesn't matter whether the words are true, the statements are true. It doesn't matter whether the stuff that looks like science is legitimate science. He will do it. This is what he spent his entire career doing. A lot of his anti-smoking work was just such a transparent joke. It was so obvious why it wasn't legitimate science to anybody. I mean, you could have given it to, moderately talented high school science students and asked them to tell you what's wrong with this research, and they would have figured it out. It really was that simple. But the point was never about seeking the truth. The point was never about telling the truth. The point was about using words to try to force a political change on our society. And for a while, his political goal there was just anti-smoking, but now it's both anti-smoking and anti-vaping, and the latter has become much more prominent. You get someone like Professor Ruth Malone, who's also at University of California, San Francisco, with glands. And I wrote an article about this for the Daily Vapor about how there was silence in general and silence from her in particular. And that's interesting because Malone is a very outspoken tweeter in particular. Huge Twitter presence. Big supporter of not just anti-smoking, anti-vaping propaganda there, but also, in general, what you might call lefty causes, and I don't mean that derisively. I went back to her Twitter feed after this news broke, and observed that she had tweeted about Me Too type issues 4 times in the week before the news broke about glands, but literally not once, not so much as a retweet for weeks after that. I attempted to interview her. I contacted her through a couple of different channels. I don't know whether contact was made or not. She ignored me. I attempted to contact her through a couple of different channels before writing the article that singled her out and said, nobody in tobacco control has said a word about this. Not condemnation, not defense, not troubling if true, nothing. There are a lot of people in tobacco control. You wouldn't necessarily expect it from most of them. But here's somebody at the same university, somebody who's incredibly outspoken about this very issue. You can't overlook that silence as simply her not getting around to noticing that there's a problem here.
Joining us today in studio to talk cannabis legalization in Canada is Burinder Rizzotti, CEO of the National Institute for Cannabis Health and Education. NICE is a not-for-profit corporation with a mandate to advocate for legislation and regulations supporting the safe transition to a legalized cannabis market. The organization is at the forefront of the effort to establish a system of national standards to ensure quality control. Burinder, thanks for joining us on RegWatch. Please tell our viewers a little bit more about you and what the niche is that NICE is trying to fill in the market.
My name is Burinder Rizzotti, and I'm a policy geek. I've spent many years in public service, being elected on Surrey City Council, working with Resource Works, educating people on the value of responsible resource development. So really what the most passion for me is watching people change their minds. The National Institute for Cannabis Health and Education bridges industry and government and educates stakeholders. Stakeholders who are supportive of legalization but don't know what it means when it comes to their community and to a store near you. So boards of trades, parent advisory groups, and the general public. The cannabis industry has done a great job on advocacy. Government has come forward with proposed regulations, and we know that the bill is before the Senate as we speak. But really, what does that mean to Canadians? And so we've come in to let the rest of Canada catch up on legalization.
So when you say the rest of Canada, you're talking about traditional business.
Oh, not only traditional business, but parents, healthcare providers, physiotherapists, veterinarians. Everybody's a part of this conversation. But really, people don't even understand what cannabis is as a product yet. We have lots of stereotypes in our brain, right?
But this is Canada, though. There must be a good number of people that have had some experience with it.
Oh, absolutely. We know by far that of any of the developed countries, Canada has the most users of cannabis. We also know that the reason government's moving forward is because there have been court challenges on patients' rights to access for cannabis for medicinal reasons. So definitely, we are world leaders, and that's true in the fact that we're one of the first G7 countries to move towards legalization at a federal level.
Now, is that a good thing?
I think that's absolutely a good thing, and I'll tell you why it's a good thing. Providing a regulation provides certainty and safety and standards that the public is looking for. I know the concern and support the concerns around youth using cannabis, but I'd much rather, if somebody is going to get access to cannabis, like young people get access to alcohol, that be through a regulated market versus Eddie at the bowling alley. And I think that what regulation is going to lead to is not only protection from a public health and public safety perspective, but it's also going to ensure that then the people who are engaged in the business are paying taxes and making a contribution to the rest of our country.
So tell us, how did Niche start and how long have you been around?
So we're quite new. I came together with other policymakers like Jim Sesford, longest serving police chief in Canada, Trina Fraser, who is a lawyer who is very knowledgeable and aware of cannabis, and then Jo McLaughlin. She is a historian from McGill University who understands prohibition quite well. And so we're not directly tied to cannabis industry, the economic parts of the industry, but we're really here to have a policy conversation.
So who's your primary audience then?
So our primary audience is, at this point, decision makers and influencers, whether that's somebody who sits on the board of the Society of Pharmacists, or it's a municipal councillor who is a little unsure. They know government, of course, is moving forward, but there's always, you can go Google any subject in cannabis and you'll get 10 articles for and 10 against. And so what we're here to do is cut through some of that noise and be an independent body that provides factual information.
But it's fair to say, though, that Niche is definitely pro-cannabis.
Oh, absolutely. The value that we see is in a regulated product, but what we also see is the value that cannabis is making to wellness. So whether it's for veterans with post-traumatic stress syndrome, or it's the moms that I talk to who are treating their children with epilepsy, or it's the seniors or the boomers like me who have aches and pains, who now realize that having a plant-based solution to some of their ailments is better than the pharmaceutical one.
We cover a lot, as you know, on the vaping for nicotine in terms of smoking cessation and harm reduction.
So I think that the whole smoking issue is going to be one that government is going to have to address. We know that in states like Denver, cities like Denver and states like California, they have buses. They have buses that you can get onto the bus to smoke your cannabis, and the bus roams around the downtown core. But that is something that I think government and regulators are going to have a conversation on, because at this point, nobody is happy with anybody smoking cannabis either, which seems a little odd when right now the bill before us is only dealing with the flower product, and the whole issue of edibles is not going to be addressed for another 12 months.
And why the delay on that?
You know, I think it's a harder product to regulate. What we know is that cannabis is a very personal experience for people. How people metabolize cannabis is very different. It's not like taking 2 T3s and knowing exactly how your body's going to react. So I think that the whole regulatory framework in introducing edibles is another layer. As Bill Blair has said often, and I repeat this because I agree, it's legalization is not an event, it's a process. And as we move along in the process, the issues of smoking cannabis, whether it's through a vape or the traditional joint, are going to have to be addressed, because patients are going to need to consume their medicinal cannabis, and recreational users are going to want to smoke it. But it's the same taboo that's attached with smoking tobacco or using a vape for tobacco.
Well, to a certain extent. I mean, the combustion is the issue.
Yes.
And so the public health advocates that are against vaping with nicotine,
Yeah.
well, there is no combustion.
Yeah.
And they're still not so against it, right?
Yeah.
And I do think that they've been relatively quiet
Yeah.
on the cannabis side because, they're progressives.
Well,
and the federal
it's-
government's a progressive
And nobody's
government.
doing it technically. Nobody is doing it in the numbers they will be after legalization. So I think if it's passive now, I think that will change soon after legalization. So the lineups that we saw in California for people to purchase illegal cannabis products will be the same here in Canada. And then the issue will come where people choose to smoke it or vape it, and they will face the same challenges that they do with vaping tobacco. We'll see. We'll have to have another conversation about that.
Absolutely.
I know that it feels like there's this warm embrace for cannabis, and I think there is. But one of the things that we've been finding is that there is a little bit of a disconnect from the people who respond to the polls saying, yeah, we support it. But you know what? We support it if those people want to do that over there.
Now, why is that? I mean, has the federal government and the provincial government given local municipalities enough room to say, no, not in our county?
Every province except BC at this point, on this date that we're recording this interview, has come out with their framework for retail. BC, it is anticipated, the minister and the premier have said many times, we're going to have a hybrid model. So people can only assume that that means some private retail and some public retail.
So keeping some of the dispensaries as we know them here in Vancouver and the rest of the province.
The ones that have been licensed through both Victoria and Vancouver have licensing regimes already.
So Ontario,
yes,
on a grading scale, how did they do?
So from the public's perception and the industry's perspective, they got an F. They came out with a public model only with very limited number of stores. So if you're a mom in the Greater Toronto area, which is huge and the traffic congestion is insane, and you're going to go have to buy your CBD for your child and you're going to commute 45 minutes for it, that's not going to go over very well. Government monopoly, I believe in any industry, is not a good thing. And at this point, that's the only thing on the table in Ontario. So I think industry and the people that I talk to would give them an F.
So Alberta.
So Alberta has gone with a private model, and they're doing a more inclusive approach where they're reaching out. For example, like Manitoba is doing an RFP, which is I think a better model, because then you at least give entrepreneurs an opportunity in our free market country to participate in this new industry.
What about Quebec?
So Quebec is interesting. They've got a model where they've done some things that have left some people scratching their heads. So I would say pre-prohibition and post-prohibition communities. The post-prohibition communities sort of shaking their head a little bit about where I don't understand really how this is going to work.
So Quebec's a mess.
You know what? I think that they've taken a unique approach to this.
Always the politician.
Always, we got to all get along.
So walk us through the Atlantic provinces.
New Brunswick, I think, has been the most engaged province, and the one who's now has a whole department in their economic development division just focused on cannabis, which is, I think, really a wise way to go. As we know, work is changing. We know even, McDonald's is going automated, and the nature of work people are doing is shifted, and lots of people are, later in life or midlife looking at career changes where they wouldn't have been looking at the same changes 20 years ago. And they've really embraced this as an opportunity to not only generate revenue from this product, but also to create jobs.
So drug dealing pays?
Well, I thought you were rolling your eyes, but I didn't want to call you out on it. But no, it isn't drug dealing. It's we're moving forward in Canada to legalize cannabis, and that will include production, distribution, and retail. I don't even call it a drug anymore. I don't use the word pot, I don't use the word weed, and I don't use the word marijuana, because I believe that the cannabis of 2018 is going to be a product that is enabling people to add to their wellness regime, to their medical treatment plan, and to their recreational plan, where they're out having giggles opposed to violent bar fights because people drank too much vodka and are now angry people.
So is the argument then that when it's legal recreationally, we're
Yeah.
going to have less bar fights?
You know, I think that there are, as you've probably read, studies that it does decrease alcohol use. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that we have become a society where alcohol is normalized, but I think we've also become a society where we're not mindful of the impact alcohol can have on people's lives. And I think that with decreased alcohol use is something that needs to be celebrated.
So does pot make you lazy, or are lazy people
No,
gravitating to pot?
I'm just going to jump on you right here. So this is where I think the stereotypes will shift. We're looking at baby boomers. We're looking at veterans. So the cannabis of today is different as well.
It's stronger though too, wouldn't you say?
But it is. But also we now know the division between using CBD and THC. So you can use cannabis without getting any high at all. So the CBD treatment as an anti-inflammatory for pain relief without any psychosis sort of effects on you is significant. We didn't know that back then.
So some Canadians are skeptical that the black market could get, eradicated based on legalization. So what's your thoughts on that?
You know, I think that this government and how inclusive they have been and the level of consultation and understanding that they have, we have a very good chance at eliminating the illegal market, but it's not going to happen overnight. You know, if you read about prohibition in this country, it was, there's experts who said anywhere from 5 to 10 years before the rum runners were actually put out of business. Is it going to happen immediately? No, it will happen.
We know at RegWatch that we have a lot of viewers that have said, hey, wait a minute, this is happening really too fast. There hasn't been a national conversation about this truly, and they feel kind of that they're being steamrolled.
And I say that ask the licensed producers who've had their applications in for 4 years. We have been talking about this for a long time. Cannabis legalization, decriminalization of drugs is always on the Canadian political agenda, whether it's at party conventions or during elections. We've known for 2 years now that, 2018's the date, summer 18, 2018's the date. So I say to people who say it's too soon, it's like, yeah, it's like procrastinating about your midterm. Or the example I use is we're pregnant, baby's coming in 9 months. And everybody's like, we're not ready. It's like, well, they can't change the due date. And then they're like, well, we don't know if it's a boy or a girl. And it's like, okay, you're not going to do your due diligence and get your crib and your car seat because you're not sure of the gender. That's not how it works. We know legalization's coming. Provinces like New Brunswick have pulled it together. Other associations that are affected by this have done their due diligence and they're ready. And I think really this is what one of the roles Niche wants to play in Canada is say, listen, it's time to catch up and make sure we do this right. And so let's get educated.
Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to be here this evening to speak about Bill S5. I want to begin by thanking the committee member for the work it has done to help shape this bill. Votre rapport intitulé Vapotage vers l'établissement.
Your report entitled Vaping Towards a Regulatory Framework for E-Cigarettes shows how necessary it is to protect young people against the danger of nicotine addiction while allowing adult smokers to have access to vaping products as a less harmful source of nicotine. Bill S5 addresses the recommendations in this report. Your efforts have informed important sections of this bill. Colleagues, the need to update existing tobacco legislation is clear. As you know, smoking remains a major health issue here in Canada. Despite decades of progress, illnesses linked to smoking kill 45,000 Canadians every year, which means one person every 12 minutes. These statistics are disquieting, and as Minister of Health, I find them unacceptable. This is why our government is working at reducing the level of tobacco dependence in Canada from 25% in 2015 to less than 5% in 2035.
Recognize that tobacco use in Canada is changing. Vaping products like e-cigarettes are becoming more popular. From a public health perspective, we believe this poses both challenges and opportunities. Bill S5 strikes the right balance between protecting Canadians and leveraging the potential benefits of vaping products. It also addresses an important need by establishing a new legislative framework for the regulations of these products. This bill is a key element of the government's broader tobacco control agenda, which includes taking further action to ban menthol in tobacco products, implementing plain packaging requirements for tobacco products, and finally modernizing Canada's approach to tobacco control. Depuis qu'il y a été déposé, le
Since it was tabled, Bill S5 has been thoroughly reviewed and has been amended. Last spring, the Senate Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology undertook a rigorous study of the bill. It heard from 22 witnesses representing 15 organizations. Witnesses included consumer advocates, tobacco and vaping industry representatives, public health experts, academics, and government officials. Their valuable feedback informed many of the recent amendments to the bill before you today.
Vaping is a less harmful alternative to smoking. I have heard from Canadians who believe that the vaping helped them quit smoking. Nevertheless, we must be cautious. There are risks to consider. Stakeholders have told us that they worry about how vaping products could affect young people. I want you to know that we share their concerns. We must ensure that the availability and prevalence of vaping products do not induce young people and non-smokers to develop nicotine addictions, which could lead them to start smoking. That is why Bill S5 would prohibit the sale of vaping products to youth under the age of 18, in line with the current minimum age of tobacco sales. Protecting youth from the dangers of nicotine addiction is a top priority of mine. I share some of the concerns expressed by the Quebec Coalition for Tobacco Control and others, especially regarding lifestyle promotion. We do not allow lifestyle promotion of tobacco products, and we do not intend to allow it for cannabis products. To protect youth and non-smoking Canadians, I intend to support an amendment that would prohibit all lifestyle promotion of vaping products. That said, I understand the potential of vaping products as a harm reduction tool. Marketing based solely on factual information will be allowed with restrictions. For example, there are concerns that certain flavors could potentially make vaping products more appealing to young people. We recognize that some adults prefer flavored vaping products, but we also know that certain flavors could attract youth to vaping, something that we absolutely want to avoid. For this reason, Bill S5 restricts the marketing and promotion of flavors such as candy, which would be appealing to youth. We have already taken significant action when it comes to flavored tobacco by expanding the ban on menthol to cover 95% of all tobacco products. Bill S5 was amended to go even further, to ban the use of menthol and clove in all tobacco products. We believe these measures will help protect Canadian youth from the serious, long-term health effects of nicotine addiction and tobacco use. Comme je l'ai mentionné plus tôt, le projet de loi S5.
As I mentioned earlier, Bill S5 is helping us advance in our goal of making of having neutral or plain packaging for tobacco products. Because of measures brought in by the Government of Canada, the capacity of the tobacco industry to recruit new smokers, especially among the young, through advertising and the promotion of tobacco products has greatly decreased. Packaging is one of the last remaining channels for such promotion. Research shows that promotion through tobacco packages and product design is particularly effective with adolescents and young adults. When there are logos, textures, and brand names, it has enormous influence on young people, and it helps to make them loyal to a brand. Conversely, it has been proven that plain packaging decreases the attraction of tobacco products, especially among the young. 82% of daily adult smokers over the age of 25 smoked their first cigarette before the age of 18. And that's why, around the world, leaders in tobacco control are moving toward plain and standardized packaging for tobacco products. I think we can all agree that tobacco companies should not be able to use packaging to make a harmful product appealing. It's very important that this bill be passed in order that Canada, too, can implement these important and effective tobacco control measures.
A well-researched and balanced piece of legislation. It aims to protect young Canadians from developing nicotine addictions and from using tobacco. At the same time, it would allow adults to legally access vaping products as a less harmful alternative to tobacco. In addition, this legislation supports our government's efforts to implement plain and standardized packaging of tobacco products. Bill S5 reflects the considered opinions of many stakeholders, including public health experts, industry representatives, consumer advocates, and academics. The results of this strong piece of legislation that will allow us to regulate the growing market for vaping products and advance the tobacco control agenda.
And we've heard from many witnesses some concern about the prohibition on the promotion of flavors for vaping products. And you mentioned this in your remarks as something that was, we want to be strong about is prohibiting these flavors. Could you explain more why this measure is important?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. When we look at the objectives of Bill S5, really, it's twofold. First of all, as Health Minister, my first priority is to protect the health and safety of our youth. And that's really moving forward one of the main objectives of this bill. But the other objective, as well, that I would say, is also to seize the opportunity. We recognize that there are several tobacco smokers right now that are wanting to switch from using tobacco to transferring to vaping products. And we absolutely can see that there can be some benefits to that as well. So moving forward, we certainly recognize that we don't want to allow young people to be encouraged to use vaping products. So that's why that moving forward, we certainly want to ensure that there's strict regulations that are in place with respect to marketing and promotion, because we don't want them to be enticed to that at all. But on the other end of the spectrum as well, we also recognize that flavored products for some Canadians can certainly help them in order to kick the habit of smoking and use vaping as an alternative option there. With respect to going back to the youth as well, we absolutely want to make sure that any flavors that are going to be available, when we talk about the names that will be used for the flavors, the actual names of the flavors, once again, should not be appealing to youth in any way. So I'll just give an example. I think all kids like cotton candy, and probably several adults like cotton candy. But we certainly want to make sure that those types of names won't be used for the flavors of the product, because, again, that name would be appealing to children. So with respect to the adult population, we certainly want to make sure that they have access to the flavors. But once again, we certainly need to make sure that we strike that balance, that we allow it for adult consumers, but in no way is it going to be appealing to our youth.
Thank you, Minister. We've also heard from a number of witnesses the claim that vaping products are safer than tobacco products, and you mentioned that as well in your remarks. I'm wondering, how do we know this? How do we know that vaping products are, in fact, less harmful than tobacco products?
Well, thank you again for the very important question. I guess to answer that, I would first of all say that the research is very clear when it comes to tobacco. We know that tobacco kills Canadians. When we look at our annual statistics, we know that we lose 45,000 Canadians per year as a result of tobacco. So as I said in my remarks, if we break that down, that's 1 Canadian every 12 minutes that dies as a result of tobacco within this country. So we certainly recognize that it's an extreme risk and that the research is there. Research shows that vaping products are less harmful than tobacco, but with that being said, it doesn't mean that it is without risks. So we recognize that if we look at the two substances, that we have one that is perhaps less harmful than the other. So when we look at harm reduction types of mechanisms, we certainly recognize that vaping products can absolutely be a safer alternative than smoking tobacco.
And Minister, thank you for appearing here. I'm very pleased to hear that you're open to amendments, recognizing that there are alternatives to smoking, that smokers who do want to quit may need some help, may need some adjustment. So I'm pleased to hear that you're willing to accommodate amendments that will allow this to be known, because as the bill stands now, a smoker who would want to look for alternative products, alternative nicotine products, would have no way of finding out about them because there's no advertising allowed to them, presumably to their doctors or even to smoking cessation clinics, which I think you'd agree would not be in the best interests of public health. Would you agree?
Pardon me?
If people didn't know about these alternative products, that would not be in the best interest of public health. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
So there are products, we discussed vaping here today. There are other products that can help, that have been proven very popular in the world. In fact, in Japan, non-combustibles, in less than 2 years, took over 10% of the market for smokers. They're expected to hit almost 20% of the market of smokers by the end of this year. Now, these products have been demonstrated to be far less harmful to smokers than cigarettes, and yet this bill doesn't recognize them and would lump them in with cigarettes, and therefore they would not allowed to be advertised either. How do you square that with the public health issue and safety issues that these products could provide?
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Finley, for your question. With respect to the combustibles, we've made it very clear that tobacco products are tobacco products. The research is very clear that tobacco is very dangerous and kills Canadians. So with respect to this piece of legislation that we're bringing forward, we are proposing the same types of requirements for all tobacco products. With respect to the information that will be available to Canadians with respect to alternatives, we certainly want to make sure that that information is based on science, and we certainly want to make sure that if there's appropriate information that's available to be provided to Canadians, we absolutely want to make sure that that is going to be allowed. However, it has to be based on science. We've made a recommendation that if there's any informational type of material that is available, that Health Canada will certainly look at the information and then from there make the best decision to ensure that that information is factual, based on science, and then from there that would be provided to Canadians.
Would studies from other countries be acceptable?
We would certainly look at studies. However, we have to also make sure that those studies are not being sponsored by any type of manufacturer, to make sure that it's based on science and not by being influenced by industry.
Well, we heard on Monday, there were allegations that some of the research was funded, and this committee was led to believe that some of the research had been funded by quote-unquote big tobacco, when in fact the people who'd done the research said flatly they had not been. So need to do the research on that as well, to make sure that you're not being led down the garden path in terms of a bias there, because as a smoker, I'd like to know what alternatives are available, but this bill won't let me find out.
Minister, I want to congratulate you on bringing this legislation in. I think it's overdue. I would have wished that you brought it in sooner, because we all know that every day we wait, thousands of young Canadians try smoking and many of them become addicted. And we know that 50%, I think is the statistic we heard, of people who start smoking will eventually die of a tobacco-related illness. So every day that we wait is a day that more Canadians are going to die ultimately of this highly addictive product. Now my question to you, as Health Minister, and we're the Health Committee, do you agree that nicotine is highly addictive?
Yes.
Do you also agree that nicotine, in whatever form that it's marketed, is something that as a Health Minister we should be taking every step we can to discourage Canadians from using?
Yes.
Yeah. And of course we all know that nicotine itself is highly addictive. So once people start, no matter how it's ingested, it's very difficult to quit. So I'm glad to hear that you have seen one of the major flaws in this bill. We heard testimony on Monday from a variety of groups that spoke to the promotion and advertising of vaping products. Now, we all know that vaping is a purer form of nicotine delivery. But as you just acknowledged, and I think you're right, we don't want Canadians to become addicted to nicotine. So the value of the vaping that we heard at this committee in testimony was that it's probably 95% estimated safer than tobacco ingestion. And it's very useful and promising perhaps as a harm reduction method, a smoking cessation tool for smokers. So my question then to you is, why did this legislation come forward almost 3 years after it was promised with provisions that would allow tobacco companies to market vaping with promotions, with advertising, to use billboards, television, radio, internet, video games, newspapers, corner store windows, bars, text messages, social media. They could use contests, trips, draws, tickets to concerts, sporting events, which are all directed at people who don't smoke, therefore leading them to be more likely to pick up the habit of vaping and ingesting nicotine. Is it those provisions of this bill that you in your opening statement said we should amend?
Absolutely. Again, as Health Minister, my responsibility is the health and safety of Canadians, and my specific priority when I look at Bill S5 is also, I've got to say, I've got a bias with respect to youth. I really want to make sure that we keep these products out of the hands of our youth, and we also want to prevent our Canadians and our young people from being addicted to nicotine. You're absolutely right. So in moving forward, we've been working very hard to ensure that this bill gets through the Senate and also the House, to ensure that we can get this to fruition. With respect to the area of the amendments that I've indicated in my opening statements that I absolutely welcome an amendment to is the area of lifestyle promotion. I in no way feel that that should be allowed in the public sphere. We recognize that we need to limit that, and as a result, because we certainly want to ensure that Canadians are not going to be enticed to start smoking, either our youth or also our adults that aren't smokers now.
I was going to get to that too, because these are all advertising that could be directed at people in bars. So one of the suggestions we heard was that if it's really our goal to use e-cigarettes and vaping as a smoking cessation tool directed at smokers and not at the general public to encourage them to pick up nicotine, the suggestion was to keep the advertising to the cigarette package so that you're delivering the direct message to the smoker every time they buy a pack of cigarettes, while eliminating the possibility that vaping marketing will be directed at non-smokers. Would that be something that you would support?
I'm sorry, I didn't. Can you?
Yes, ban all advertising and promotion of vaping other than on the cigarette packages. If our goal is to direct the message to smokers that vaping exists, so that they can use that to maybe pick up vaping as a safer method of ingesting nicotine.
The information with respect to promotion and marketing of these types of products is very, very restrictive. And the information...
It's not.
It's still very restrictive. We certainly want to make sure that there's informational type of products that will be available to Canadians, but it's in no way wanting to encourage, with respect, when we look at the lifestyle amendments that I'm proposing.
Okay.
We are certainly looking at making sure that that information will be very, very restrictive. So it's going to have to be based on science. People are not going to be able to just come up with slogans with respect to that.
We've heard some claims that vaping is less harmful, and that yes, in itself is less harmful. Are you aware of any trends or research indicating that those who've never smoked who start smoking or who start vaping are likely to go on to smoking tobacco?
I haven't seen any specific research with respect to that, but with the proposed Bill S5, that's why that it's really important for us to strike that balance. We really want to make sure that we in no way promote vaping, the vaping products to children that are under the age of 18 or to promote it to anyone that's a non-smoker at this point in time. We don't want to create another generation of people that are addicted to this substance. So that is why with respect to our marketing and our promotional types of material, we're very restrictive to ensure that they don't encourage young people to want to start this habit. But with that being said, as I've also indicated, we also recognize that it can be a very good harm reduction type of approach when it comes to smokers. So we certainly want to ensure that the products are available for those smokers right now with the hope that they are going to be able to wean themselves off. I think, once again, we're talking about apples and oranges here, and I think we have to be very, very clear. We are moving forward with Bill S5 and with respect to the issue of flavors. We want to make sure that there's strict restrictions that are in place to ensure that in no way these products will be attractive to children. We also recognize, however, that there are benefits to adults who choose to want to use these products. Going from smoking to using vaping products, the evidence is clear that it's less harmful, and that is why we're moving forward with this balanced type of regime to ensure that we can offer the products to those who need it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Oliver, 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you very much for being here. Welcome back to the Health Committee. So there's been a good discussion already about the balancing act that's here in S5. On one hand, we want to get our youth away from nicotine, away from tobacco. If we don't want them to be enticed or brought in to become addicted to nicotine. For me, that is the number one priority. I've heard you say that as well. That is, to me, what must happen, and that's what S5 is continuing to further. We have a second item, though, which is trying to move adults who have tobacco smoking habits onto a healthier way of consuming nicotine than smoking. So those are the competing agendas. Personally, I don't think the balance is there. I think you've mentioned a few times that you think it's there. So I was delighted to hear that you are entertaining an amendment on lifestyle. And I think that's a very important one, so thank you for that. The second one, though, is on location of advertising and location for vapor product advertising. I have a 13-year-old son. So I don't want to be at my neighborhood bus stop with him with a vaping advertisement on my local bus stop. I don't want to go to the movie theater and try to explain, what vaping is and why vaping is a product that's being advertised. I don't want to go to the local hockey rink and explain to him what vaping is and why it is. So location is a critical issue. And I believe that the way it's set up now, we're going to be exposing young Canadians to vape products when we don't have to. So the Canadian Cancer Society was very strong on this one. So the minister, what they said about S5 was the vaping restrictions are weaker than the Tobacco Act and Bill C-45 for cannabis. That the vaping product advertising restrictions are weaker than almost every other developed country except for the United States, and that the location, these are all location advertising, and the provisions regarding the location of vaping advertising are so weak that they resemble those of the 1964 tobacco industry advertising. So I guess my question to you is, would you please consider, and I'd like to bring one forward, an amendment that also restricts the location of advertising for vaping. I think there's lots of ways to communicate to adults who are smokers that vaping is a better way to consume nicotine than putting it on hockey rink boards. So would you consider an amendment on location?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Oliver, for your question. And yes, as you've indicated with respect to the lifestyle advertisement, I'm very open to an amendment with respect to that, as we've heard a lot of testimony over the past few weeks with respect to that. So I am, like I said, I would welcome that type of amendment, because we certainly want to make sure that we are in no way encouraging non-smokers, non-vaping users
what about
to get into that. I'm getting it, yeah. Okay. So with respect to the area of location of where the actual factual information can be placed, and once again, it's not advertisement with promoting the product, but basic factual information with respect to vaping. I've been advised that we have extensive regulatory powers to choose as to where that information can be posted, actually, in actual fact. So within the regulations, we do have the powers of controlling where those types of ads or that type of information can be placed.
Why wouldn't we just restrict it to the point of sale? I don't see a need for that advertising. But what worries me, and I haven't mentioned it, but the Cancer Society also wanted to make sure that there was restrictions on advertising brand or brand preference advertising. So you are going to get a much more exciting, even though you're stopping lifestyle, you're going to get promotion of vaping products with branding and with other ways of it. Like the cigarette industry has learned to do this stuff like nobody else on the planet. They can make a product look exciting. I saw little cigarettes that were glittery and looked like a tube of lipstick. So they can make this stuff look incredibly exciting. So I think if we don't restrict location, we're going to see exciting vaping products, just because they've been marketed that way, although they're not really lifestyle, on hockey rinks and all over our communities. So I would encourage again that you think about accepting an amendment on location.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to respond?
Thank you. And again, as indicated, with respect to the regulations that are in place, we absolutely do have the authority to restrict as to where that marketing is going to be. I think as well, we have to ensure, however, that we have to also strike that balance, because we also want to target the individuals that are the smokers, that we want them to be able to move on to the vaping alternative. Again, as I've indicated, in no way am I saying that vaping is harmless. We know that there's harms associated to it, but we also recognize that the use of tobacco is even more dangerous. So that is why it's important for us to kind of strike that balance between the two. But it's a point very well taken, and that is why that within our regulations that we do have the power to be able to choose where those locations can be.
Thank you very much. And now we go to Ms. Gladue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for appearing. I want to talk a bit about young people and vaping. I'm very concerned that young people are going to, they're going to see vaping because you'll be able to vape wherever you can smoke. And we heard some very disturbing statistics in our previous testimony about the number of young people that have already tried vaping and the likelihood that once they get vaping, they will actually begin smoking. And so if I look at the existing situation, we've got these illegal vape shops. And when the regulations are brought in to regulate the industry, they've not had a great track record of keeping these things out of the hands of children. The convenience stores, on the other hand, have a very good track record in terms of making sure that, they check age before they are selling tobacco products. So my question is, what are we going to do in terms of inspection, auditing, or whatever on these operations that are vaping operations that are illegal today? And will we allow the convenience stores to participate in the vaping sales?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And you bring up some very good points, Ms. Gladue. With respect to protecting the youth, that is absolutely a priority of mine as Health Minister. We recognize that at this point in time, when we look at the vaping industry in Canada, it is worth millions of dollars. And at this point, this system is completely unregulated. So we recognize that people are selling products all over the place. The products that they purchase are unregulated. We don't know where they come from. And also the devices that they use to vape as well. There's no requirements there at all. So that is why that Bill S5 is so important, because we certainly want to make sure that the rules are put in place in order to control these types of products. And keeping it out of the hands of our children is absolutely a priority. That is why that setting the minimum age of 18 with respect to consumption to use is absolutely a step in the right direction. discussion, because just as you've indicated, we certainly want to make sure that the area of them being able to have access to it is going to be extremely limited. With respect to the sales of the products, I'm going to be frank, I'm going to have to turn it over to one of my officials as to exactly where it's going to be sold, because I don't have the specific details regarding that. So if I can turn it over to James, perhaps, or to Denis, they've told me. So.
Yes, we have 8 provinces who already have measures in place for limiting sales to youth of vaping products. What we do nationally is establish a minimum across the country. So already there's been measures put in place in a number of provinces. They have tobacco inspectors. We also have tobacco inspectors. We work together, as I said on tobacco before, we'll be working together as well on vaping. Some provinces will have ability to decide who will sell tobacco products and vaping products. We don't already for tobacco products. For example, many provinces have banned the sale of tobacco products in hospitals or in schools, universities, and so forth. Vaping products, they will also have to decide where those sales will be taking place. It's not something we would do federally.
Certainly, we want to reduce the people who use tobacco product. And you said, even though Cancer Society, there's some evidence, reduce the impact of tobacco when using the vaping product. What kind of research has been done to ensure these products are safe? Number 2, what are the plans for ongoing research to track the safety of these products?
Thank you very much, Ms. Sidhu, for your question. Once again, we recognize that the vaping industry is a very new industry, and as a result, the research is fairly new as well. But we certainly continue to monitor all research that's available, and what we see thus far is that vaping products shows that it's safer than tobacco use. Again, we're not saying that it's without any harms that are associated to it, but we certainly recognize that when we look at the level of risk, it's less harmful than tobacco use is. With respect to vaping as well, we continue to invest in that area. In the area of CIHR, there's some investments, some research that is presently being done there. And again, we continue to monitor all the research because we certainly want to make sure that if there's any changes that are going to be needed, we certainly want to be able to address that, very quickly.
And is there any public education campaign is running for the tobacco harm and nicotine addiction?
Yeah. With respect to the issue of public education and awareness, there is an investment of $6.1 million in the area of public awareness in education with respect to vaping products as well, because again, it's a very new product that's on the market. And we also want to make sure that people are aware of the risks that are associated to vaping, but also to provide them with the basic information that they need. So investments will be made in that area because we certainly want to make sure that we provide information to parents, to children, to everyone with respect to the harms related to these types of products.
Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Davidson. 3 quick minutes, please.
Thank you. Minister, Health Canada has not commissioned an anti-tobacco marketing campaign since its suspension of federal anti-tobacco ads in 2006 when the Harper government took office. That's not surprising to me given the Conservatives' defense of big tobacco, but according to spending figures from Health Canada, the Health Department under your government spent nothing on a national advertising campaign in the mass media for the federal tobacco control strategy in 2015-2016. Why is that?
Well, as I've just indicated, however, there's $6.1 million that we are going to be investing in the area of public education and awareness with respect to this area. We certainly feel that it's extremely important to make sure that Canadians are aware of the harmful effects associated to vaping products and to the use, and we are going to be moving forward with those types of investments.
So you acknowledge that so far, from 2015 to 2018, your health department has not spent any money on mass media, national advertising campaign on anti-tobacco?
Well, with respect to it, we've launched our new tobacco strategy, and once again, we're certainly making strides moving forward with respect to that. If we want to reach our 2035 targets of having less than 5% of Canadians that are going to be consumers of tobacco, and we're going to do all that we can to ensure that we can meet that target.
I would suggest that part of doing something would be to start to bring in a national federal advertising on tobacco. You could bring that back. I want to talk about the flavoring. I don't think that you satisfactorily answered Mr. Albus's questions. I don't know if you understand that in Schedule 3, the flavors are set out specifically. So the question is if there's flavors that aren't listed as prohibited on Schedule 3, then that leaves it open to the market to market under other attractive flavors. That's, I think, the question. What's your response to that?
Once again, with respect to the regulations and the proposal that we brought forward in Bill S5, we absolutely want to make it clear that there is going to be no names of flavors that are going to be attracting children.
You plan on supplementing in the regulations what's in the schedule presently?
We absolutely want to make clear that there is no names of flavors that are going to be appealing to children.
I guess I want to end with this lifestyle. I'm not sure that I'm clear on this. S5 does restrict the kinds of ads for vaping products that are allowed in public places. Those that are reasonably attractive to youth or lifestyle. That's Section 30.2. But it places fewer restrictions on ads in adult-only venues like bars, where lifestyle ads and purchase incentives are permitted. That's 30.3. So in Alberta, 18-year-olds are in bars, and they're inside getting lifestyle ads on vaping, and I thought you said that you don't want to promote vaping to anyone. So is that the kind of problem in this bill that you want to correct?
Absolutely. With respect to any type of lifestyle ads, I truly don't feel, like I said, I would welcome an amendment with respect to that, because I feel that we certainly don't want to send that message specifically to young people, but young people as well that are not consumers of tobacco nor vaping products.
I'm a health public policy expert, Mr. Chairman. I'm a member of the Canadian Vaping Association, and I'm its lead on government affairs. With me today is Mr. Boris Giller, who's a CVA board member and the co-owner of one of Canada's largest vape product shops, 180 Smoke. Together, Boris and I have expertise in the vape industry. The industry in Canada is a decade old, Mr. Chairman, and CVA has been the premier advocate on behalf of the industry, its members, and those who vape. Our goal is for fair legislation and regulation. Our reach goes across Canada, and our impact with government goes to all three levels. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank your committee members, the House of Commons and the Senate for the leadership on this. It's a tough piece of legislation. As a government, as a committee, and as regulators, you did say yes to vaping in Canada and regulated it instead of an outcome that would have forced it underground. We appreciate that. It is a viable alternative to smoking, Mr. Chairman, and as such, the Canadian model, as we contemplate it today, is, if you travel in our circles, a bit of an envy around the world, believe it or not. Let me further contextualize that. A few years ago, vaping in Canada was a hobby. Today, it's a viable industry, increasing exponentially as vapers seek an alternative to smoking cigarettes. The number of vape product shops has grown exponentially in Canada as well, with the current numbers of almost 1,000 stores in Canada, representing well over 5,000 employees, serving over 1 million customers, and generating hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. At the same time, there are 100 e-liquid and hardware manufacturers representing significant pre- and post-market sales, which in turn underscores significant recurring and predictable revenues against a marketplace of who want to vape and no longer smoke cigarettes. Please understand that the growth of this industry has not been the result of expensive marketing campaigns. The CVA and our member organizations are not aligned with tobacco. In fact, the growth of vaping has been a direct result of the substantial demand for vape products by millions of ex-smokers. And the market will only continue to grow, not only as a viable and a less harmful alternative to cigarettes, but also because of government initiatives that legislate it as a less harmful product in Canada. The majority of Canadian vape product shop operators, manufacturers of e-liquids, and advocates are, like many who vape, former smokers. They have chosen to vape rather than smoke cigarettes. They realize the potential of this disruptive technology as a less harmful alternative to smoking both cigarettes and, of course, now cannabis. CVA has taken substantial risks, Mr. Chairman, to pursue a mission aligned with Bill S5. Many people associated with vaping would assert a different path of perhaps fighting government on what they believe is their right to vape. However, and contrary to that view, the Canadian Vaping Association believes that working with government on making this bill work is more palatable and more productive. Mr. Chairman, we believe Canada is a role model for other countries in developing and implementing effective ways at reducing the harms of smoking. At the provincial level, smoke-free legislation has taken hold. I've been part of the Smoke-Free Ontario campaign from the start 10 years ago. At the national level, Canada's tobacco reduction initiative is enviable. Through Bill S5, we believe that the Government of Canada has been responsible implementing suitable and effective legislation that ensures adult smokers have access to products that substantially reduce the harm that cigarette smoking is known to cause, all the while recognizing that a less harmful alternative ought to be available. To amend the Tobacco Act and create a category for vaping is not only welcome, Mr. Chairman, it suggests that vaping is a choice over smoking and has the potential for dramatically reducing disease and death caused by smoking. CVA encourages members of this committee to review the growing body of evidence, including qualified literature, global studies and research on vaping that modifies our views and, frankly, ought to form the thinking of your committee when looking to draft regulations for vaping going forward. Over the last few years, the Canadian Vaping Association has met with several of you on the committee in advance of this presentation to encourage your support for our views and to offer advice. Let me be specific. Recent studies in the aggregate have shown that vaping is less harmful than smoking. The minister herself, the former minister, referenced our own CVA messaging when she introduced legislation in November of 2016, suggesting that science is catching up with vaping. On that point, Mr. Chairman, we're pleased that the legislation includes a timely review so that as science and research proves out in favor of vaping as a less harmful alternative, those findings will in fact be reflected appropriately in your regulations. With respect to overall industry regulation, we've been working closely with qualified organizations on the development and implementation of an accreditation program at the national level. The patchwork of regulation from provincial legislative initiatives across Canada has confounded this industry while we wait for this milestone to occur. Bill S5, Mr. Chairman, does offer a national framework for retail and manufacturers of vape products, and we aspire to have this reflected in our national accreditation program plan. CVA board member Sam Tam sits with Health Canada on the Underwriter Laboratory Committee to establish global standards for technology, devices and battery safety as it pertains to vaping. Furthermore, our board president, Sean Casey, sits on a Standards Council of Canada committee chaired by Health Canada for the establishment of ISO e-liquid manufacturing safety standards. An accreditation program, we believe, will provide comfort to you as regulators that products and services available to consumers of vape products are of a quality that is measured against a robust set of standards. A national accreditation program would require vape manufacturers, e-liquid and hardware manufacturers alike, as well as vape product shops to commit and submit to a program where a common set of standards for operations of their physical plants, policies and procedures, and other variables are measured. Any negligent behaviors or deficiencies would result in fines or perhaps remediation plans respectively to demonstrate compliance. We're committed to this process. The utmost important piece of this legislation, in our view, ought to be the value of the information and the manner in which customers receive detail by a vape product shop employee. When they make the choice to acquire or consume a vape product, they need to know what they're buying. To that end, Mr. Chairman, we encourage the committee to work with us at the Canadian Vape Association as we develop a certification program for vape product shop employees. To that end, purveyors of vape products anywhere in Canada ought to be well trained to help customers make the logical choice to a less harmful product than other cigarettes. Mr. Chairman, we're considering qualified career colleges not only to develop a curriculum, but to have it delivered in every province. It would be entirely helpful to make this certification program part of your intended regulations and mandatory in all provinces. In fact, the FDA in the United States referred to our plans for certification in Canada as a beacon to follow in the United States. It contemplates national dialogue in the United States on its own vape legislation, and they've looked to Canada, and especially what we're doing on certification, as a role model to that end. Our President, Sean Casey, and I have testified on many occasions in the United States on this issue. The Canadian Vaping Association believes the goal of regulation should be to ensure that maximum benefits are realized while minimizing potential harms. We believe that sales should be restricted to those over the age of majority. We concede that restricting its use in public spaces is inevitable. We agree that certain lifestyle promotion or advertisements are not appropriate. The amendments we put forward to on Bill S5 to the Senate committee ensured that youth are not able to access these products, and we agree that the use and acquisition of vaping tools should be limited to public areas that minors are prohibited from entering. Additionally, the amendments we originally put forward to the Senate provide adult smokers with access to assistance provided through qualified vape product shop employees, which can be crucial to the success of a smoker looking for an alternative to cigarettes. Vaping technology has catapulted in quality by leaps and bounds. Research, too, has debunked the myths that have permeated mainstream media about vaping, and because the technology is getting better, vaping may yet prove to be an effective breakthrough in anti-smoking. I welcome your questions and thank you for your attention.
I'm the president of Vape Select Inc. based in Mirabel, Quebec. Vape Select is a proudly owned and Canadian-owned and operated Canadian company which was created in 2011 with the consumer in mind. We produce affordable, innovative vaping products for consumers, giving them an alternative to cigarettes. All Vape Select products are manufactured in GMP facilities and adhere to strict global certifications. To meet the growing consumer demand for these products, we recently expanded to a 6,500 square foot facility. However, that is only part of the reason why I am here today. I am also the sponsor of a 10,000 plus signature petition that has been tabled in the House of Commons on Bill S5, January 30th, 2018. That petition calls on the government to halt and review Bill S5 and to create a fair and logical category for vape products, clearly setting them apart from tobacco. So let me start on that point. It should be obvious to anyone that vaping products and tobacco products are two completely different things and do not belong in the same piece of legislation. You don't put alcohol and soft drinks in the same legislation because you drink both of them. And therefore, you shouldn't put vaping products and cigarettes in the same category because both are inhaled. Vaping products like e-cigarettes are much safer alternative to tobacco for those people unwilling or unable to quit smoking. They provide the nicotine that smokers crave without the harmful effects of combustion. That's an important point. Nicotine on its own is no more harmful than caffeine, and nicotine actually occurs naturally in many products we all consume daily. It's the combustion that causes the negative health effects of smoking, not the nicotine. That is why esteemed medical and scientific bodies like Public Health England and the Royal College of Physicians have said that e-cigarettes are at least 95% less harmful than smoking. Just last week, Public Health England came out with an updated report on e-cigarettes, and let me quote directly from that organization's press release, the main findings. 1, vaping poses only a small fraction of the risks of smoking. Switching completely from smoking to vaping conveys substantial health benefits. 2, e-cigarettes could be contributing to at least 20,000 successful new quits per year, and probably more. E-cigarette use is associated with improved quit success rates over the last year and an accelerated drop in smoking rates across the country. Many thousands of smokers incorrectly, and this is really bad, incorrectly believe that vaping is as harmful as smoking. Around 40% of smokers have not even tried an e-cigarette. There's much public misunderstanding about nicotine. Less than 10% of adults understand that most of the harms to health from smoking are not caused by nicotine. The use of e-cigarettes in the United Kingdom has plateaued over the last few years at just under 3 million. The evidence does not support the concern that e-cigarettes are a gateway into smoking among young people. Youth smoking rates in the UK continue to decline. Regular e-cigarette use is almost entirely confined to those who have previously smoked cigarettes. I want to pick up on the 4th and 5th points I cited from the Public Health England report, both of which deal with public misunderstandings regarding the risks of vaping and nicotine. I put the blame for this squarely on the shoulders of governments and health groups, some of which, deliberately or not, have misled Canadians about the risks of vaping products. Those who continue to do so deserve public shaming for scaring people away from these devices, which usually means they continue smoking, which is more harmful to their health. I asked the committee a question. From who would you rather get advice on vaping products such as e-cigarettes? Organizations like Public Health England and the Royal College of Physicians, or high-paid lawyers lobbying for tobacco groups? For me, when I want medical advice, I go to a doctor, not a lawyer. You may have seen or heard that a public debate on vaping products was recently held here in Ottawa during National Non-Smoking Week. I was there. Dr. Astangui, who you heard from on Monday, was there, as was the University of Ottawa's David Sweener and a representative from the Tobacco Harm Reduction Association of Canada. We had a great discussion on the value of vaping products for reducing tobacco use, but completely absent from the discussion was Health Canada or any of those so-called health groups who are misleading the public about the risks of these products. None of the anti-vaping products groups or health advocates accepted the invitation to debate their position in public. But I see a couple of them appear before your committee on Monday. They won't shy away from that. These groups know their position is indefensible, which is why they refuse to debate people like myself or Dr. Astangui or Dr. Sweener in public. If this committee wants Canadians to stop smoking cigarettes, as does the health minister and likely all Canadian citizens, then stop listening to the moralists and public health community who are deliberately misleading Canadians about the risks of vaping products. With that in mind, I have two recommendations for the committee. First, the vaping provisions of Bill S5 should be stripped out entirely, and Health Canada told to go back to the drawing board to come up with legislation that treats these products as completely separate from tobacco. Health Canada didn't throw marijuana, which when consumed via the combustible process actually has higher levels of tar content than cigarettes do, into the Tobacco Act. So why are you letting them put vaping products in there? Tobacco products and vaping products are completely separate, different products that require their own distinctive legislative framework. Secondly, whether in a new bill or if S5 is passed, smokers need to be properly informed about the relative health risk of tobacco products versus vaping products. Sweden has virtually eliminated tobacco-related cancer because smokers switched to non-combustible products. The UK, who embraced the principles of harm reduction, have also seen smoking rates and smoking-related illness drop to an all-time low, hence also reducing the burdens and the costs on the health system overall. There's enormous public health potential if Canadian smokers are well informed and given choices to switch as well. But they will only do so if they know about vaping products such as e-cigarettes and understand the relative risk being greatly lesser than smoking tobacco. I have serious concerns about the constraints in Bill S5 that would prevent the vaping industry to communicate and share this information with smokers. Finally, I want to make one more point about this whole debate, and particularly the anti-smoking groups who continue to spread information about e-cigarettes and suggest that there are better ways of quitting, such as cold turkey or using the patch or the gum or something else. The people making those claims are not smokers, and quite frankly, I would encourage them to butt out. Some smokers do succeed in quitting through some of these methods I just mentioned, but for others, it is a monumental struggle, in some cases impossible. For those people and the people who want to continue to use nicotine, vaping products are a lifeline. For governments to put unnecessary restrictions on these products and restrict the ability of those offering these products is unjust, and some experts like David Sweener from the University of Ottawa will tell you it is even unconstitutional. I am of that opinion also, and so are the 10,251 Canadians from coast to coast who signed petition E1237 tabled in the House of Commons on January the 30th. That is another reason why you have to hit the pause button on this bill and work to get it right. Vaping is not smoking. E-liquids are not tobacco. As you can probably tell, I'm very passionate about this subject. So I thank you for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And I, for one, am just at the beginning of the learning curve on your product. So I think many of us are like that. So we appreciate your contribution to this. So I think we're going to have to limit the first round of questions to 4 minutes, starting with Mr. Ayoub.
Okay. Fine. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get directly to my point. I met with you in other circumstances, and I'm happy to see that the industry or the association is participating in a constructive way in our deliberations. You were present when we talked to the minister earlier, put questions to her. What are your concerns with respect to the health of young people and relative to this bill? Your concerns about the health of young people, because you are a business, and the health side of things would seem to be not as important as it is to the minister. But when it comes to improving Canadians' health, you're going to have to convince us and provide the information we need. As the chair said, we're at the just getting the information we need. So I only have a few minutes. Mr. Healy, would you begin, please? And then Mr. Edwards.
Thank you very much for the question. It is a very important question. Obviously, we're at the Canadian Vaping Association take youth vaping very seriously, and we absolutely do not want any youth addicted to nicotine. Despite the relative reduced risk, it is still an addictive substance. And so we at the Canadian Vaping Association have been taking initiatives prior to it becoming law. We have been distributing 19+ signs to our members and mandating that in the bylaws. Our membership chair has negotiated a deal with the credit card companies to mandate a ID verification at the point of sale. And at this point, I believe this very impactful initiative that is going to heavily limit the access to young people to vaping products. That, I believe, is not enough. I do support some of the suggestions, recommendations to ban lifestyle advertisement, and a lot could be learned, I believe, from the alcohol laws, because it is a dangerous, addictive substance that's restricted to young people, and that problem has been tackled. So one additional suggestion would be to limit the time during which such advertisements could be aired to later in the day. And we do believe that a lot stronger cooperation between the government and our industry is required as it refers to the accreditation and certification program, in order to enforce these things and go further even into the realm of educating young people.
Yes, well, if you've been following closely, the vaping industry has done a relatively good job of self-regulating themselves and being very responsible. We restrict sales to adults. I know that I do in my outlet, and I know that my retailers also do. I'm not there to oversee them on a regular basis, but there are guidelines put in place. We do not want to see our children get hooked on nicotine, that's for sure. I'm in agreement with as Boris said, some of the restrictions on lifestyle advertisements. There should be certain guidelines within labeling, which, generally speak, I could speak for myself. My company has been very responsible in that area, where we do not use unicorns and cartoonish types of images on our products. I wouldn't sleep well at night to do that. So the industry itself has done a pretty good job in self-regulating. The governance is needed, oversight is needed, and it's welcome. And we would like to be part of an open communication discussion with government when regulations are going to be determined, because right now it is such a broad, it's scripted in such a broad sense that it's nothing is clear.
Thank you very much. Now we go to Ms. Gladue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. The first question I have is about the nicotine e-liquids. I think, Mr. Edwards, you had said that they don't come from tobacco. What's the source of the nicotine then?
Well, the tobacco leaf is actually the plant that contains the highest content of nicotine, where it is therefore more viably commercially extractable. But you could also find nicotine in nightshade plants, such as peppers, green peppers, tomatoes, cauliflower. There's a variety of nightshade plants that
Some
actually
of it
carry.
would be extracted from tobacco then, or not?
Pardon?
So some of the nicotine in the e-liquids is extracted from tobacco?
The nicotine that is used in e-liquid is a tobacco extract for the sole reason that it is more commercially viable to extract from that particular plant.
Okay.
But that being said.
That's fine. My next question has to do with the actual devices. So this legislation leaves all the detail about the device to the regulations. And I know that there were early models that had batteries and there were some safety incidents related to that. So do you have any advice about what actually should go into those regulations in order to make sure that the products are safe for use?
Thank you for that question. I think the nature of the industry is the products are developing faster than the cell phone industry. And in order to catch up with that, we need a mechanism that is a layer on top of a regulation and legislation. And that's why we bring up the accreditation program, because if it is run by industry members, we can catch those things early on. Another initiative we have been running at the CVA is Battery Safety Week, aimed at educating retailers and consumers through those retailers about the importance of battery safety. So we believe it is crucial to add a third layer to the current protections in place.
Okay. And what amendments would you like to see specifically to S5? Do you have any? And I'll go to both of you.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I've looked at the bill several times. It is so layered. There's a array of amendments that I would like to see happen there. There's amendments that should happen from a consumer standpoint and also from a manufacturing standpoint. If I want to answer from a manufacturing standpoint, one of them is the fact that we will be mandated to submit our private recipes to Health Canada in detail, and therefore they would become public knowledge and open and available to the public through the Freedom of Access to Information Act. You know, Mr. Christie makes great cookies, but he doesn't tell you precisely what his ingredients are to get the result.
Madame Gladue, if I could, I think your question's very interesting. We presented to the Senate committee. We put some amendments on the table, and we were satisfied with what happened from that perspective, for the most part. We also agree that there will be some opportunity under regulation to change and to do things that we think would benefit the industry. But I think one of the things that I would really like this committee to consider is this whole idea, the notion of a certification program, and to make it mandatory. We are literally holding on to a cliff's edge with every single province. It's been a mind-numbing siege to deal with this country on this issue because we have to go through not only the provinces, but we've been waiting for this to happen. So if this committee was really going to be responsible, and I can sense that you are, that you would make it mandatory for a certification program for everybody who's in this industry, and that makes it viable.
A certification program run by Health Canada or run by your industry?
Well, I wouldn't say it's by the industry. I think you want to have qualified career colleges to be delivering that kind of service.
Okay, you're done. Thanks very much. Mr. Davies, your worship.
Thank you. That's the nicest thing I've been called in a while. Thank you for being with us. I want to just try to get as much information we can about vaping as we can. When someone is vaping nicotine, what other chemicals or substances are being ingested besides nicotine? Are there any?
Let me answer this question. There are 4 ingredients in a vape. 4. Propylene glycol, vegetable glycerin, flavors, and nicotine if they want it. 4. So when you look at that and compare that against, I see this all the time, and we've been compared to cigarettes. There are 1,400 chemicals in a cigarette. And so when you look at
there, because again, I'm not trying to compare to anything. I'm trying to find out, isolate purely to what the products of vaping. You've listed the ingredients, but how many chemicals are being ingested? Are you saying there's only 4 chemicals that are being ingested?
Propylene glycol is generally accepted as safe. Vegetable glycerin is generally accepted.
I ask you if it's safe. I want you to list for me how many chemicals am I ingesting when I vape one of your products?
Well, I could get specific, Mr. Davies, about the chemicals that are in a flavor, but that doesn't mean. I think I know where you're going with your question, but we have been very clear that there are 4 ingredients in a vape versus what you would get in a cigarette. And if we want to compare this to being something that's less harmful, I think that we got to put that out on the table.
Again, Mr. Keeley, I don't know if you know where I'm going. I'm not suggesting that it's more or less safe. I think it's generally accepted that, at least with the state of knowledge now, is that vaping is a significantly safer, much safer ingestion method of nicotine. I have a very sincere and objective desire to find out what the chemicals are. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. So, well, is vegetable glycerin a chemical?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So vegetable glycerin is a chemical, propylene glycol. It is pharmaceutical grade nicotine, the same that goes into gums, patches, and inhalers. And then flavorings. Flavorings is not a single ingredient, but rather a category. Those are food flavorings, and there could be a plethora. Somebody could put one strawberry flavor extract to produce the desired effect, and somebody else could put 12, a mixture of 12. So it really varies.
Thanks. Now, in terms of flavors, you've probably sat through the last testimony. I think we're trying to get a handle on what's the best way to regulate flavors. If I understand correctly, this act schedules the flavors, and there's some concern that by scheduling a limited number of flavors, that we'll be chasing the industry as it keeps coming up with more and more flavors than having to add them or not. In terms of giving guidance to your industry, so that you know what you can produce and what you can't, do you have any comment or thoughts on what would be an effective regulatory approach to flavoring to make sure that we're not marketing to children?
Absolutely, and I believe that the ministry has stricken a perfect balance in this piece of regulation, banning specifically the marketing of flavors while leaving the ingredients alone. We absolutely think that names like bubblegum and cotton candy should not be allowed, and even for instances like licorice, it should be renamed to something like anise. While flavors may be attractive to children, they're absolutely necessary for adult smokers in order to transition. 100% of my customers are adults, and the vast majority of them prefer flavors. This experience needs to be incrementally more pleasant and more convenient than smoking in order for ex-smokers to naturally gravitate towards that as an alternative to smoking.
And I'm sorry if you've already commented on this, but I want to get your views on the promotion and advertising. You probably heard this dichotomy, quite tight restrictions on advertising and promotion in places that are frequented by children or may, but within places that adults frequent, and I'm going to use the example of a bar, because when we talk about adults, we're talking 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds are populate our bars and nightclubs. Do you agree with the tenor of this committee that we should not be allowing promotion and advertising that are lifestyle oriented towards people in that situation, because that's a means of actually attracting people who don't smoke to try ingesting nicotine through vaping, as opposed to using vaping for a smoking cessation product?
A very quick answer, please.
Absolutely. So children and non-smokers alike should not be targeted by advertising. Lifestyle advertising should be absolutely restricted, and the locations at which it's the ads are placed, if it's a billboard, there's got to be a minimum distance away from a school.
Dr. Olson, you're up. 4 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Edwards, you made a comment that I thought was very good. You said how, in regards to what's safe, we should be asking doctors rather than lawyers. Being a doctor, I might be a little biased, but, on that I would agree. Now, first of all, you said the statement, and I've heard this said before, that vaping is 95% less harmful than smoking. Where does that number come from? Does that come from a medical journal? Does that come from any peer-reviewed scientific research?
It's, from what I understand, it's peer-reviewed scientific research done by the Royal College of Physicians in 2016, and they state that vaping is likely at least 95% less harmful and or toxic than smoking a cigarette. And they recently, Public Health England, last week on February the 6th, did a review on the success and the progress of their liberal, open-minded approach to vaping and harm reduction in their country.
I have limited time, so I'm going to go on. If you could provide those references for us, that would be very useful. Thank you. In regards to another statement that you made, you talked about how this shouldn't be in the same bill as smoking. It's nothing like smoking. We should draft this, take vaping completely out of this legislation, put it somewhere else because it's just not similar. Now, as per your own suggestion, listening to the doctors, from the Canadian Medical Association Journal, 2 separate studies. One finding that smoking or vaping among young people is at rates slightly either at or higher. These are people who try it for the first time. The young people are now vaping at rates slightly higher than those who are starting smoking cigarettes. This is from the Canadian Medical Association Journal. And another one, and this is very recent, this is October of 2017. It's a very large study that shows that those who start vaping are significantly more likely to then move on to smoking tobacco. So in other words, young people are using it at the same or higher rates than smokers, or higher rates than tobacco, and they're much more likely to go to tobacco if they start vaping. So how does that fit with your assumption that, or your assertion that vaping has no part in this legislation?
Well, first of all, vaping has not been legislated yet in Canada, but it has been, the UK has 10 years on us and more. We should be looking to the United Kingdom and their program and templates, which has proven to be successful. And you stated your report was from October 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon me? 2017. Well, we just had a new review and by Public Health England in a country that has actually applied the vaping regulations and with a liberal, open-minded approach. And they say the evidence does not support the concern that e-cigarettes are a gateway into smoking among young people.
Okay, so, I understand that, but since we're drafting laws in Canada, should we not be relying on the evidence that is collected in Canada?
If I may, you might be referring to a study authored by David Hammond from the University of Waterloo, yes. And his own, contrary to the headlines that were published, his own conclusion is that vaping, that there is a correlation but not a causation. They cannot prove a causation, and his leading hypothesis is that kids who try stuff. So all the data to date shows a displacement of smoking by vaping rather than a gateway effect. And the largest longitudinal study of 60,000 participants in England has shown a reverse effect. It completely dispelled that myth.
All right, thank you. Again, would there not be confounding factors between two countries? They're not the same society at all. Are there not?
There are similarities.
Confounding variables?
Yeah, thank you. There are similarities, and we do have additional information from University of Victoria supporting that hypothesis, and I'll be happy to follow up with a written submission to that effect.
But also, there are public health clinicians like yourself who support the theory that vaping is magnitude safer. They may not put a percentage to it, but magnitude safer.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. How to take payment from customers is a major anxiety for retailers in what the big banks call high-risk categories, such as cannabis products or vaping products for nicotine. Retailers in high-risk categories face endless obstacles to obtain payment processing for the sale of products which are still technically illegal in Canada. But with legalization just around the corner, is this a problem of the past, or will high risk haunt retailers well into the future? The complex array of financial services that allow a business to accept credit card or bank debit card transactions are called merchant services. And with over 75% of all transactions now made electronically, either at point of sale or online, they are essential to doing business in Canada. Underpinning the payment processing system is the Merchant Category Code. Every legal business in the world is assigned one. Other businesses which operate in a gray area may receive a merchant code, but be classified as high risk, making it near or next to impossible to take electronic payments. The final arbiter that decides which categories and what businesses get payment processing are the big banks, since they underwrite the risk. But sharing in that risk is a complicated mix of partners. These partners include credit card associations such as Visa and MasterCard, which set the interchange rate and provide batch clearing. Point-of-sale processors such as Moneris, Global Payments, and TD, which provide the payment terminals consumers use in-store. And payment gateway companies that provide the servers and software, allowing for secure transactions to be made online. A bevy of other providers service niche segments of the Canadian market, including payment solutions for high-risk categories like cannabis products and vaping products for nicotine. For Canadian cannabis retailers, securing payment processing has long been a dicey affair. With no merchant category code of their own, marijuana dispensaries often tweak the definition of their business in order to qualify. This workaround is tenuous and not entirely kosher. But having a merchant category code provides no guarantee, as the Canadian vaping industry found out. RegWatch reported last year, MasterCard in the United States decided to place vaping products into merchant category code for tobacco, thus classifying vaping as high risk. The move provided TD Bank the pretext to arbitrarily cancel online credit card processing for over 150 vaping retailers in Canada. How would you characterize TD's behavior on this matter?
Cruel. I mean, they gave absolute, to give 2 or 3 weeks notice for people to find a new, you don't even have any ability to negotiate terms with another merchant. You got to take what you can get.
Joining us today to discuss the fortunes and pitfalls facing the cannabis and vaping industries when it comes to parting people from their money is Carl Zank, CEO of Zank Payments. RegWatch viewers should recognize Carl as he's the one that saved the day when TD Bank torpedoed the vaping industry last year. His unique brokerage model, specializing in businesses classified as high risk, allowed him to bundle nearly 100 vaping retailers into a single negotiating block, secure new payment processing, and move most of the businesses over in just a couple of weeks. Carl, thanks again for joining us on RegWatch. I wanted to get you back on the show to share some insights on how the big banks and credit card companies are dealing with cannabis and vaping as both wind their way through to legal status. I should point out to our viewers that when we refer to vaping on RegWatch, it's always nicotine vaping, not cannabis, at least for now. Carl, first off, how easy is it for a retailer to get merchant services in Canada?
It's complicated when, there's your simple mom and pop shop that general retail or, like an Italian kitchen or something like those are slam dunks. Those are very easy and, they're often, there's a lot of competition for those types of businesses. But it does get a little bit more difficult depending on the industry that you're in. So, we've had the experience with the vaping e-liquid industry where some processing companies say, hey, you know what, our rules and regulations and our bank policies simply state that we don't cater to that industry. So sorry and have a nice day.
Decisions like that, Carl, how much are they affected by the merchant category code?
If we look way back when you and I first spoke, there's a merchant category code for vape stores, and there's also one for vape stores online. So TD said at first, they said, okay, we'll take both vape stores online and we'll take vape stores in retail. And then they made an abrupt decision and said, we're dropping this merchant category code for online vape stores, and that was it. They cut 150 accounts and they no longer support it.
Carl, is there a merchant category code for cannabis products in Canada?
There is one today. That's a good question. So there is one today, but it's very specific towards the licensed production license number. Visa and MasterCard have created a 4-digit cannabis code to federally sell it. That's correct. Grow it and sell it. You can go to any processor in Canada, like Global Payments, Moneris, Merco, Cygate, any of these guys, and they will take your business 100%. They won't even blink an eye, because when you submit your application, you're going to show them your license from Health Canada. And of course, I would put down the proper merchant category code to go with it.
Carl, what about marijuana dispensaries? Based on my research for this episode, I can confirm many do take credit cards. So do they have a merchant category code of their own?
There is not one for a dispensary. But if you're asking me, is any of this legal at this point? It just unfortunately isn't. I think after July, there's going to be a multiple of MCC codes. I think there's going to be a very descriptive measures per province of, Ontario, no dispensaries, liquor control board's doing it. Quebec is online only. Alberta, dispensaries allowed. BC, I believe dispensaries allowed. Like, go get it. So right now, gray area, not really. You're not supposed to be doing it. If you get caught, you get caught, and if you're doing it and it's working, then that's great. But yeah, come July, it's going to be a lot more legit, and I think really good point on that. It's going to be very competitive. I think looking at the Zank Payments broker model, I've spoken with probably 10 different processors in Canada, all the high risk ones and all the legit ones, the bigger ones that are backed by our chartered banks, and they're all on board.
Carl, explain for us how the banks and credit card companies play a role in the legalization process.
So let's keep it simple. Visa, MasterCard, and the banks. Let's use, the big banks here. Banks, they get in a room, probably a smoke-filled room with some scotch. They have a conversation, and maybe the government's there and says, okay, you know what, we want to do this. This is what the voters wanted. That's what they voted for. So we want to do this. And if we do this, are you going to support it? There's jobs and employment and revenue and what have you. So what do you need to see? Or it could be vice versa. The bank could say, okay, we'll take it based on these provisions and what have you. So they definitely all work together. So as soon as they say, yay, we're going to do it, then the banks go, okay, MasterCard, Visa, Interac, guys, create, Amex, Discover. We're going to create a 4-digit code. It's going to be 5555 for the legal sale of marijuana.
And there you have it, legal pot, which can be properly paid for through the privilege of plastic, which of course means profit and lots of it for the processors and the banks.
It's big. It's big. They already have a small tidbit of it today. Moneris and Global, they share collectively, they must share about 30 of the licensed producers in Canada. They've seen the risks, and I doubt there are any. They've seen the legislation, which they're very comfortable with, and they've seen the revenue. And right now, it's still, it's still a gray area. People think, oh my gosh, it's weed, and what the heck, we're selling it. And some of these guys are probably getting gouged. But once July, the proper legislation comes in and they open it up, there's going to be a lot of movement, or there's going to be a lot of leveraging with existing contracts. And but yeah, the banks, at the end of the day, they'll always make their fair share.
Carl, I think banking and fair share may be an oxymoron, but nevertheless, let's end on a high note. We're all familiar with bankers, and they're not known for being radically hip or anything.
Yeah.
But do you think they might be sampling the product?
Do I think bankers are sampling? I think there's, I sure hope so. I sure hope that when I said they were in that smoke-filled room, I sure hope that it wasn't cigar smoke or just vaping. I think hope it was a big doobie.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook, and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brett Stafford. Hi, I'm Brett Stafford, and this is RegWatch from regulatorwatch.com, and we're here in Dallas, Texas with Shell Hamill. How's it going?
Very good, thank you.
So you are a pioneer of the vaping industry in the United States of America. Explain that to our viewers.
That's what they tell me. Years and years and years ago, I used vaping products to get off of tobacco products myself. It was in 2009, so I have quite a few years of no tobacco. And I knew at that point that I had found something that really worked, because I had tried many different things, like a lot of people. I mean, you hear this story every time. But when I really knew it worked was when I handed it to my aunt, who was, I'm gonna die smoking, die hard. And I handed it to her, and she put cigarettes down, and I was astounded. And so I said, all right, we've got to do something. Well, I argued with my husband for a year, and finally was able to open the Vapor Bar in McKinney. I opened that in 2011. As far as we know for history, it is the 4th brick and mortar that opened in the nation.
Wow.
So, and yeah, we started everything very new, started mixing flavors at the kitchen table, they were awful.
So how many states are you in?
We're in 4 states, 3 states, excuse me. So Texas, West Virginia, and Virginia.
How many stores?
We have 8 stores now.
Not only are you an owner and a juice maker, but you also are a leader in advocacy. Tell us about that.
I came by it just out of luck, or maybe the
Necessity,
opposite.
maybe, yeah.
Maybe the opposite, curse. We had a bill in Texas. Actually, we had the very first thing was Frisco, Texas, announced that they were going to do a public use ban. And I think we were the first one in the nation, the first city in the nation to do that. And so that kind of started the ball rolling to where I started realizing, we got some problems here because people are not understanding what we're doing and what our goal is. The state of Texas was very quick, the next session to put 11 bills on the table. It started out as 5, and the next thing I knew it was 9, and the next thing I knew it was 11, and I was just, yeah. So we had, at the time I was in SFATA.
For our viewers, explain what SFATA is.
Oh, SFATA is Smoke Free Alternatives Trade Association, and back then it was the only organization that generally helped the small businesses to fight bills, to understand regulation, legislation, all of these different things that we didn't even think was really going to come down, but of course it did.
So they helped you in Texas, and obviously you must have had some success.
Oh, yes. We had some success and some huge battles. I mean, we had 11 bills on the table. One of them was rocketing through because this bill was written by someone, it didn't matter what he wrote, it was going to get passed. And so we had no choice. And frankly, there was only one person at the negotiation table, and that was us, thankfully. So we did get to negotiate the bill. And at the time, there were no bills in the country yet that had gone through. Texas was the first one. And everybody was up in arms and it ended up being a minor prevention law. However, it did have some significant, disciplinary actions in the event that those things happened. So everybody was up in arms that we actually, allowed the law to go through. I didn't have a choice. It was going to go through really, 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 really ugly, or it was going to go through with us at the table. And so, but then of course, after that, the other ones started coming out with the taxation and this, that, and the other. And so ours looks really pretty now, but I mean, it was a hard fight.
So you're operational in Texas, though, after it's all said and done?
Yes. Oh, yes. And everyone is, I think, in Texas is fairly comfortable and understands the law, and it's fairly easy to.
So that's a win. There hasn't been a lot of wins in the U.S., has there?
No, and unfortunately, we're getting it at all sides. If you don't get it from the city, you get it from the state. If you don't get it from the state, you get it from the health department. If you don't get it from the health department, I mean, it is coming from all sides. And so it's a fight constantly, and you have to be on your toes. You have to be on your toes because at any point, a government agency of some sort can be in your door. And if you're not on your toes, you can get caught completely unaware. And that's what we don't want, because anything that happens inside these shops affects these customers. And affects these customers, we take away a smoker who needs this as an alternative method. So that's the way I look at it.
So the groups that are out there to help in the fight, provide our viewers a map of the advocacy landscape. What are the groups out there at a national level that are working on their behalf?
Okay, so you have VTA, you have SFATA, you have AVA, and you have CASA. And for the most part, you have AMSA. And for the most part, all of these are your main groups. There have been a couple of them that have cropped up but fallen away. Those are your core groups.
And what does each one of them do? What's their responsibilities and roles?
So VTA and SFATA and AVA, for the most part, generally help the businesses, the small businesses, to thrive in this legal and legislative arena, and help to kind of facilitate how to fight, how to come together and in a state or in a city or whatever the case may be. CASA is more for consumers. So they're going to reach out to the consumers when there's a bill that has been introduced inside a state to get them, engaged, send in letters or what have you. And then AMSA is a standards organization. So they have legislative efforts as well, mainly at the federal level though. You're not going to see them much in the states. And they are for e-liquid standards and trying to create those standards within our industry rather than the FDA taking the helm.
So you're involved nationally. How is that, and how does it look nationally?
A big question mark. I'll be honest with you. I think that everyone is trying to find their way right now. The Cole-Bishop Amendment did not go through. So that left a lot of people to try to figure out a different route now. And aside from it being extremely depressing and the industry a little wayward, I think that everybody's just trying to find their way.
So Cole-Bishop, explain to our viewers what that was and what happened to it.
Very briefly, Cole-Bishop is the amendment that was attached to the omnibus bill, which would help us to move the predicate date that is in the Tobacco Control Act. That would allow vapor products to stay on the market prior to 2016. That would allow them to stay on the market without going through a PMTA, which is a pre-market tobacco application, which inevitably would put every vapor shop and manufacturer out of business because it's too expensive.
Right. So basically, the FDA deemed vapor products to be tobacco products.
It did.
And tobacco products have to go under this enormously stringent process to bring new products on the market.
Right, because they're modeling it after tobacco.
Right.
Sure.
So Cole-Bishop, from what I understand, is what it would have done is said any device that was on the market before August 8th, 2016,
correct,
which is when the rule went into effect, would be able to stay on the market.
Correct. Now it would have some regulations too. Right. I know it would have to jump through some hoops, but some that are doable for the industry.
But nothing with regard to products, which is devices and e-juice, after 2016.
Correct. Everything would have to go through a pre-market tobacco application.
So that same owner's process.
Yes.
So why was Cole-Bishop considered a fix, a valued thing?
Well, I mean, I consider it was a Band-Aid. It was something to hold that door open so that we could have a future moving strategy, And at the time, it was necessary. It is necessary still, because if we don't have that, then we can't even be on the market. So we were going to change the predicate date. The thought was to change the predicate date and then start with that forward-moving process from there, with innovation and working on the ones, forward-moving.
But how could you do innovation, because anything after 2016 would have to go through the owner's process?
Correct.
So isn't innovation really a misnomer?
Absolutely, it is. I mean, and as I said, as long as those were on the market, we would at least have something that could help the tobacco user to be successful with this as an alternative versus not having anything at all. And so I think that was the thought. And we were, the FDA has told us that they cannot change that predicate date, that it has to be legislatively done. And so that was the first step. And then, of course, several after that, we would hope, would come to the table.
But how could it have been the first step when Cole-Bishop was first formulated 3 years ago, and then 2 years ago there was the push to get it into the budget, and that failed, and then this time apparently it was really close, it was almost there, it was in, but then got dropped. Is the idea to try again with Cole-Bishop? Year
well, I think
four?
changing the predicate date is the thought process is that, well, it has to be done. Otherwise, everything on 2022 is gone, and we have to go through a pre-market tobacco application. So it has to be done regardless, whether it comes with another plan moving forward or not. It absolutely has to be done. It has to be changed inside that predicate date has to be changed.
So from our perspective at RegWatch, we covered some other initiatives that were non-Cole Bishop related last year. And, we're fine. We're big boys. We received a lot of pushback from many of the groups that you were mentioning. Do you think that there was an inordinate amount of pressure to push people's, advocacy, energy into Cole Bishop to the exclusion of any other option?
I absolutely see where you would say that. And I did think myself that, it was pushed very hard.
The short way to ask that question is, did the industry put all of their eggs in one basket?
I think that, yes, they did. And I think the reason they did that, or the reason that I was given that was done, is because they wanted everyone to focus and have their congressman. We felt like there was not as much engagement as we wanted from the industry. So if we pushed Cole Bishop as hard as possible, then hopefully that would engage other people to call their congressman and get them involved. That way we could have that passed, meet that first step, and then continue from there. I see where you're going though, because I felt the same way, that we could work a couple of avenues. And I feel very certain that we probably could have gotten the same people to be engaged in different avenues as well.
Why not many avenues at once?
I agree. And I think the premise was that they wanted to make sure that everyone was really doing it. Because the problem is when you can't get them engaged enough and get them to call their congressman and get them to press this issue so that we can get that predicate date changed. And they knew that it had to be done. And so looking at that, I can see both sides for sure.
So is there a future for Cole Bishop?
I do not see a future for Cole Bishop. Now that is my opinion, and I'm just a small town West Texas girl. But I will tell you that I think it's tired. I think it's tired when I speak to the senators, when I speak to the representatives, and all the congressmen. Some of them, I see their eyes glaze over. I see them roll their eyes or what have you, that it's just tired. And there needs to be a different approach. There needs to be a different answer.
So you bring up congressmen.
Yes.
Congressman Duncan Hunter has a bill.
Right, absolutely.
What's going on
Support
with that?
Support it. Oh, that's my side. Okay, that's my position, is to support it. And the reason why is I don't want some other, congressman coming up and going, man, I'm not going to help you. Look what you did to this guy. And not only that, we need everything we can get. We need the help.
Now I have to ask though, with regard to Duncan Hunter's bill, there has not been a lot of support for it in the last year and a bit.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think a lot of it has to do with, well, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, there's a lot of bad publicity out there that helps.
About the congressman?
Yes, yeah, that keeps people, makes them a little gun shy, and I can understand that. There is also the fact that everybody wants to push that Cole Bishop, and they draw that attention away from that. There's a lot of reasons, but you should still support it. You should still support, the bill, because it doesn't matter. And the bill does need some help. I mean, it needs some tweaking, of course, and it needs some industry initiative to get in there and really dig into the bones of that bill and work together to create a bill that everybody really loves, because it's a forward-moving bill, and I like that.
So beyond some of the challenges that there might be with Congressman Hunter, what's holding the vaping industry back from fully getting behind it?
I don't know that there's anything in particularly holding the industry back, except for just not the push. You don't have that push like you did with the Cole Bishop and those things like that. So you're missing that. but understand that that bill can be with another congressman. It can be, it is a good basis, a good foundation to build upon.
So I think the big question that a lot of people have that aren't plugged in like you are is, out of all those groups you talked about and mentioned, who's doing the negotiation right now with the FDA?
There are several of them that have meetings. I think that we're trying to open the door to have the negotiations done. I believe that VTA has had a meeting. They've said that out loud. I believe that Cefadas is coming up. I am not certain of the other ones, although I do believe that they are working on those. But I do know that there has been some attempts to work that route.
So you're at the nexus, to an extent, of the vaping advocacy world. What's your message to the other vapor advocates, to the other groups you're working with regard to what's next?
I would like to see a humble approach. I would like to see a humble approach at the FDA. I would like to see someone sit down and say, look, I get what you want. We don't want access to minors. We don't want bad product out there. We don't want individuals having battery issues. What can we do? Help me help you to develop something in a regulatory manner that can be forward-moving for our industry, protect small businesses, and keep these products in the hands of those individuals that need them. Because in the event that this changes, in the event that we go through this entire time and we're still left going through the PMTA and all those products are pulled from the market, if we do that, we are going to lose so many people back to smoking. It is imperative that everybody understands that's the goal. The egos, the push to be the hero does not matter when we have people that will physically be in trouble if we cannot come together and figure out the right approach. And I think the approach to the FDA has been, this is not allowed and this is not allowed and we won't accept this or we won't accept that, or maybe it's just to whomever, it doesn't matter. And I think we need to change our approach and we need to go to them in a very humble manner.
Has there been a strategic failure amongst the vaping advocacy groups? Because here we are.
I think it depends on where you're sitting. And for me, possibly, I think that we did what we could do and thought was right. And, I always say that as long as, we're sitting here back and complaining going, they're not doing anything. And then all the ones that are not doing anything are saying, you didn't do it right. Hold on now. We've got to have a balance here. We are an industry that is in desperate need of help. We're a desperate industry. And shamefully enough, we shouldn't be. We should be the one that the FDA is fighting for us because we have this wonderful, innovative product to help millions of people. So it baffles me that we are in this position, but we are. And so looking forward and looking backward, it's a shame that we are as desperate as we are, but we are. And we come across as desperate. And sometimes we come across as easy kill. And I'm ashamed to say that the egos are there. It can't be. Because there are lives. There are lives on the line, and the egos have to go away. We have to come together.
Desperate does not paint a very good picture.
I know. I don't know what to tell you. I got 8 shops that and that serve 57,000 customers that they're desperate too.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. The Food and Drug Administration announced on Tuesday that it was cracking down on the sale of e-cigarettes to minors, especially the popular vaping Juul brand. and said it had issued warning letters to several dozen retailers and demanded that Juul Labs submit company documents with health and marketing information. As reported in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and others, the agency said it had conducted an undercover operation this month, issuing warnings to 40 retailers, including gas stations and convenience stores, for selling Juul products to minors. In addition, the FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb said the agency had sent Juul Labs a letter seeking documents related to the company's marketing tactics used to appeal to youth and on the health research that was conducted to sell the product. Joining us today by phone is Dr. Carl Phillips, leading harm reduction advocate and intrepid reporter and analyst over at dailyvapor.com. Thanks again for joining us on RegWatch. First off, Carl, please explain to our viewers what happened today with the FDA.
Well, it seems to be a culmination of the concerted attack that we've been seeing on Juul from politicians and especially the media, clearly egged on, set up, and organized by someone to vilify Juul brand e-cigarettes. And, you know, as I reported in my Daily Vapor piece that just came out, try to turn Juul into a lightning rod for attacking the entire industry rather than having, you know, a vision of an amorphous, consumer-driven industry that has lots of small businesses. They're trying to create the image of a single Goliath who then is particularly vulnerable to attack. So in a press briefing, a online statement, emails, everything you can imagine, FDA put out a blitz today attacking Juul, and also subpoenaing them effectively for documents.
Basically, they want to examine from cheek to jowl what Juul has been doing and how they've been marketing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's officially what they want to do, though it's pretty clear to those of us who follow these issues that that's not their ultimate goal. As my next Daily Vapor piece will point out, probably coming out tomorrow, the tone here is weird. It's wrong. It's odd. It's not the behavior of a normal investigation. This is the behavior of a setup, of a publicity stunt.
Do you mean the FDA's actions, Carl, or are you speaking about the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, the high level national media coverage just got in synchronicity too today?
Yeah, well, 10 hours ago I would have said that this is about the campaigners, the organizations like Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, trying to create a publicity campaign to push FDA in a particular direction, clear to the point of more or less banning vapor products is their ultimate goal. Given the details of what came today out of FDA from the commissioner, it's not so clear that FDA was the target of this, and it seems like they were the instigator of it. And again, I will be covering that in my next Daily Vapor article.
And that's obviously something that our viewers should be keeping their eye on for. Carl, you've been covering, obviously, this issue with regard to vaping now for some time, and you don't really hold your punches. What do you think of Juul and their marketing tactics that they've done? Or have they done anything wrong in your mind, or are they being scapegoated?
Well, to my knowledge, and I haven't personally made a study of exactly how they market or how anyone markets specifically, to my knowledge, there's nothing questionable. I mean, what happens here, what has always happened in the tobacco wars, is that basically the tobacco controllers define any marketing as marketing to children. I mean, perhaps a black and white text, posted in a adults-only venue might cause them to say this is marketing to adults only. But I mean, basically, anything that might be seen by children, that might be catching the eye of any human being, including a teenager or an adult, gets labeled as marketing to children. So the whole concept is completely worthless. If every bit of advertising is marketing to children, then what does the term even mean? I'm not aware of anything that would cause a normal person to say, oh yeah, they're targeting children here. But that doesn't stop the accusations.
No, it doesn't. Carl, so when you look at the Juul, for our viewers that don't know, 'cause some don't know, in Canada, Juul isn't here yet. There is some similar kind of form-factored, self-activating units out there, but those are the form factors that offer the most promise for smokers who may want to quit. They're easy, convenient. They've got a replication of the cigarette experience, unlike, say, Big Tank or whatever. So in a way, when they're going after Juul, they're going after a form factor that's actually really has a lot to do with the future of vaping.
Yeah, that's quite possible. I mean, different people like different vapes, of course, and there are plenty of people who are of the opinion that, closed systems are something that you use on your way to moving up to a better system. But of course, there are plenty of people who never use anything else. So it's a matter of taste, and the more the better in terms of giving people options. Juul, doesn't look exactly like a cigarette. That has some appeal, but it's quick and easy. It's got a high nicotine density in the e-liquid, which is particularly useful for many smokers who are trying to replace smoking with it. It's not radically different from various other closed systems. As you just noted, you have something else in Canada already that has a similar form factor. It's as easy to use as a product that looks very much like a cigarette. It's a little larger, makes it a little more efficient. It's a nice looking product. The idea that this is somehow magically captivating is odd.
Well, okay, so and let's follow along with that then. So this story really has unfolded over the last 4 weeks, I would say, as it really started to pop up. And these things just don't organically happen in my mind. There's a tactical campaign at more of the city level to kind of get stories and stuff like that as they build to a national kind of breakout, which we can see happen this week. And, so these stories have been coming out for several weeks. And what they do, in my mind, is, of course, is that to the best advertising for Juul, in fact, because the first thing you want to do if you want to get teenagers to start to use something is start taking it away from them and telling them it's bad. And then talking the whole time about how it's, candy flavored and everybody's really loving it and you're totally cool if you're using it. And then they actually created, I think, part of the stampede amongst teenagers, if you will, to use the Juul and be, it's a bit of a self-creating problem, I think. But, not self-creating, purposefully built.
Yeah, well, exactly. And, it's not, it's that which I've written about before, and it's also just pumping the name recognition at the expense of their competitors, and maybe to some extent as an inroad into new markets also. And this is what I covered in my most recent article. So it brings up the interesting question of what was the motive for doing that. And one possible explanation, of course, is there was no motive for doing that. The people behind this didn't even realize they were doing that. They aren't exactly savvy about how markets work in everything else they do. So why would we assume it was the case this time? But there are other explanations that it was intentional. And the one that I floated was that there's nothing better for tobacco control than to have a villain, a supervillain, to attack, but to fail in that attack. That is, you don't want to actually attack your supervillain, knock them down, and then not have an excuse for attacking the category anymore. So by simultaneously attacking Juul and pumping them, it serves two purposes. The publicity is a feature of the campaign, not a bug to those who are craftily planning it.
Right. So, well, I think you put it perfectly. You can't have a fight if you don't create a dragon to slay, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we all know public health are dragon slayers.
Well, exactly. And, again, I'll keep coming back to this, but my most recent article, a major theme there was the way that tobacco controllers see themselves as being in sort of a modern-day fairy tale in which there is an unrepentant big bad who is doing bad things because of no particular motive, just vague evil, Star Wars style. And the opportunity to create the big bad out of a competitive and even to some extent atomized industry is a lot of what's behind this.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Vancouver, British Columbia has long been ground zero for what is now a North American-wide epidemic of opioid addiction. The city has struggled with the ravages of intravenous drug use for decades, and in response, it has pioneered many successful yet controversial harm reduction strategies. In 2003, the city opened North America's first legally sanctioned supervised injection facility, which was championed by Dr. Mark Tyndall, who is now director of the BC Centre for Disease Control and who is also a vocal supporter of vaping as a tool for harm reduction. Mark Tyndall is an epidemiologist, physician, and public health expert. An author on over 250 academic papers, Tyndall has dedicated his career to studying HIV, poverty, and drug use. In a recent TED-Med presentation, he argued for greater adoption of harm reduction strategies to combat the opioid crisis.
Recent proposals for supervised injection sites in cities like Seattle, Baltimore, and New York have been met with stiff opposition. Opposition that goes against everything we know about addiction. Why is that? Why are we still stuck on the idea that the only option is to stop using, that any drug use will not be tolerated? Why do we ignore countless personal stories and overwhelming scientific evidence that harm reduction works?
Stiff opposition to harm reduction isn't relegated to safe injection sites. Countless personal stories and scientific evidence demonstrating vaping is a safer alternative to smoking are ignored every day by the same public health officials that advocate harm reduction in cases of hard drug use. It's an irony not lost to Dr. Tyndall. In April, a public forum scheduled to discuss safer nicotine products, which was organized by the Global Forum on Nicotine with the BC Centre for Disease Control, was abruptly canceled after stiff opposition from public health colleagues. Undeterred, the event was reorganized into a private workshop aimed at public health professionals and hosted at the CDC offices in Vancouver. RegWatch was there with exclusive access, and here now is Dr. Tyndall with some surprisingly frank comments on vaping. So this event is happening here today. Why is that?
Well, from a
public health, if you put the priorities of public health, I think smoking cessation still is number one thing we should be worried about. And so hasn't come to the forefront in public health as much as it should as far as solutions go. And my personal opinion, this kind of dialogue really needs to happen.
Are more Canadians dying of smoking than any other habit or?
Oh, by far. Right now we're in the middle of our opiate epidemic crisis, but the actual numbers, which are staggering, pale in proportion to smoking-related deaths that are happening. So we're saying, in Canada, 4 people are dying a day, and it's not nowhere near how many people are dying of smoking-related causes.
Now, obviously, I've been covering this issue for quite some time, and still that astonishes me to hear that.
Yeah, well, it's as I said at the beginning, I really got interested in this because for the last 20 years I've been working in harm reduction for HIV and hepatitis and these kind of drug-related harms, and everybody I've followed clinically or dealt with in clinical trials are pretty much all dying of smoking-related problems. So we've kind of pushed that to the side. So you smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day, I'm really interested that you take your antiretroviral drug. And nobody's dying of HIV, but many people that I deal with clinically are succumbing to smoking-related problems.
So if there is no alarm over smoking deaths right now, why is there so much alarm over vaping?
Well, I think that one of the paradoxes is in public health we think we are making progress in smoking. So if you look at the year-to-year smoking prevalence, things are slowly ticking down. Not as many youth are smoking anymore. If you compare to 4 or 5 decades ago, I guess we've made quite a bit of progress with smoking prevalence. But all of a sudden we have a disruptive technology that could really change things very quickly, and somehow we think we're doing fine, I think, so, eventually. But, we know there's close to 5 million active smokers in Canada right now, and my feeling towards this technology is we can help those people now, and some of the prevalent statistics are driven by people dying of their smoking, and so to me, we owe some attention to those people, and if we can make their lives healthier and reduce their risk of smoking-related deaths, then we have to act.
So as a doctor and as the head of the BC Centres for Disease Control, what's your professional opinion on vaping?
Oh, if we could switch tomorrow and have all our smokers vaping, it would be miraculous. We'd have a huge impact in smoking-related deaths and smoking-related illnesses. The morbidity associated with the illness associated with smoking is often we just measure in how many cases of lung cancer and how many heart attacks and those kind of things, but how people debilitate themselves over time, and how somebody who's 50 years old looks 70 years old and can't get around anymore. I mean, these are huge impacts on our communities and societies, and if we could offer people some better product for their nicotine, I mean, to me, it's just a no-brainer.
So as a doctor, you'd recommend vaping to a smoker?
I find myself, when I'm on the street, just bumping into strangers and saying, you should really vape. And with people I see vaping, I always give them a pat on the back and say, it's really good. You're doing something to try and make yourself healthier. How could we tell people not to vape? I mean, it's, I guess, in the end of the day, it'd be better if they stopped smoking. But we've done that experiment, and many people, I don't think I've met anybody who smokes that hasn't tried to stop. So, and because that's another compelling argument, that we're dealing with a population that's totally on side. Like, yeah, show me something that's safer. Show me something that'll make my breathing better. Show me something that won't lead to lung cancer, and I'll use it. So we have a very captive audience in this, and in public health, I think we really need to offer people that alternative.
Now, public health, there seems to be quite a bit of a divide. This is a dividing line, this issue, very strongly. Why is that, and what kind of pushback have you actually had with regards to this event?
Oh, well, it's a long story. I think there's certainly public health as policy have come out quite negatively towards vaping products.
Why?
Well, I think it's somewhat based on do no harm policy. So a lot of our health interventions are really focused on the unintended consequences and what if. And in this particular area, it's really about starting new people on the road to smoking. So focus what about our children type thing. And so there is a reluctance to do anything that could jeopardize our what we think is our success in reducing smoking. So the last thing we want to do is open the door for any opportunity for youth to take up smoking. I'm under the impression that that's very unlikely, that I don't think there's any evidence for this gateway thing, but that's something that we should monitor, and I'm certainly not against putting up any kind of regulations that would make it less likely for youth to take up vaping and smoking. But
if one youth did pick up smoking from vaping, is it that worth stopping vaping for everybody else?
Well, it's if the unfortunate child who died of an airbag in a car, that doesn't mean we've abandoned airbags. So I mean, there will be some unintended consequences like any of our health interventions. But in the whole scheme of things, I think saving the lives of current smokers more than offsets that.
It strikes me there's the old wives' tale that I certainly even heard when I was a kid, and I know that for decades and decades before me, moms would say to kids, don't start smoking when you're a teenager because it'll stunt your growth.
Okay.
You've heard that, right?
Sure, yeah.
Is that any different than nicotine harms developing brains?
No, I think that's the same message for sure. So as we've had some discussion here today about what nicotine is, there's really no evidence to that. I don't think we want to expose our child's brains to any substances. But
it's the same old wives' tale.
Same old wives' tale for sure. And I know a lot of people who have smoked their whole lives, and their health is bad, but in many cases their brains are fine. I mean, I think that we just, as we've really tried to pull apart today, I mean, there's a nicotine that people crave that makes them continue to smoke, and there's all the other terrible substances in combustible tobacco that we need to save people from.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook, and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Here you are in Vancouver, British Columbia. What brings you all the way over here across the pond and across the continent?
The Global Forum on Nicotine is an annual event that takes place in Warsaw, in Poland, usually in June. This year we're holding it for the 5th successive year. And what we realised was that we needed to start reaching out to people. As well as expecting people to come to see us in our house, we thought we'd better go to their houses and visit. And the reason we looked at Vancouver is because Vancouver has got a fantastic tradition of harm reduction. It's got the safer injecting rooms, it's a pioneer in those aspects of drug harm reduction, in prescribing services, in a liberal approach to drug laws. So what we wanted to do was we wanted to test how they would apply that approach to nicotine.
And did they pass the test?
They're in the process of taking the examination, is the way I would describe it. We're very disappointed that we were unable to hold a more public event due to certain pressure being brought on people not to invite various constituents that we would ordinarily have at such meetings. I think it depends on where you are. I think in the UK there's a bit more of an open approach. People may not agree with one another, and they may not like the fact that they're in a room with people from another part of the business, but they accept that it's necessary, and also that you can't exclude the elephant in the room, which is industry. Mm-hmm. Industry will not go away. Industry is not going to allow its own Kodak moment to happen.
Seeing that you are sitting there at really the global level, give us a report card, just rating. We know that the UK is A-, an A, right? Around that. To the rest of the world, they're an A.
B plus.
B plus. Oh, they're a B plus. Fair enough. So, considering the UK's, in your mind, Patty, a B plus, what is Canada? What is the USA?
I think that in Canada, from what I understand in Canada, there is a general reluctance and a great level of conservatism within public health where nicotine is concerned. There seem to be an awful lot of attempts to conflate vaping with smoking and to actually incorporate measures for clean air and general anti-smoking legislation to actually incorporate vaping into those measures. And I think it's a very retrograde step. I think one of the bright sparks in Canada is that there's a growing and enthusiastic consumer movement amongst nicotine consumers with the Tobacco Harm Reduction Association, who, if they can actually continue the work that they're doing, they can have a massive impact. I think that the way that things have changed in many European countries and in the UK in particular is through pressure that's been brought to bear by vapers and consumers of other types of safer nicotine, because they will not be ignored, and they've actually stood up to politicians, they've stood up to regulators, and they will not go away quietly.
You know about that, as you know, we've been covering this issue now for 2.5 years, and one of the things that strikes me whenever I hear that, with regard to, okay, the consumers can make a difference, my mind, certainly now, is I want to know, please, point out to me and to our viewers an example of where public health on a national level listened to consumers and then backed down and changed or even canceled a major initiative that they had.
I think that what happened, rather than a confrontational approach, what consumers through various organisations, such as there's an established charity in the UK, the New Nicotine Alliance, which represents the interests of nicotine consumers. And I am actually a trustee of that, and the way that we've worked is to try and collaborate with the more open-minded elements of public health to challenge the more conservative elements. It's resulted in NNA being consulted on a lot of things, being told in advance of what is actually going to happen and being asked to comment on what's happening. We've got a very good working relationship with Public Health England. Public Health England has published the most definitive work on vaping and other nicotine products yet. They produce comprehensive reviews of the evidence and the science. It's been backed up by the Royal College of Physicians. There are other examples in the USA now. Even the Academy of Sciences is becoming at least less hostile, if not positive, towards vaping. So I think there's movement, there's positive movement, but there's a lot of work to do.
Obviously, Brent, it's really important stuff, trying to get some discussion going. We need dialogue, you know, and as you can see here, to get people to actually start talking about these issues, because to the extent that there really is some logic behind what we could do to deal with all the health costs of smoking, we need the discussion.
We need the discussion, and it's interesting to me that it took like a global forum on nicotine folks, people from the UK, to come over here to BC to make this discussion happen.
Well, and still hugely controversial, right? So that we have people from the BC Ministry of Health who did everything they could to try to scuttle it, try to prevent the conversation from happening.
How do you mean?
Well, saying that they would not attend, they didn't want this to happen, that they were saying some, I think really defamatory things about Jerry Stimpson and why they wouldn't have anything to do with this. I mean, it was just this really awful bit of character assassination, and I think it's causing discomfort. The people who can feel that, if we just treat vaping like smoking, we're just going to get everybody to quit. To have people come in with the sort of credentials that people like Jerry and Patty and others do on drug harm reduction and say, we really need to have this discussion, and BC is the place to have it. I mean, when you look at the precedents that have been set here. So I think it's important, and I think, if to the extent we can force it onto the agenda to get people to actually think about it, to have to justify positions that they're taking. Now, I think we can change policy.
So a lot of Canadians trust you, whether it's vapors, whether it's advocates, whether it's people in academia, lawyers, public health, government. How important are these guys that have come over here from the UK? I mean, it just seems a little strange that why are they here?
Right. Well, you're dealing with people who are leading lights in the whole area of drug harm reduction. People like Jerry Stimpson, who wasn't able to make it here today, but helped set all this up. I mean, Jerry's been one of the leading authorities in the world on drug harm reduction for a very long time, as an academic, as an advocate, very, very highly regarded. He's in his 70s now, and he's looking at this and saying, this is huge. We need to deal with this. We can deal with it. And he's committed to putting his own time and resources into doing that.
So give us a real deep understanding of what happened here with the BC Ministry of Health.
Well, I've only seen parts of it, but the meeting was set. It was supposed to go. And then there were attacks on some of the people who were involved by people with the BC Ministry of Health, claiming that, well, among other things, that Jerry was getting $960 million from Philip Morris, which was news to Jerry and news to all of us, and wondering why he won't share that. But I mean, it was silliness. They either got total misinformation or it was character assassination. It was very off-putting.
Isn't it a bit par for the course, though, for those that are anti-vaping, so vehemently anti-vaping?
Yeah, well, and not just on vaping, but I think, we've talked about Juma's wonderful book, Innovation and Its Enemies, that innovation is almost invariably opposed for various reasons. And when it's opposed, it's very seldom is it opposed on very rational grounds. It's opposed on very emotive grounds. So if somebody doesn't like the idea of refrigeration, they don't try to find a problem with the science in your refrigerators. They attack you personally.
Sure, yeah, it always turns into an ad hominem in that situation. It's just, astounding that people in the BC Ministry of Health, at this time, this day, would even take an effort to kind of stop an event like this from happening. When I was a kid, growing up, and I know for generations of kids before me, the old wives' tale. Mom would used to always say, now don't smoke, Johnny, because if you do, it's going to stunt your growth.
Right.
Is that any different than nicotine damages developing brain?
Right, yes. Yeah, well, I think you're bang on. I mean, we have no evidence that the nicotine is causing brain damage. For someone to say nicotine, I mean, it will literally change the structure and functioning of your brain. Well, yeah, so will an art appreciation class, so will jogging, so will absolutely anything you do. There's brain plasticity. I mean, so it's an absolute nowhere argument. And
it's the same old wives' tale.
It's the same old wives' tale of saying it'll stunt your growth, and there's things that'll cause hair to grow on your palms, and it's just trying to.
I think that's the way to actually start addressing these people. And that when you hear that, you just put out the old wives' tale and just right there, and just go. It's like drop your mic.
It's losing sight of the real issue, right? I mean, we're looking at figures of 20,000 deaths a day globally. A day, 20,000 from sucking smoke into lungs to get nicotine. And it's the dirty delivery system. And then every time you look at, here's what we could do to deal with it, they say, no, this is a moral problem. They just have to shape up and do what I tell them to do. We need the power of the state to force people to behave in the ways we think they should behave. When has it ever worked?
Yeah, right. And I mean, obviously, you and I are continuing a conversation we've been having for 2 years at this moment. And I mean, isn't that always the case, is that government wants to tell people what to do? I heard, Susie McDonald, when she was Director General of the Tobacco Control Directorate at Health Canada, we sat down and had that big one-on-one interview with her last year. And, she said something, just very quickly. She said, well, we're going to allow it, like when forced to explain the no comparisons clause of S5 and a bunch of the other things and stuff. But she was like, well, but in the end, like we're going to allow the vaping.
Right.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're going to allow it. Now, that just seems to be the public health mantra, is that nothing is legal until public health has allowed it.
Right. Yeah. But actually, what's interesting here, because we attribute to public health, the people who are doing this is not a public health approach. I mean, if you look at the study of public health, the field of public health, the philosophy, the ethics of public health, what they're doing is not public health. What they're doing is a moralistic imposition of their values on someone else. That's the antithesis of public health.
But prohibition was public health.
No, prohibition was promoted by people who had a moralistic view, and they justified it saying it was public health. It was not public health, because public health, there are objective criteria to things like public health. So if I say, Brent, I want to encourage you to have a healthier life. If you'd like to go for a run around the seawall with me later today, let's do that. That's public health. If I say, Brent, I've decided you have to live your life differently than what you're doing, and I'm going to tell you what sort of running shoes you have to get and when you have to run, the pace you have to run, and how far you have to run, that's no longer public health. That's me making judgments and trying to impose them on you.
Sure, it sounds like a progressive country, though.
That's right. Well, we can discuss where it's progressing to.
We did a literature review to look at kind of what the impact of smoke-free policies have been, and one of the most interesting things that came up is, first, we haven't really dealt with smokers or the issue of smoking. Essentially, smoke-free policy, all it's done is push smokers off the property, right? So we haven't helped them to stop smoking. All we've done is kind of pat ourselves on the back and said, look, it's not happening on our property. But instead, when you drive into most hospitals, pretty much anywhere in the country, what you see, under the big hospital signs on the public sidewalks is tons of people out there smoking in the freezing cold in the winter and everything. They're smoking. Some people are vaping, right? So we haven't actually addressed the issue, the health impact of smoking. All we've done is just pushed it off the property and then felt somehow good that we've done something about it.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Right, exactly. I'm a public health consultant.
Okay. And you're working with the BC CDC?
Yes, I'm working with BC CDC, which is under the auspices of the Provincial Health Services Authority. And so we're devising smoke-free policy for the Provincial Health Services Authority.
Is it really policy, or is it just a process of, out of sight, out of mind?
No, it's a policy. We're actually trying to look at new and more progressive ways to reduce tobacco smoking on health authority property while supporting smokers to either temporarily quit while they're in a hospital or in a care facility, and ultimately, of course, to permanently quit. So, our goal is to achieve 100% smoke-free properties, recognizing, though, that we have to support the people who are smoking because it is disadvantaged and marginalized populations who are the smokers now.
What do you think, then, of Canada's vaping policy and public health, more importantly, public health policies in Canada towards vaping?
So I think the sad thing is we haven't actually taken into account the latest evidence on vaping. If you look at most public health websites, so if you go to quitnow.ca or HealthLink BC, which is kind of the government-regulated websites here in this province, they say, right, Health Canada it hasn't regulated vapor products. There's no short-term and long-term evidence about vapor products. But we know that's not true. In fact, there have been a substantial number of systematic reviews showing immediate short-term health impacts, positive health impacts on people who completely switch, so completely quit combustible tobacco cigarettes and use only vapor products. They're like multi-system organs that have improved health outcomes. So it's a bit funny, with many other, public health initiatives, if there was something so evident like this that had such a huge impact on health, usually we switch right away. But with this one, we have tendency to have a moralistic, we just assume tobacco and vapor products are the same and cut them out.
But why is that? Yeah, why is that?
I don't understand, and I'm wondering, this is kind of a worldwide phenomenon, except for the UK, which is taking a completely different approach and is not pro-vaping, but supportive of it as a smoking cessation tool. But maybe it's because our friends across the border in America have taken for a long time around tobacco an abstinence approach.
But this really is this is government public health. Mm-hmm. And the non-profit public health groups,
yes,
who've got gobs of money,
yes,
right? They are all against it.
Yes. Yes.
And begrudgingly, do they find a manner in which that they're going to maybe legalize it, which they are in Canada here, but for instance, though, not only will they legalize it, but they are going to tell every Canadian that they are not allowed to tell anybody, communicate in any manner whatsoever, that vaping, well, never mind whether or not it's better for you than smoking, you aren't even allowed to compare it to smoking.
No, it's ridiculous, and I actually don't understand it. And we've been having a big discussion about how do we deal with that? How do we make progressive public health policy in this atmosphere that's clouded in misinformation around vaping?
But isn't the problem progressive? Isn't the problem partly in that word?
Yeah, I think you're probably right? And the fact that we're ignoring these disadvantaged populations. Like, we're not listening to the consumer, we're not listening to the smokers and what they need. We're not meeting them on their level, right?
Does public health have actually any experience like that with any other issue in the past where they treat patients as consumers and listen to them and take feedback?
I think there's lots of examples where we've been better when it comes to opioid use the last few years with Insight here in Vancouver. Like, we've taken a more, that we're willing to come down and understand what you need to support your...
But bicycle helmets, you know, that's a public health issue. They're not listening to consumers. You have to wear your bike helmet, right?
Yeah.
When was it that this issue became of your mind to work on, and when was it after that did you realize a switch went off and went, no, this vaping thing, there's something a little hinky going on here with regard to it's being demonized?
Yeah, really only in the last year as I started to dig into it, and I did a literature review on like what was going on around smoke-free policy, and I did the research around what the health impacts are. Then I started to realize, before I had assumed, like most consumers, like most Canadians, that vaping was equally as harmful as tobacco. I didn't know, and how should we know as consumers, right? If all our public health information tells us that it's equally harmful. But now I try and tell all my friends, vape. It doesn't matter what you vape. Like cannabis, we have cannabis being regulated. So I tell my friends, vape it. It's so much safer, right? It doesn't have to be zero safe, right? We don't have to take a zero tolerance approach. But if it's safer, absolutely, you could save a few years off your life.
So this event, what are you hoping to get out of it?
I'm hoping more people will go out and talk about what the real evidence says, right? So we can have a real discussion instead of the kind of misinformation that's going out in public right now, that vapor products are not safe. We need more people to know that you have an opportunity and an alternative to help you stop smoking.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Beaten, bloody, and bruised. That's the U.S. vaping industry in 2018. Hard to believe, but the news keeps getting worse for vaping, and many industry watchers are convinced it's the result of an orchestrated attack. The first prong of the attack was launched early in the year when an alliance of progressive public health groups launched the Flavor Trap, a brazenly fallacious microsite assaulting the key ingredient which makes vaping the most effective tool to quit smoking. Next, the mainstream media cranked up the pressure with a nationwide fear campaign implicating the popular Juul vapor device with an increase in teen vaping, apparently driven by attractive flavors and cool packaging. The Food and Drug Administration responded to the hysteria with a crackdown on Juul Labs, and then launched an industry-wide action targeting retailers it claims to have caught selling vapor products to minors, and e-juice manufacturers that use bright colors, cartoons, and other packaging elements seemingly designed to market to kids. In lockstep, Google-owned YouTube began censoring vaping videos by longtime product reviewers, issuing channel strikes and forcing many to delete some of their most popular videos. And finally, last week, congressional legislators in Washington, D.C. resurrected the presumed dead Cole-Bishop Amendment and inexplicably cut the last-minute backroom deal that left vaping products still subject to the industry-killing 2007 predicate date, while exempting premium cigars and pipe tobacco. It's an ignominious blow to the vaping industry, particularly hard felt by the Vapor Technology Association, the lead industry lobby group behind the Cole-Bishop effort. Joining us for an in-depth discussion of these issues is Dimitris Agrafiotis, aka the Vaping Greek. He's a globally known vaping advocate, executive director of the Tennessee Smoke-Free Association, and host of the Smoke-Free Radio podcast, which you can find at smokefreeradio.com. RegWatch caught up with the Vaping Greek last week, the day after the surprise changes to the Cole-Bishop Amendment.
I started back in 2010 reviewing products on YouTube as soon as I discovered that I could quit smoking with this product. And pretty soon I realized that the governments will be coming after this product simply because it's such a disruptive technology. So I quickly fell into that advocacy role back in 2013 and kind of moved away from doing YouTube reviews and starting to gain knowledge and information on how we're going to combat what was eventually going to happen as we see this happening right now. So I kind of fell into that advocacy role, started to travel all over the world, trying to educate on tobacco harm reduction via the use of personal vaporizers. And today, partly because of my job and partly because of my advocacy role, I try to monitor different situations here in the United States and, of course, globally that could be affecting the options of adults to be able to switch to this product.
Now, when you said that at first there was a disruptive technology, and that was one of the things that keyed you in to why government might want to come down on it. Since then, have you discovered other reasons why government is coming down so hard on vaping?
Well, obviously, there's a huge financial economy that has been built by people smoking and dying, and those two words sound very grim, but the reality is that it's a global economy via whether it be nonprofit health groups that have been formed over the years to combat smoking, whether that is taxation that the government on a local, state, or federal level receives via cigarettes, or huge corporate interests that like to manipulate regulations to benefit their shareholders and their bottom line as well too. So it's coming to us from all fronts, and here we are, a small industry that was born out of a consumer solution really to the combustible tobacco addiction, and it's a huge task for us to undertake. But I think that's one of the reasons that really it drew me into continue to fight. I really enjoy trying to educate people and speaking with people about this product. And if I can change one mind out of the 100, I consider that a win for our industry, given what we're facing, what we're up against.
Would you characterize the economy that has grown around tobacco control? Would you characterize tobacco control as too big to succeed?
I think, yes, obviously they are too large to succeed, but also there's somewhat of a pride factor here. If you look at the own data from the government, we're talking about the CDC here, the disease control that puts out these numbers every year, you're going to see for the last 20, 25 years, tobacco control really didn't do much to curb youth smoking. In fact, numbers continue to grow. Over 440,000 Americans die every year from smoking. So even though we spend billions of dollars every year trying to combat this, nothing has really come across to actually help people quit smoking until vaping became very popular here in the United States in 2012 and 2013, when brick and mortar shops started opening up across the nation. Now what we've seen this year in 2018 is that youth smoking is at an all-time low. And who can take credit for that? It would be very hard for any public health official or any public health group, profit or nonprofit, to admit that here came a product that was once again born by us, the consumers, that actually did something that tobacco control hadn't been able to do for 25, 30 years. And obviously the financial interests, yes, these groups exist because people smoke. And their jobs also exist because people smoke. So more people that are not smoking means less jobs will be available for tobacco control. Lastly, what I want to say is that I cannot fathom how is it possible for anybody to claim that they are looking over the public health as it affects the population as a whole in the United States and deny the drastic harm reduction that electronic cigarettes and vaping can bring to the table. We never claim to be a safe product. We claim to be a much safer product than existing combustible tobacco. And we demand to be on that same list as the available FDA-approved methods, such as NRTs, patches, gums, and various other medications that the FDA approves.
Things have not been going well for the vaping industry in the United States, particular in the last, 2018 has been a horrible year, and particularly these last couple of weeks. How would you characterize what's going on?
Ever since the FDA announced that they are seeking comments on regulating flavors in electronic cigarettes, things have been going very downhill for us, especially, the last couple of weeks. It almost seems like it's an orchestrated attack. Like all these groups that we talked about at the beginning of the interview, when we're talking about big tobacco, we're talking about pharmaceutical and the anti-smoking, now anti-vaping so-called public health groups, and the government itself. It seems like they all have sat down on a table and said, what can we possibly do to bring down this industry? And, between YouTube and Congress and the FDA and various other stuff that has happened in this industry, it has been very, very difficult, especially for me, somebody that people look to for information. I constantly get messages, what are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about that? And we just have to take, we just have to step back just for a second, look at what's happening and find out how to combat it. Sometimes when we think that everything is going really, really bad, then something will pop up and it'll renew, our desire to continue to fighting. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to tell everybody to stay positive and let's try to find solutions on how to combat this misinformation, this orchestrated attack, if you want to call it. I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, but how can you not put two and two together when you're seeing people that, for example, are on YouTube trying to help other people quit smoking and their videos are being flagged and taken down and they're getting strikes? That shows to me that somebody is out there that does not want us to use our methods to help people quit smoking. When you see Congress that has given a pass to premium cigars and pipe tobacco that actually use combustion and are way, way more harmful than vaping, and vaping is excluded from moving the predicate date to a much more modern date that's appropriate for the product. Yeah, of course, it is very, very disheartening. We just have to dissect every piece that's coming towards us and then find a way to combat it.
Let me point out that in the past, you've had a bleaker attitude towards towards the situation. I mean, I wouldn't want to characterize your own position, but it was definitely like we're kind of screwed.
It still is. It still is. I cannot be. One of the reasons why I've always used that is because this is the position we're in. We have to be honest with the industry and the consumers that look to us for information. I can't go to bed at night telling people, don't worry, everything's going to be okay, we've got it handled, because that is not the case. And I do not want to give the impression that whoever's watching this video or whoever's vaping or whoever's in the industry, whether it's a consumer level or a professional level, that everything's going to be okay, because it's not. We have to fight. And the seriousness comes with that we are screwed, because look around us and look what's happening, right? So yes, but having said that, that doesn't mean that I'm going to stop fighting. I'm not going to stop giving guidance. I'm not going to stop suggesting ways that we can combat this global attack that's coming against vaping.
That is heartening to hear. I can tell you that right.
Yeah.
It's always better to have you as a friend than an enemy is my position.
I've been blunt a lot, and I'm going to continue to be blunt, because that's the only way that we can get people to understand the reality of the situation. So I'd rather be blunt and sometimes come across harsh than to be what I've seen in the past groups do. Don't worry about it. Continue to give us our money. We're gonna take care of this. We're gonna save vaping, and let people think that, oh, don't worry about it. These people have it handled, because nobody has it handled. Nobody. It's going to take a joint effort from everybody that's in this industry, and especially the consumer. It's something that I've said for years and years and years. A lot of these groups don't want the consumer involved. The consumer is the most important piece of this puzzle if we're going to fight back. So we need to get everybody together on a joint effort and just move into a pathway of, this is how we're going to counterattack what is happening to us.
So you mentioned the consumer, and we were talking about blunt. So let me ask you if you have a blunt message for consumers with regard to the targeting of kids with packaging. It's one thing to ask and demand, and certainly producers, e-juice manufacturers, to change the ways that they're promoting their e-juices, not putting SpongeBob SquarePants on it on a label, and even like all the way down. But at some point, it's the consumer that's actually voting with dollars for those products. And I don't hear anybody being blunt with the consumer on this particular issue.
Absolutely. Look, I'm a believer of the free market. You can purchase whatever you want to as long as it's legal by law. However, in 2015, I sat across the table from Mitch Zeller at a meeting with the FDA, and Mitch Zeller was very specific when these exact words came out of his mouth. We cannot get past the marketing of these products to look at the true benefits that electronic cigarettes can bring to the population as a whole. This was in 2015. When that meeting was over, I came out and I told everybody in this industry that this is a huge problem with the FDA. Now, fast forward to 2018, we saw FDA warning letters go out to these companies that have used this marketing, childish, appealing marketing for their nicotine products. And now we're seeing a little bit of a shift from the industry as well, too. It's unfortunate that it took the FDA to step in and regulate this industry, and we couldn't do it ourselves. So the consumer, of course, is what drives the industry. The demand, of course, is going to regulate the supply of these products. I want to just clarify a little bit about the warning letters as well, too, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I'll just try to make this as brief as possible. The FDA does not, by law, they cannot by law tell you what to have on your label. They cannot. This has been determined in court last year. So you, the industry, have to self-regulate when it comes to labels on these products that are falling under the Food and Drug Cosmetics Act here in the United States. However, what they can do is say that you're misbranding or adulterating your label. And this is exactly what they did with these products that have taken products that are existing on the market, whether it's a cereal, whether it's a piece of candy or something like that, saying that your product matches very close to these products that are primarily appealing to kids. And I hear this all the time from vapers. Well, I like cereal too. That's true. I like it myself as well too. But Frankenberry generally markets its product Saturday morning at the cartoon slot to kids, right? So this is the determination that you're going to have to make. It's not that we adults don't like cereal. Of course we do. But most of the advertising is primarily towards kids. So when your product matches that, then the FDA can step in with FTC, as they did in many of these letters that they sent out there, and of course ask you to remove your product, or what you're going to reply within 15 days. And if you don't, it might get very, very difficult for you in the future. But when we're talking about the flavor trap and the campaign for tobacco-free kids, there is partially an ideology. There is partially some of our own fault of our own industry. Some of the marketing that we've done is tasteless. If I can't be more vulgar, it's been tasteless, right? So partially some of that, but also think about this. One of the biggest targets for Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids has been Juul. Well, Juul has the most, if not the most, responsible marketing in this industry. Their packaging is very, very plain, very big tobacco-like with simple 1 or 2 colors and a crest. Their flavors are definitely not child appealing. I mean, if you talk about cucumber or crema or something like that, versus some of the products that we have on the market as well too. So one must wonder, especially with a product with Juul, why would the campaign Tobacco-Free Kids be going after that? The answer to me is clear. They have cut in to the sales of the products that actually generate revenue for these groups. These groups depend on the sale of cigarettes to exist. So if you have a product like Juul that actually is helping adult smokers quit, right? That translates into these people not buying cigarettes anymore, or not depending on pharmaceutical treatments, which again, we know a lot of the foundations that are behind Campaign Tobacco-Free Kids are pharmaceutical funded. If this product is stopping those two things, then it must be destroyed. And I think that we're seeing that with the Juul, and of course we're seeing that with other industry led products that have helped consumers quit smoking.
Demetrius, one of the things that you brought up was the Cole-Bishop Amendment with the cigars and cigarillos and the predicate date. We're hearing a lot of people from inside the industry going, what the heck? Is this thing not dead? And then there was some big news yesterday. Why is Cole-Bishop not dead? Is Cole-Bishop a good thing? What about characterization of favors? And what about substantial equivalency?
Okay, so Cole Bishop for 3 years has been a joint effort between all these newly deemed tobacco products, right? Because it's not just us that are being deemed. We do have cigars, we do have small cigars, we do have pipe tobacco that previously were not under the CTP umbrella of the FDA. Now we're all under that same umbrella. So we're basically OTPs, other tobacco products. So for 3 years, we have joint efforts with the cigars and with the other lobbies out there to move the predicate date. Our last attempt was in the last budget a few months ago. We pushed really, really hard. But once again, like we've seen in the past, is that the vaping industry is a great negotiating tool. So the Democrats basically came out and said, well, we want this. The Republicans said this, we want this. What can we throw under the bus? Well, the vapors, of course. Of course, they're going to throw that. It's an easy negotiating tool. It's exactly what we've been used for the last 3 years. So we got cut out. Cole Bishop did not make it in the budget. Now, all of a sudden, yesterday, there was a meeting, and it was resurrected as part of the new appropriations as they're working on the finance budget. And Cole Bishop resurfaced, but it had an amendment inside. And the amendment said that, yes, we will move the predicate. Everything else stays the same. There's a couple of changes with a substantial equivalency. We will move the predicate date, but only for premium cigars and pipe tobacco. Vapor products are excluded from moving the predicate date. There is a term inside that says you can file substantial equivalency if you pass a PMTA. And if you just tune into my podcast, you'll know it's virtually impossible to get a PMTA for a vapor product. So once again, what we're seeing here with the Cole Bishop Amendment is that the cigar and pipe tobacco lobby has done an excellent job sticking to their guns that these products should be moved, the predicate that should be moved, and our industry has been sitting back and not doing enough, whether it's financially or supporting our federal trade groups, getting the word out to our congressmen and the people that represent us, the people that we voted for to represent us. And we're losing the battle once again to some of these other industries that are well more organized and well more funded.
That's astonishing to hear.
It's disgusting. And yes, it is astonishing to hear that a product that actually uses flame, paper, and tobacco can be moved as a predicate date, and a technology product that has the potential to save 1 billion lives over the next 20 years is being treated worse than bringing a new cigarette to the market.
So, Dimitris, from our position here at RegWatch, though I pay a price for doing it, one of the things that we do is try to hold some of the advocacy groups to account.
Sure.
To the best that we can.
Sure, as you should.
Right. So which is the advocacy group that dropped the ball on Cole Bishop?
I'm not quite sure if anybody dropped the ball or if this was just an amendment that they didn't know that was actually being negotiated in the back. This happens all the time, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, it's 3 years that it's been going on. I mean, I would think that we would have some tuned in relationship to at least know that that bill was getting resurrected for the fourth time.
Sure. I think that there was an alert a day before the bill came that something was going to happen. I heard it from Gregory Conley. I heard it from Tony Aboud from the Vapor Technology Association. They just did not know exactly what the language is going to look like. This is based on the information that I'm getting, probably the same information that you're going to get as well too. So as we're dissecting it more, yeah, more might show up in the future. And trust me, I'll be the first one over there and to criticize if I see something that's going wrong. But as it stands right now, to me, what it appears that their lobby, meaning the cigar and the pipe tobacco lobby, was better funded and operated in a better fashion than what we have done in the last 3 years.
To pardon the pun, they have more juice in Washington.
Yes, absolutely. They have more juice in Washington. And unfortunately, whether we like it or not, this is how law is being made in this country. The lobby and the lobbying efforts of the various corporations and the large special interests are the ones that drive regulations to benefit, of course, their industries. We're not there yet, Brent. This is what the problem is. We're not there yet. And keep in mind, we've only been around technically for 5-6 years as an industry, maybe since 2007, the product that's been in the market. But trying to get organized in 5-6 years, we have to be a little bit more lenient. But now that we know and we see how the game is being played, now is the time, especially for manufacturers, right? Especially for people that have a financial vested interest in this industry, to kind of look at those other groups. Look at big tobacco. Look at the cigar lobby. See what they're doing. Even look at our opposition. Even look at the American Cancer Society and the Lung Society and the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. See what they're doing. And we have to play that same game. We have to step up and play with the big boys now. It's enough of this amateuristic, passionate, yet not effective method that we've been attempting to do in the last 2-3 years. It's time to get serious.
So just to put it to bed, Cole Bishop has to be dead now if just yesterday they carved out tobacco and said, screw you, vaping. There can't be another round where they're going to
No.
No.
The amendment cannot happen now. Now we have to monitor and see what this is going to do. Listen, even if Cole Bishop did pass, which, I was always on the fence. Of course, I wanted Cole Bishop to pass to move the predicate date to at least allow some of these vape shops to be able to operate. To me, the vape shop is the most important factor in vaping, and it's the one thing that can help people quit smoking, and I hate to see it go away. So I'm willing to take some of the bad stuff that came with Cole Bishop as long as I can keep that small mom and pops operation in business.
So what is, in your mind, then the strategy? It seems that the Hunter bill is dead and doesn't seem, or nobody else is picking it up to kind of run with it, unless you've heard different.
The Hunter bill was never going to go anywhere from the beginning.
Oh yeah, well I have the bruises for covering that.
That's okay,
yeah, no doubt.
You should ask me. That's good.
Oh well. Hey man, I'm a Trump supporter.
I'm just
so.
Hey, listen, I'm a supporter for anybody that can help me live a healthier life, right?
Yeah, for sure. So that aside, then, so Hunter bill's dead, so to speak. Most people do say that. Cole Bishop seems dead. So what is the strategy then? Because legislation does have to change. I guess the FDA could undeem vaping products as a tobacco product.
I don't think that's going to happen. However, I do believe, and since the end of 2017, when all of this was going down, I kind of looked at the situation and understood that the best possible win for us would be to open up a door of communication with the FDA. The FDA will meet with any stakeholder of this industry. My recommendation back at the end of 2017 is let's start making appointments through these various companies and manufacturers and opening up a door of communication with the FDA. Let's explain what the product is, how it's being manufactured, how we sell it, how we distribute it, what our customers are saying. Let's try to educate them on what exactly our industry does, because nobody has so far. So what our hope is that Commissioner Scott Gottlieb will look at this product and understand the continuum of risk, weigh the benefits between, maybe some kids are using these products, but hey, if we can save 440,000 Americans a year, that's a little trade-off that we're going to be able to make and give us what's called an accelerated path to the market, or what they call a fast-track PMTA. This has been used in the past for drugs. For example, when the HIV was widespread here back in the 80s in the United States, a lot of the drug companies came up with various drugs to help HIV patients. So the FDA kind of said, well, we don't have to go through the entire process since this is such a widespread problem. Let's help these drugs get into the market. And, we're just going to monitor and see how people are reacting to it. And then we can make a determination later. Same thing with Ebola a few years ago with that scare. It's never happened for tobacco products, but we're hoping that the commissioner sees that and gives us that fast track PMTA, which basically means instead of the window being completely shut, because it is completely shut now for the PMTA process, it's going to crack it up just enough where we can get a few companies to get their products through and continue to save lives. And if I don't want to compare HIV with smoking, but smoking does kill 440,000 Americans every year. So this is a big problem that the commissioner should really look to vapor products to assist in lowering that number. If not, eventually, maybe not in our lifetime, but eventually eliminating combustible tobacco altogether.
So when we're talking about how to make this thing or how it might get better for vapors, and what you just said sounds like that there is some hope. Others out there, though, they are critical of some of the vaping advocacy groups, and they've asked me to ask you, basically, what about the VTA? We hear a lot of grumbling.
Sure. I think anybody that is taking the lead will get some blowback, and none of the groups are perfect. I have been critical of VTA as well, too, on things that I don't agree with. That's simply my personal opinion. I think the people that pay for their membership and continue to have VTA be the federal group that's going to represent us federally, those are the ones that should be really accounting for their actions, right? I think there's a lot of people that do create a lot of chatter that don't even have a vested interest in it as well, too. I think that the direction that the VTA has is great. I think they're doing a wonderful thing with the various state organizations. I just think that what they lack is more unity from the community. I've always said this, if you want to change something, you need to become part of it to have your voice heard. It's very easy to sit back and criticize until you fall into the fight. And I have gone to the Hill and fought with VTA. I've gone to Washington, D.C. I've gone to various other events with them as well, too. And I think that a lot of people would benefit in stepping their foot in the ring. Not everything is going to be fine and dandy with any group that is out there. I can say that about every advocacy group that exists, including my own. But I think at the end of the day, what we have to do is look at the reality. The reality is that they're the most professional, they're the most well-funded, they have one of the best lobbies on the Hill. And if we want to influence some change, we should become part of the conversation and not create chatter, especially when you don't have a vested interest in it.
And what about SFATA? Because they kind of got competing portfolios in a sense of working directly with the retailers. Are they playing well in the sandbox together in terms of not competing in states and fighting over a retailer on a corner, or are they fighting over retailers on the corner?
I think there is some competition. I mean, the advocacy dollars are very, very scarce, and every bad thing that happens in this industry causes the industry to tighten up their pocket a little bit more. So obviously funds today are so much harder to collect than it was 3-4 years ago, where the industry was booming, money was coming in, and there was not that many groups out there. I would love to see a consolidation. I know that sometimes that is a pipe dream, but I would love to see a consolidation into one federal group.
Well, why is it a pipe dream?
It's just simply egos and financial interests, and it's just that the way that the industry has always self-destruct. It's just a matter of people not getting along with each other in the sandbox, and unless that changes, we're never going to have. That's why I'm calling it a pipe dream, because what we've seen in the past that's very, very difficult to change. Now,
so finish that dream for us. You were saying a national kind of organization,
right? So what I would like to see is one group represent us in a federal, right, and represent the big manufacturers, because I do believe that there's two interests here. The vape shop, the mom and pop shop that the husband and wife are working, down in Cummings, Georgia, does not have the same interests as the national manufacturer of e-liquid that sells liquid across the United States into various states. I think those two should be represented differently. You cannot go fight on the Hill, right, saying that I represent this small moms and pop shops and then this large manufacturer as well too. So I would kind of like to see that separated, where we have one big national federal trade representation with a big, strong, powerful lobby in Washington, D.C. And then I would like to see a second representation for some of these mom and pop shops to have a different voice for them, because their interests are completely different. They can't come to the table with a couple $100,000 or even a couple $1 million. They're barely scraping, to pay their bills. And this shouldn't be accounted for, or there shouldn't be holding them in the same regards as we're holding some of these large manufacturers that are frankly not spending a dime on advocacy and spending all their money on Instagram advertising.
How do you corral cats?
That's right. Communication is missing. I think one of the problems that vaping has is that we don't listen. We don't listen when somebody else is speaking, especially when we have predetermined our opinion on a subject. I think that the only way that we can save or bring the cats together, as you say, is to actually listen and absorb other opinions. Whether we agree with them or not is irrelevant. What is important here is to be able to listen to what the other person is saying and try to come in some form of communication. We saw that briefly even with Cole Bishop, but all the groups came together. I mean, SFATA and CASA and VTA, everybody was on board with Cole Bishop publicly. And this is what we need to show. We need to show, at least to the consumers and to the industry, that all of these groups are together. If there are arguments, they should definitely not be out there in the public for people to see. At least give the appearance to the consumers and to the industry that we're working towards the same goal. And I think that's going to benefit in the long run. And let's just try to hash out our differences in the back. Listen, there's been no advocate that I've ever talked to, even people that I've had some serious fights with in the past, that I cannot sit down with and agree at least 75%. So I think that 75% threshold is what we should be aiming for. Can we all sit down and agree 75% of the time? Can we all agree that we want this product to be around for the millions of smokers? Do we all agree that we want to save and keep these products available for the ones that have actually quit smoking with vaping, and they can continue to have this affordability and availability of these products? Can we all just sit down and agree that vaping is less harmful than cigarettes? There you go. We've already achieved that 75%. And let's work on the 25% back in the private rooms and try to hash out our differences there, and don't lose our focus on the main goal.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Extraordinary and unprecedented. That's how sources inside FDA describe the fake public comments that spammed the network hosting the public consultation process for the proposed regulation of flavors in tobacco products. Last month, over 250,000 suspicious submissions swamped federal servers in just a little over 2 days, and RegWatch can report nearly all of these suspect submissions appear to be anti-flavors or anti-vaping in nature. It's a disruption campaign of the highest order, one that could bring down the consultation process and take vaping with it. The fight to save flavors is not going well for vaping as it continues to get thumped in the media and at the ballot box, where last month 70% of San Francisco voters backed a proposition to ban flavors in e-cigarettes. The Food and Drug Administration is doing its part to pressure vaping. In late March, FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb announced a new federal initiative to regulate flavors and launched a 90-day consultation process seeking public input to help inform regulatory action that could include restrictions or an all-out ban on flavors. The public consultation process is overseen by FDA's Division of Dockets Management, or DDM, which operates with regulations.gov, a U.S. federal government website tasked with providing the public a data input point for comments to be entered into the official record. And it's here where the startling impact of the fake 250,000 submissions can first be found. At the time of this recording, there are a massive 427,000 comments received into the system. And our sources at DDM tell RegWatch 60%, if not more, could be spam submissions which have been identified as anti-vaping. So what happened? According to the docket manager, sometime around close of business on Friday, June 8th, an unknown actor or actors launched a computer script or bot designed to individually enter en masse thousands of comments into the official record via a web form available to the public on regulations.gov. The bot reached full throttle, inputting 255,000 comments before technical staff could isolate the 4 offending IP addresses and cut off the flow, which they did the following Monday, June 11th. DDM staff tells RegWatch the spammed comments are currently under investigation by FDA's Center for Tobacco Products, and a decision on whether to accept or reject the submissions is pending. CTP investigators are reviewing the following facts. None of the 250,000 submissions include a first or last name, which is highly suspicious as most legitimate bulk comment campaigns strive to individualize each submission. Also, there are only 4 variants to the language, meaning tens of thousands of submissions are exact duplicates of each other. RegWatch has obtained the text for 3 versions of the duplicate submissions, and each use similar anti-vaping language drawn from what appears to be the same well. This April 18th letter to the Food and Drug Administration by Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids on behalf of the nation's top public health groups. Another abnormality is that the only identifying markers on the 4 variants of the suspicious submissions were 3 initials placed in the organization field, and while cryptic, they appear to implicate tobacco-free kids in spamming the regulator. The spamming event only lasted 1 weekend, but the damage was done. It nearly brought down government servers, and to this day, regulations.gov is completely bogged down, taking over 20 minutes for DDM staff to open a single record from the 255,000 spam comments. Most seriously, this could derail the entire public consultation process, as FDA is required to review each and every submission before officially publishing comments. In the weeks prior to the spamming event, FDA was approving and publishing between 1,500 to 3,500 comments per week. Then, beginning the first week after the attack, FDA published only 116 comments, then 720 comments, and for the week ending June 30th, 0 comments were published. Effectively, the public consultation process has ground to a halt. Joining us today by phone from Spotsylvania, Virginia, is Shane Corey, managing partner at MediaBridge LLC. Shane is a political strategist and digital media expert. He cut his teeth in Washington politics, serving as a director of Judicial Watch and executive director of both Project Veritas and the Libertarian National Committee. It's awesome. Shane, thanks for coming on the show. First off, tell our viewers about the work you do with MediaBridge.
Well, sure, Brent, thanks for having me on. With MediaBridge, I've been in this political space for a little over 20 years now. And what I do is build up advocacy bases, donor bases for nonprofit organizations, and do all that work online. We've done 20 or 30 issue advocacy campaigns of size directed at the federal government and its various departments. So MediaBridge, on behalf of our clients, we're responsible for the most comments ever submitted to the IRS, the FCC, the EPA, the BLM, BOEM, and probably a handful of others. So it's kind of this online campaign process that we created that identifies potential supporters of an issue and making sure that, of course, we don't target the wrong side to drive up costs on the media campaign and get them to respond by posting a comment to the docket. And so that's generally the process, and as a result, we've learned quite a bit about the technical requirements as far as what it takes to get comments in the docket in large volume. But we've also learned quite a bit as far as the best way to do it to make the greatest impact. In the end, it's not about the quantity of the comments, it's about the quality of the comments, and being able to drive public policy in the direction that your client wants.
So Shane, before I ask you for your opinion about the disruption campaign that we've been talking about, I believe you were spearheading an effort several weeks back to get the vaping industry on board, to fund a campaign to fight back against it. What's the status of that?
At this point, our proposal is pretty much off the table because they're out of time. To be able to pull off a reasonable response or a reasonable campaign, that something that you'd have to pay for as far as educating the public and get them to comment, there's quite a bit involved in that. So if we were to go out and collect 1 million signatures at this point, or comments for an organization, there's no way we would be able to submit those by the deadline, which is in this case July 19th.
Okay, so Shane, over the past 2 weeks, both you and I separately have spent a considerable amount of time on the phone with the folks in FDA's Division of Dockets Management. They say this disruption campaign is something they've never seen before. What do you think?
Well, I've never seen any campaign being done without at least a first and last name submitted. So what I found out, what you found out on your own as well, was about 250,000 of these letters came in without a first or last name. They had initials or an acronym in the organization field. I have regulations.gov and the flavor docket up on my screen right now. So there are 426,000 comments have been submitted. We can see 16,000 of those. 200 now, the FDA said 254,000 of those are a single form letter. Coming from those initials that you previously mentioned, with no names on it. So that means there's another 200,000 or so that have been submitted since then, and not even the FDA knows what's in those 200,000. Their system is so bogged down, it took them 20 minutes to pull up the single letter that I had requested. So we're going to have to wait until probably the comment period is closed, and maybe even weeks after that, to figure out what this campaign is all about, who the players are, who spent money, who didn't spend money, and how activists had an impact in this.
Shane, you're so right. Regulations.gov is totally bogged down. When RegWatch first reached out on this issue, DDM staff couldn't even open a single letter during an hour-long phone call. So, it was crazy. But, when we finally got a chance to look at them, I was kind of blown away about the similarity. What did you think when you first saw one of the letters?
Whenever I'm able to see a letter, you have to figure out, all right, who's funding this? So I Googled companies like Juul are putting kids at risk of nicotine addiction and threaten to undermine. So those were the quotes I put in. That took me to a page by Tobacco Free Kids, but if you pull up it's health group's letter to the FDA, it's a PDF that was sent to the FDA at the onset of this campaign. That exact same language is in the letter that's being submitted to the FDA.
If that's the case, Shane, do you think that this is a real campaign on behalf of tobacco-free kids? I mean, I find it hard to believe TFK would do something like this. I mean, they're risking the wrath of the regulator and the public, and it's just so egregious.
If it is a real campaign, I would like to call up whoever paid for it and let them know they got ripped off. Because if it's real, it is one of the worst that I've seen. Whenever there's a comment campaign that's decently sized and one side cannot keep up with the other side's level of comments, it's far easier and less expensive, because these campaigns can cost many millions of dollars. It's easier to spend $100,000, $200,000 and load in fake comments or questionable comments into the opposition side and even your own side to discredit the entire process. So we saw that with the net neutrality fight in 2017, where 6 or 7 million comments went into the docket for the FCC, and it turned out that all sides had fake comments submitted. And that was designed to get the FCC to say, well, you know what, this entire comment process is a wash. We don't know what's real and what's not, so we're gonna throw the whole thing out and decide based upon other factors. And that's pretty much what they did.
Wow, so based on the net neutrality, what happened there in that fight, the motive here may be to discredit the entire process, which would allow the FDA to just, deem the entire process spoiled, and then they could actually toss out all the legitimate comments from vapers. I mean, could that really happen?
This is simply an effort to disrupt the campaign. If you add in a sense of a lack of credibility in the entire process, then they throw out everything. At the very least, if the FDA is not on the side or is not completely unbiased in this fight, which let's assume they're not, given they've introduced this, it gives them cover to go in and say, well, it's a draw. Vapers wrote in and wrote some compelling letters, and then, 250,000 other folks, unnamed, wrote in as well. So, it's weird in that, and it's unfortunate that a campaign that may not be legitimate whatsoever can influence public policy.
Well, that's it for this edition of RegWatch. Before you head off, please like us on Facebook, and don't forget to follow us on Twitter. For regulatorwatch.com, I'm Brent Stafford. Jonathan, 3 years in a row we've talked with you.
Absolutely.
Here we are post S5.
Yep.
Win or loss?
I think it's a win. There's a lot of valuable regulations there, especially the age of majority. We needed that for a long time. And, we've all been trying to follow that same standard, even though it wasn't required. But it's really good to have the same regulation across the industry, and it gives us a lot of stability. And for the first time ever, we're not considered by our government to be a gray market industry, right? Which is a big step for us.
So being told you're legal has value?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's, we've always been doing what we're doing because it's the right thing to do, right? And but it's nice to see the regulators and the government finally get on the same page with us.
Now, there was some potential statements Health Canada is going to allow. You saw those, obviously.
Yeah,
what did you think?
Yeah, I was actually surprised by that. I've seen on a Health Canada page as well, they're actually admitting that there's value in these cigarettes. That's huge. I mean, for years they keep telling us, no, you got to get it approved as a medicine or we won't acknowledge any, right? So it's amazing to see them look at it in a whole other category of product now and say, yeah, there's a value.
A year ago, I don't know if we would have been expecting this.
I was not, no. Not the way they reacted. I mean, every time we got these letters from them, they would change the wording around. They would make it sound like we're doing something illegal.
So the future looks pretty bright then.
Absolutely. I think it's gonna be a really good thing for the Canadian industry and help it stabilize further and grow, and in the right ways too, like promoting it to actual smokers, making sure it's not promoted to children or minors. There's a lot more awareness. Even with ECTA, as one of the directors, we've seen a good growth in membership recently. A lot of companies have come to us at this point, rather than earlier, they've started taking it more seriously about the regulations and what benefits we can provide them, and understanding the labeling requirements, that sort of thing. So, it's been I've seen a lot more interest in that, and where in the previous events, unfortunately, it's been overlooked a lot by a lot in the industry. I think more of the shops are really looking to talk to the manufacturers about the label compliance, that sort of thing. So you're having a bit more serious conversations about the regulatory end, more than just the flavor. A lot of the previous events, it's like they're looking at mostly the graphics on the bottle, for example. That's usually what's sort of selling it, right? And in this case, there's more interest in the poison symbol being the right spot, the right size, the font size, things like that. So there's still absolutely interest in the flavor, but there's a lot more interest in the packaging being correct as well.
As a heavy hand of regulation descends upon the industry, it becomes the topic of conversation.
Absolutely, yeah.
You were telling me off camera a bit about your concerns with regard to Ontario and the regulations. Fill us in on that.
Well, my understanding is the regulations that are coming in July 1st, we won't be allowed to go into a vape shop and test any juices. I'm not even sure that they'll be able to show people the equipment to help them understand how to set it up, how to fill a tank, the basic stuff. And it's not like smoking. It's not like you can go into your corner store and pick up a pack of smokes. You need to understand things about battery safety. You need to understand things about not getting dry hits, keeping your coils wet. If they can't show you that, you're going to have a lot of people who are not vaping safely.
So it sounds like you've got some concerns.
Absolutely.
Are you worried?
I'm worried that the new regulations are going to make it harder for people to get the right gear and use it safely to help them get away from cigarettes.
And now that's, detailing information about the product. What about in-store testing?
I think getting the right juice is one of the keys to quitting. And I got lucky.
In Ontario, you've just had an election and tossed out the Liberals who seemingly were not at all beneficial for vaping.
No.
Would you agree with that?
They were not very friendly to vapers.
So what do you think it's going to be like under a Doug Ford regime?
Well, Ford seems to want less government interference. And for that reason, I'm hoping that he'll back off on some of the Ontario regulations that are going to restrict how products are displayed, how they are tested in stores. I hope it'll be a good thing.
CCCR hasn't been 100% finalized. We've been putting whatever is required on our product for Marco Polo, but as a shop owner, I've been contacting all the manufacturers, getting their feedback. And right now, some are taking action now, some are choosing to wait. But it's in a way it's comforting, and in a way it's scary, because nobody really knows what the final requirements are. And the fact that somebody can come walking into our shop tomorrow from the federal government and say, remove the products from your shelves, is a little disconcerting. It takes a significant amount of time to get everything replaced. And every manufacturer, there's some consistency, but there isn't too. People have their own interpretation of what these requirements are, because no one has come into our store and said, this is what needs to be done in print. So it's a guessing game, in my opinion.
So to some extent, Health Canada and the other portions of regulations, they're still working that out, aren't they?
They are. And I mean, we've shown as an industry that we're more than willing to do whatever it takes. I mean, anyone that's operating in this industry legitimately is more than willing to do whatever is required. I mean, that's what it's all about.
This is not just a federal issue. This is a federal issue that's cascaded down to every province and every municipality in this country. This is not over by a long shot. But I can tell you that this industry now is it's better off now and more effective now than it's ever been or ever will be.
We've talked to a lot of people that are key players in the industry with regards to e-juice manufacturing and retail, and they're communicating to us today a huge sense of relief and some pride about being legal.
Well, of course. I mean, who doesn't who doesn't want to put themselves in a position where they know that they like to do something and they know that it's that people are viewing it a bit skeptically. No, and they had been up till now. And all of a sudden they said this act is going to change and it's going to be a tobacco and vape product act because we want to legitimize what you're doing. I think it's something that is pride-inducing, and I think people should be extraordinarily proud, Brent, to be a part of the Canadian Vaping Association. And let me just say this, you have done yeoman service on this. I'm just very proud of what you've done to explain this and to create awareness for Canadians.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. So Eden, it's like our annual interview here on regulations with you. This is the third year in a row now. Where is TheraVape after S5?
After S5, we've put in a lot of work to become compliant with our labels. So that was just months of work, even since as far back as October. We've only now finally caught up with the guidance that we've kind of found through ECTA. We're still kind of waiting, though, for Health Canada to give further guidelines, but we still haven't received that yet, so we're kind of waiting on that.
So was there a time period there where you found that the company didn't have the information it needed?
Definitely, yeah. You got to go through multiple documents to find out what you need on packaging, on labels. Thankfully, ECTA did pay a consulting firm to find that out for us. So for members, we were able to find that out, and we were able to update our packaging.
But this year's regulatory regime being instituted on an industry that had yet to be regulated.
Yeah, exactly.
How painful was it?
Super painful, because you don't know what's going to happen with enforcement. We're unclear about what is, for example, a confectionery. We don't know. What is a dessert? Can we call something custard? We don't know.
So are those answers available yet?
Not specifically. So we're erring on the side of caution. We're trying to get rid of words like custard or pie or cake, things like that.
So for the business, what are the benefits of regulation?
Well, I guess the fact that we're legitimized now. So we're a legal product. We're not gray market anymore. We're not considered illegal. We try to bring up nicotine, which had been the case up until now.
How do you see federally how things have gone?
I think really well. I think the government in this process is quite consultative. They were engaged in dealing with both the CBA and other stakeholders in the industry, and I think that unlike a lot of other markets, we saw I think a lot of consideration for the positives of the product. A lot of other countries that we've seen have actually gone as far as just treating them like tobacco and adopting the same laws, and that wasn't the case here. Right from the beginning, I think the federal government looked at these products as being different and having unique benefits, and that's what we're seeing now in the regulations.
And they seem to have actually even taken an even more positive turn, haven't they? With the statements, I believe. Explain that for us.
Yeah, I mean, that was, to be honest, I didn't really expect to see that. We pretty soon after S5 received royal assent, we got statements coming from Health Canada basically declaring outright that the e-cigarettes were definitely better than smoking. And considering where we were in 2009 with their original statement, essentially saying don't touch these products, that was quite a bit of a gap that we covered. It's nice to see that doing things the right way and engaging with the government and trying to get a seat at the table with the government instead of just necessarily opposing everything that they were trying to do reached a positive result for the industry. I think the bigger point is for smokers.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. We're here at Canada's Vape Expo 2018 in Toronto, and with Sean Casey. How's it going, Sean?
Hey, Brent.
So we've never got you on camera before, so it's like getting a cheetah that runs around all over the place.
There's nails on my arm, so I can't move, so.
Well, that's wonderful. So look, we're at the end of a long process, or is it the beginning of the end?
We're at the midway point. I would say the hard work is done.
Explain that.
Well, at the beginning of the process, we needed to educate the regulators. And clearly there was an absolute dichotomy of ignorance, I'll say.
And this is provincial and federal, right?
We dealt with health ministers, that would go on the record to say that nicotine caused cancer at the beginning of this. We've come a long way, I could say.
So explain some of the most challenging aspects with regard to federally.
Federally?
Yes.
Well, we started with a Liberal government 5 years ago. They made one positive step, and that was the formation of the HESA committee. The HESA report, quite frankly, was a very positive report in my perspective for the long term of vaping, but not the short term. The problem is that our past government didn't act on it. That was a conservative government. They created a report and then sat back and let the provinces get very upset. And unfortunately, what happened was that we had to deal with a mind-numbing siege of provincial regulation across the country. For a small country and a small organization as strong as CVA has become, it was a monumental task to actually be running from province to province to put out fires from each one of these provinces to deciding to create their own regulations.
So there was battles fought, and some won in the provinces and some lost.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we're going to be the first ones to say that it was a big fight. Okay, to be fighting on multiple fronts is a bad decision for any army, and a small army for sure, because we have limited resources, we have limited people. We're a volunteer, not-for-profit organization. I can't even say that I've seen an American organization be able to fight on 11 fronts all at once with as many provinces as we have in Canada.
So Bill S5, which is the federal legislation, has now received royal assent. That's it, right? Boom.
Well, it is a law. Okay, vaping now is a legal entity in Canada. What we have achieved on a very macro level for people to understand is that we have created a unique regulatory framework for vaping as a subset. We redrew the whole Tobacco Act to now be called the TVPA, or the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act. So now we are a whole subset of a Tobacco Act now with our own regulatory category.
So what does it mean to be legal?
Well, first off, it means that I can buy this product legally, and a retailer member of ours can sell it legally. It means that we are now forming a set of regulations that will guide all of the laws, okay, to build the liquid, okay, to ensure safety in the devices, and to ensure that all of the parameters that we've agreed to largely relative to lifestyle and that thing, those types of things.
For advertising, you're talking.
Absolutely. I mean, we have now absolutely agreed as an industry with the government that we have to do everything we can to prevent youth access to this product.
So for Canadian businesses, and there's quite a few of them now that are involved, there's EGS manufacturers, of course there's a lot of right-on-the-ground vape retailers. I would assume that this provides stability.
It absolutely provides. It gives us a understanding that this is an industry that's going to last. It's going to have a strong future. We're now in the business of taking a small, fledgling, largely cottage-based industry that might be somewhere just shy of 300 million. And now we're on the road to take it to where it can be, which is $4 to $5 billion, which is the sales of tobacco here in Canada today.
Now, your company is Flavor Art that you work for, and a great sponsor of RegWatch, thank you. You're traveling all around the world, seeing marketplaces around the world. How is Canada's different than everywhere else, and are we setting a trend in a good way?
So positively, the framework of S5 is vaping as a consumer product. As long as we're not going to make any mitigated health claims as an NRT or gums, passages, and lozenges do, then we're a consumer product. So we're going to now go through a regulatory process with our government to define the regulations for the sale and manufacture of this business as a consumer product. So that in itself is absolutely unique. No other country has done that. What we now need to do is to start emulating what happened in the UK, and our biggest challenge, I would say, and our biggest thing that we can do right now as an industry, and CVA is certainly focused on this, is now getting all of the facts straight from all of the propaganda that anti-tobacco has pushed. Largely, and to start with, the way the UK did it, with the medical community, right? The RCP was a formation of a report from a very, very esteemed organization that doctors belong to. The difference between the UK and Canada is they have one central medical system. We have a provincial medical system.
So Health Canada, one of the issues that RegWatch always had with S5 was the clamping down on free speech and the inability to make comparisons between smoking and vaping. I mean, how could you actually live with not being able to compare the two in some manner or another?
Right.
You don't need to make health claims per se, you just need to be able to compare them, for instance. But Health Canada did make a move through the process on that, and you've got some information directly from interactions with Health Canada on that, which you shared online. All of our viewers may not have known this information. Please break this for us.
Well, the fact is that Health Canada is listening, and they're learning. And I'm very, very happy with the relationship that CVA has today with Health Canada and their regulators. We asked them to lead with science. Our line has always been that science is catching up with vaping. In a number of our provincial legislative regulations that we've created with government, we've always asked as an absolute must, if I let everything else go off the table, I wanted to ensure that there was a mandatory 2-year review process. Because again, science is catching up with vaping, and they listened.
What about the statements? I know you can't maybe share directly, but give us an idea of what Health Canada is kicking around.
Well, I mean, it's unbelievable. I can't quote it because I don't have it in front of me, obviously. But in our last meeting 2-3 weeks ago with Health Canada, with James Van Loon, the Tobacco Director General, he handed across the table before even being released. He said, guys, we've listened. We have a responsibility in this. And when I read those words in the paper, like literally I just about fell off my chair, because when you read into it, and you can certainly post into the final edit, some of the lines, they actually talked about vaping as a quitting. And we don't use the word quit.
Yeah,
when I saw that word,
them up on screen
when I saw that word quit, I went, what? Okay, are you comfortable with that? And we do not proclaim to be a cessation device. Very important in our lexicon.
But Health Canada is saying you might be allowed to say that.
Well, might. They put it in paper. Okay, there is a marketing trove of information that if I was a e-liquid manufacturer or retailer, that I'd be using right now, because that's all fair game. That's on the roll, in writing, on Health Canada's website today. And there's some very positive statements, and that's just the beginning. And then he told us, this is just the start.
So it sounds like there has been a full 180. Or 360, or whatever you want to.
Well, I think it was always there. You used the word precautionary principle, and I love that term because it's absolutely correctly. And we understand, and I think that we have a very mature view to say, we understand our roles, our responsibilities, the issues and threats of this industry coming. We do not want a new addicted generation addicted to nicotine. We do not want that. No one wants that in this industry. But we had to prove, and a number of things that we've done over the years that might be missed by the general industry at large of what we were doing, but we are creating a firm, credible stakeholder relationship with the government. Would that create profits? Would it create results? Okay, you never know until the end. Certainly in Quebec, it didn't. Okay, as you well know, you've covered that story of what's happening there. But in Canada, I can say that it has. They created a science council. And people that you've interviewed yourself that are very, very close to CVA, Dr. Linda Bold, okay, Dr. Mark Tyndall, and these are people that cannot be discounted. Okay, their statements cannot be viewed as allegorical. They have enough foundation. They're now on a science council, okay, to actually start deciding those statements that we can make based upon science. And I'm okay as long as there's people like these people, okay, and I feel very comfortable that if left in their hands to make the statement based solely on science as we move forward and science continues to further itself to say that vaping is, okay, something, okay, that adults should turn to. We have a very big job here today, Brent. Right now, okay, the majority of smokers out there believe, based upon the propaganda that the left has created, okay, that vaping is just as bad as smoking.
Yeah, it's astonishing they believe that.
Right? Yeah. Smokers believe that nicotine causes cancer. I think it's 40+% of smokers believe that nicotine is a carcinogen.
So a win federally, I would say it's a win, but what about Ontario? It did not look like a win. CVA looked like it got screwed at the end, vapers in Ontario, at the last minute by the Wynne government. Is that not what happened?
The Wynne government got politically pushed to drop the regs, even after they had told us they would let the regs on 174 slide and work through the science. That was a political game, and I understand that that's part of the politics, of a political election. And obviously in this last election, the Wynne government was in the polls, looking pretty weak, and they were looking for everything that they could get on their side. The other unfortunate thing in Ontario is that Bill 174 is an omnibus bill, right, tied to the cannabis. And the pressure was not on vaping. The pressure was ensuring that the Liberal vote saw that the Liberals were going to be tough on cannabis in Ontario. So the regs dropped on Bill 174. There was only one last thing that they hadn't given up. They gave us a lot of very strong things, the strongest of which is giving us the vape product specialty shop exemption, allowing only...
So that did make it through.
That made it through, and that was, quite frankly, on the top of my list, for must-haves. Now in Ontario, very similar to other provinces of what we've created, we're unique again in Canada that we're the only country that has a regulation that has a specialty category for a vape shop, allowing them and only them, when they have in Manitoba 80, in Ontario 85% content of vape product in their shop. So now in those provinces, if you are not a vape product specialty shop, which you actually in Ontario have to register not with tobacco enforcement, surprisingly with your local health unit, your regional health unit in Ontario, which I kind of like.
That's a win.
That's a win.
A good one.
I like it. I like it. Then you can display and promote, which means that the C-store, the gas station...
The Convenience Store Association does not like the CVA.
They don't like the CVA, and they probably don't like me, I'm pretty sure that I put on ignore all the hate mail, inside of my...
So making sure we understand the thing that... the one thing that you didn't get that you're hoping to was the in-store sampling, right?
In-store sampling, to be able to vape in a vape shop.
So, but... Now, for some people, well, actually for a lot of people, they're happy because the Wynne government's no more. I'm very happy about that. So what do you think is in store now with the Ford regime when he comes in? Is that going to be better for vaping, do you think?
We were in conversation with the Ford campaign all the way through the election. We know that they understand our issue. They understand that it needs to be based on science. A number of their key people that are very attuned to the vaping issue are basically saying to us, we'll sit down. And we look forward to, as soon as the government is completely formed in the next weeks, to sitting down with the PC party and carrying on doing what we do, is maintaining a relationship with government to ensure the future of this industry is best set out by proper and fair regulation.
So what is the next thing that vape store owners, retailers, and others that are in the industry, on the ground in the industry, what do they need to do? Is CVA getting enough support? What's the next thing that has to happen?
There's nowhere near enough support. There is unfortunately a general ignorance to what we do for them, why to support CVA. And honestly, for $100 a month, I look at that cost as being, even for a small shop that's getting going and really like living hand to mouth, it's less than the profits from one bottle of e-liquid every 4 days in their store. The profit, not the cost of it, the profit from one bottle. So you sell one bottle every 4 days. Take that profit, and put it to, an investment in the future of your business, because there's still a lot to do. The fight is never going to be ultimately over for this product category. There's regulatory groups, advocating for their industry for 50 years, and there will always be something coming up. We're certainly not the NRA, but we are the son of cigarette. So so far, what's remarkable to us, and no one talks about it, but we have staved off taxation for this product category 100%. So far, every time that we work against, we take it right off the table, and they immediately see that this is not going to be a win for them politically to tax something that is a harm reduction product, and we make sure that they understand that. And for that alone, CVA has had a huge win. And if you look at what's happening south of the border, 40 cents, per 10 mils of tax, or worse in some states, that's a death knell, to the private vape shop, and turns the business over to big tobacco. So that in alone is a win. But now we need to sit back down at the table. The vaping in a vape shop thing has science totally on our side. We have now a very esteemed doctor, Dr. Akbar Khan, okay, who's our chief medical advisor. He's doing op-eds. We have studied the science. There's no question that there is neither secondhand vapor, okay, nor third-hand vapor that causes any harm to bystanders. The science is on our side. What we need to do is we need to accommodate the government. We need to provide all levels of insurances. We've already given up the fact that you have to be 19 in Ontario to even to even enter a vape shop. So kids are not going to be exposed to that. We assume that a person coming into a vape shop to look at vape is already smoking a cigarette, okay? So it's not like I'm going to harm him in any way, but there's no science that says that there is negative consequences to public health or personal harm based upon secondhand vapor. And we need to accommodate the government, and we need to come to a resolution. We need to be working with occupational health and safety. I understand they're a player in this equation, not just the government. That's a separate thing into itself, right? And that's pretty important. We need to ensure that we're protecting our workers, other members. Okay, I need to know that myself. Okay, we need to be able to say the science is absolutely there, that if I'm an employee in a vape shop, I am not at harm's way by inhaling, okay, vapor throughout the day, although I am a vapor, right?
Well, some people think it's a dodge a bullet, and they just don't understand how much work it takes to work with a big Goliath like government, especially when it's coming in to regulate a brand new industry. There's never been anything like it in my lifetime, where I've seen something grow organically from consumers into a multi-billion-dollar industry, and then you've got this scramble to get regulation on it. And like you said, it's the son of cigarettes, so it's just filled with politics and acrimony and propaganda and misinformation, and I think you guys did a great job.
Hey man, I appreciate it. Okay. As always, listen, Brent, thanks for RegWatch, because RegWatch has been an integral part of our fight. Okay, presenting the public awareness, okay, presenting an absolute, okay, understanding of the issue and surrounding all of the facts is incredibly important. It's not minus journalism from my perspective. The way you have presented this issue for us to the regulators, to the public, has given people a perspective that they might have not seen in a traditional, okay, newspaper or TV 30-second spliff.
Well, I appreciate that, and you're right, it's not biased. Our content comes from a point of view, and we took a very, very, very simple point of view when we started our coverage, and that was vaping is not smoking. That was it. And if that makes you biased, well, then we're biased.
Yeah.
Right? Otherwise, we took a stand, we took a point of view, and that point of view seemed to be very simple and made common sense, and from that informed all of our coverage. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. With just days left in the extended public consultation process for FDA's proposed regulation of flavors in tobacco products, and in the wake of the scandalous disruption campaign, which saw, at minimum, 250,000 fake anti-vaping, anti-flavor comments spammed into federal servers, RegWatch is looking for answers, and there's no better person to turn to than Tony Aboud from the VTA, the Vapor Technology Association. Hi, Tony. Thanks for coming on RegWatch.
Hi, Brent. Thank you for having me.
Well, you bet. So right off the bat, please tell our viewers about VTA and what you've been doing on the flavor file.
So the Vapor Technology Association is a national trade association for the vapor industry. We are a unified association that is comprised of the largest e-liquid manufacturers, the largest device manufacturers, wholesalers, distributors, and the largest number of small businesses and vape shops that are participating in the vapor industry throughout the United States. We have been taking this flavor fight very seriously. As you know, the FDA, and you just alluded to it, had issued their comment request for the advance notice of proposed rulemaking, something we knew was coming and something that we were getting prepared for in advance of when it came down a few months ago.
So describe for our viewers what was in that advance notice of proposed rulemaking. Was it an outright ban? Is it a restriction? Like, what's the nature of it?
Yeah, so an advance notice of proposed rulemaking is is the preliminary step to any proposed rulemaking, hence the words advanced notice. And in an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking, what we also call an ANPRM, if I use that, that's what it stands for, that the FDA asks a series of questions about which it is seeking information and oftentimes science in response to those questions so that it can properly assess whether, if, and how it might possibly regulate flavors. So to answer your question directly, no, the ANPRM does not constitute a ban on flavors. It simply asks questions of industry as to what FDA should be considering if it decides to regulate flavors.
So a ban, though, is a real concern, is it not?
Yeah, of course. I think with our industry, flavors are so central and so important to our mission of ending cigarette smoking that we must take all steps to defend those flavors. And in this case, when FDA is talking about an ANPRM, we have to understand what it is and what it is not, but not take it for granted and take it very seriously because, yes, ultimately, it could turn into that type of ban.
Now, at RegWatch, of course, we've certainly put the, well, I wouldn't say fear of God in people because of potential, disasters that could happen, but the realities of a ban, I think, are quite real. And I know that even VTA, you put it out there and said that you'll lay out your fight to save flavors. This was one of your recent emails back in June. So the fight to save flavors and the plan. So what is a plan to save flavors?
So the first step is really confronting the federal government right where they are at right now and taking seriously this ANPRM, because even though it is not a proposed rule, we have an opportunity to get in at the early stages and help orient the FDA's thinking on this particular rule that it might be considering. So the first thing that we did is we said, we know that we're going to need additional time. So our council initially, on the first day that it came out, requested an extension of time. That extension was eventually granted. We received an additional 30 days. But knowing that originally we only had 90 days, we got to work right away because we were prepared. We engaged a consulting firm to examine, and this is the first time this has been done for the vapor industry, but we took it upon ourselves to take on the burden of examining all of the peer-reviewed research that exists on flavors and vapor. And as part of that analysis, which is, again, the first time that it's been done for the industry, we then are taking the distillation of all of those studies, north of 200 studies that are peer-reviewed, and incorporating it into professionally drafted comments by our regulatory council.
Because there's only days left on the public consultation side, and we'll deal with the spam, get some feedback from you on that in a minute. But right now, obviously, the public consultation process is extremely important in the regulatory process. So in terms of everything that's going on, is it a coordinated effort or is there a mishmash between groups and that kind of thing? Give us a scope of the whole effort the industry has been putting out there to try to, quote unquote, save flavors.
So one of the things, Brent, that was keeping me awake at night was the fact that I kept hearing Commissioner Gottlieb talk about anecdotes. He talks about the importance of hearing the stories from smokers about how vapor has helped them quit smoking. And he refers to them repeatedly as anecdotes, not in a negative way, but as to describe the fact that they are in fact stories, and that what FDA is looking for is real science. That's the reason we commissioned the studies or the examination of all of the peer-reviewed research, because that is what FDA is looking for. Tell us what the current science says about this particular issue and apply it to the questions that we are asking. So that endeavor we obviously undertook right away. Then as a separate and sidetrack, or along with that, went the consumer campaign that we developed along with CASA. And that's a campaign that we've called I Am Not an Anecdote. And here's the idea. It's very simple. I was struggling with this concept of when is an anecdote not an anecdote, right? When is a potential hearsay or a kind of story something more meaningful. And it struck me as being a litigator that I would, if I were going to submit that testimony in court, I would use the form of a declaration. A declaration is a personal statement that an adult gives under the penalties of perjury. And so what we did is we talked to counsel, and then we examined what we could possibly ask in these in the form of a declaration that would be easy for consumers and smokers to answer. And we put that together in this campaign tool, which is very, like I said, easy to use and gets to the core issues. What kind of experiences did you have with quitting smoking? What kind of failed attempts did you have? How long did you smoke? How much did you smoke? When did you start using flavored vape? What are the categories of flavors you've used? And more importantly, what's your favorite flavor, right? What's your favorite flavor category? And have you been successful? And then the last question is extremely important. And in describing their quit attempts and whether they were successful or not with and without, flavored vapor, we asked them what would happen if the FDA limited or banned flavors. And I think those answers in the form of testimonials will be dramatic. And that is one way that we can take these quote unquote anecdotes and turn them into sworn testimony on behalf of thousands of Americans.
Literally, there could just be a day or two left here, not knowing exactly when we're releasing this, but our viewers will know. The date is July 19th. At what time on the 19th is it all over?
I think it's open until midnight. But if I was anybody, depending upon what time zone you're in, I'd try to get all your comments in by the close of business.
Go ahead and say what the URL is, please. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, it's actnow.io/saveflavors.
Perfect. So if you're watching this and it's still July 19th, 2018, you should be running to that URL and get your comments in if you haven't put your comments in yet.
Yeah, or again, you can go to our website, and there's a link right there on the front page at vaportechnology.org.
Let's talk about the spamming, because it was at minimum a 250,000. And Tony, I can tell you, for the 2 weeks that we were researching the story, I was on the phone a lot with Dockets Management and waiting, and could hear the pain, feel the pain that they were going through from this event. When in our script, when we say that they say it was extraordinary and unprecedented, it was extraordinary and unprecedented. Well, I mean, yeah. When did you learn about that event, and kind of what was your first reaction?
Well, we had heard about that event a few weeks ago, and I think that the initial thought was not surprised, right? I mean, I think that the anti-groups are so off the reservation when it comes to dealing with the importance of flavors and dealing with the importance of vapor, that it doesn't surprise me one bit, right? They're going to stop at nothing to undermine the system. I think that the unintended consequences from their perspective is now you have FDA really skeptically looking at a whole host of quote unquote comments that they can tell are just prefabricated. And that's the functional difference between the campaign that we have helped to launch and what they've done. Automated bots with anonymous testimony saying scripted things about flavors that are seemingly to come from individuals makes little sense when you compare it to real stories from real people that are sworn declarations that are submitted to FDA, each one with personalized facts. And I think that it's going to, when FDA examines, for example, the differences between the types of submissions that are made through the I'm Not an Anecdote campaign and the bulk Autobot submissions from the other ones, it's also going to, I think, weigh more heavily in their decision-making process. I think they have to look at what real people are saying and not what bots are saying.
We know there's hundreds of thousands of more comments that are in the system that the FDA right now does not know what they are. Right. So there is a real concern that potentially the whole process could get thrown out. And that means that maybe the motive from an anti-vaping group or a bad actor may have been to spoil the entire process and thus get all of these great comments that you've been working hard to gather from, honest vapors trying to, save something that is so important for their health and well-being, and now their voices may not get heard in this particular part of the process.
Well, here's where they might have been too smart by half. If that was in fact their intention, okay, if to ruin the whole process, then I think one of two things. The first is that if they end up spoiling the whole process whatsoever, then it leaves FDA at a real disadvantage. Well, what do they do? What comments do they accept? Do they accept any comments at all? Do they have to start the process over? That's probably not where the anti-groups would want to be, because if you listen to them, the FDA can't regulate flavors fast enough. So delaying that process because of their unscrupulous acts may not be what they ultimately wanted to have happen. But here's the kicker, right? Our comments, people who utilize the platform that we've developed, are not going to be lost. We will be able to generate those comments and present them to FDA independently. If they pull the plug on this whole process, I assure you that one of the things that we will be doing is taking every single one of those declarations, printing them out, and delivering them directly to the FDA so that they know that there are real people that are standing up, giving sworn testimony as to the role that flavors have played. And that's one thing that we have that they don't.
So when you look at the realities of what's going on, certainly Juul has been scaremongered effectively in the media. It's the whole flavor issue is really the only issue the antis seem to have that has the ability to catch fire with the politicians and with the bureaucrats. Should vapors in the United States of America expect no restrictions on flavors, no restrictions on marketing, no restrictions on promotions, which are all linked to flavors and kids? Should they expect that, or should they be preparing for what happened in Canada?
Well, you're talking about two completely different governmental systems and political systems. And so I don't necessarily think that you should be considering whether or not what happened in Canada is going to happen in the United States. I think you have to look at what we have going on here in the United States, and I think what vapors have to be prepared for is, yes, there are going to be some changes. In fact, our industry is already making those changes. And when you mention marketing, that's been at the core of our mission for quite some time. And the beautiful part about it is that we were able to develop marketing standards for our membership. And those marketing standards, which we rolled out in early January of 2018, we actually presented directly to the Commissioner Gottlieb and Director Zeller when the VTA Board of Directors met with them in January of 2018. And one of the messages we gave to them at that time, Brent, was very clear. Flavors are not the issue. Marketing is the issue, and you have to examine the marketing and restrict the marketing practices in order to avoid the concerns that you really are worried about in terms of youth access.
Obviously, without the marketing standards in place, there's no way that the industry could face what the antis are saying, right? I mean, you can't protect kids when you've got unicorn, and puke juice and all that kind of stuff, right? It's just. It's not responsible.
Well, it's not responsible, and some of it is just common sense. And, part of the problem is that the industry has always had a low barrier to entry, right? And so we've had so many diverse players in the industry, and they've engaged in a variety of marketing practices, some of which were just obviously beyond the pale. And that's why, as the leading trade association, and examining what we knew were going to be the core issues that our public officials were going to be concerned about, we stepped out and said, we have to address this issue. So I think that what we have to do is we have to be unified in our approach. And that's one of the things that the Vapor Technology Association has done, I think, remarkably well. We have now pulled together within one umbrella group the largest players on the manufacturing side that are interested in flavors and open systems. We've pulled together the largest distributors of flavors and open systems. We pulled together the largest number of vape shops that are selling open systems. And I think that the importance of this fight to us is recognized by all, but having everybody fighting together is going to be extremely important. And that's why we're taking it to the next level, Brent, at the state next year in executing a multi-state campaign specifically to address the concern that we have that more and more flavor ban bills will be introduced.
So you mentioned that all paths and roads are leading back to the VTA. And I can say over the last 18 months, that certainly has been growing. And I think it's true to say that the VTA is at the top of the heap when it comes to the advocacy groups. Now, how does that then affect the level of burden on you? Because you guys have kind of fought to be the voice, and then now if it goes wrong, are you accountable, and how so? And will you take responsibility?
Every group is going to have to stand on what they can do and what they say they're going to do, and whether or not they follow through with what they say they're going to do. We're not going to profess to getting everything right, but the one thing that we do know is that we're going to make sure that we execute the best strategy and that we try to achieve the best ends that we can for the industry. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, we are fighting enormous opponents, and thus far, we've been effectively fighting it, Brent, with one hand tied behind our back while taking on friendly fire. So I can only shudder at what we might be able to accomplish with now finally getting virtually all elements of the industry pulling in the same direction. So we're very excited about that. And, this is strategic. This is, progressive in terms of the battles. We're not going to win it all in one fell swoop. We are constantly building, constantly exploring new opportunities, and that's what we have to do. The fight is not going to go away. We're not going to win it this year. We're not going to win it next year. But what we are going to do is continue to build and continue to create new opportunities for the industry to grow and thrive. And the longer that we are able to do that, the stronger this industry becomes, the more permanent it becomes, the harder and harder it is going to be for any regulator at any level to take it away from us.
So if there's no win next year or the year after, is the strategy just to hang on? Is that it?
Oh gosh, no. I mean, it depends on what you define as a win. I mean, we clearly are going to be executing strategies that are directed towards moving this industry forward, getting relief, changing the way that FDA, for example, thinks about regulating vapor products, right? There are going to be wins along the way, but this is a battle that's ongoing, is what I'm trying to explain to people. This is a regulatory structure that's going to play itself out over the course of many years, and our opponents are going to fight us at every turn.
Just putting a forceful note here on behalf of RegWatch viewers that have on numerous occasions voiced concern to us that if President Trump doesn't win again in 2020 and it goes back to the Democrats, that's it. It's over for Commissioner Gottlieb, and probably over for vaping. So there is kind of a deadline here that's not even 2022. There is a political deadline, so to speak, to some case, if Mr. Trump didn't win in 2020.
Yeah, actually, you took one of the lines right out of my presentation from the conference. I mean, the notion that people might be thinking that we've got until 2022 and that's somehow meaningful is irrelevant. I've said from the very moment that extension was granted that is an extension that only gives us an opportunity to fix the regulations now, and that our goal is not to simply wait and hold on and see what happens in 2022. The fact of the matter is FDA is getting the message. They understand, because we've told them very clearly in our meetings with them, that they have a problem on their hands. Their big problem is that you can talk about innovation all day long and say that you're in favor of innovation in this space. But until they make some dramatic changes to their regulations, innovation is dead. The innovations that they're looking for right now are going overseas. They know that, and we made that abundantly clear to them. So the pressure we are putting on them is pressure that says, hey, we want to help you achieve your goals too. We can, but you're not letting us.
So last question then for you, Tony. What can vapors out there in the U.S. do to really make a difference in the fight that VTA is leading with the feds?
Well, I think the first thing, Brent, is again just to plug the I'm Not an Anecdote campaign. I think that if you can go to our website, click on that I'm Not an Anecdote link and tell your story. We know, the commissioner has said so. He wants to hear those stories. But if you do that in a coordinated and directed way, it will be impactful. I think that's the most significant thing people can do after they watch this piece, especially between now and July 19th.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Ontario Premier Doug Ford and his progressive conservative government have dangled the prospect of allowing the private sector into the business of selling recreational pot at retail in the province. The Ford plan would upend the previous Liberal government scheme to monopolize the sale of recreational cannabis under a government-controlled subsidiary called the Ontario Cannabis Store. While OCS is expected to have only 4 retail locations up and running when bud becomes legal on October 17th, some private sector analysts believe that as many as 15 private stores could be up and running for opening day. Many experts agree it would be a challenge to pass legislation, create a regulatory and licensing framework, and vet potential retailers all by mid-October. However, the benefits would be enormous, as private ownership would mean more recreational cannabis outlets, a greater selection of product, and depending on regulation, reduced prices through competition. If Premier Ford decides to pull the trigger on private ownership, the announcement would have to come soon. Many stakeholders in the OCS process would be impacted, and one of those is Shopify, a Canadian-founded technology company based in Ottawa that provides a world-leading e-commerce platform which hosts online shopping and payment services for some of the largest brands in the world. The former Wynne government tapped Shopify to exclusively provide services for both OCS online and brick-and-mortar stores. RegWatch caught up with Shopify Vice President and General Manager Lauren Paddleford back in May, and here now is what he had to say about the deal between Shopify and the Ontario government and the historic opportunities of cannabis retail in Canada. For our viewers that don't know about Shopify and what it is that you guys do, please explain that for us.
Yeah, so Shopify is first and foremost a Canadian-based company. We call ourselves Fiercely Canadian, and we're an e-commerce platform. We help power the shopping experiences of over 600,000 online stores in over 175 countries. So you can think of this as we provide all the back-end capability to stores to sell things online. So if you're an average or an avid online shopper, you probably purchased something from a Shopify store recently and you just didn't know.
So there's the actual website part of the e-commerce, so the displaying, so to speak, of the products online, but you also handle the payment processing, which is critical.
Yeah, so in order to sell things online, you've got to have a way to take payments, and so we provide our customers through Shopify Pay and Shopify Payments a whole number of mechanisms to take credit card payments, PayPal, Amazon Pay, Google Wallet, Apple Pay, whatever it happens to be. So yeah, you can build your website and you can take transactions using Shopify's technology.
You had mentioned previously when we were talking before the interview that you were the head of a pretty big unit, so you kind of got 2 hats, so to speak. What is that big unit?
Yeah, so I'm the general manager of Shopify Plus. And so Shopify Plus, you can consider the platform for the larger, more complex customers. So this is where the big volume customers, the high-profile celebrities, the big flash sellers, so the Rebecca Minkoffs, the Kardashians, Red Bull, Budweiser. Shopify Plus is the version of Shopify they use to power their online stores.
Well, I like those names.
Yeah, we're very fortunate. We have a very strong, very loyal customer base who relies on us every day, and we rely on them every day to basically invent the future of retail. So there's a lot of really exciting companies doing really, really exciting things on our platform, and it makes it fun to come to work every day for sure.
So one of those exciting customers that you have, clients that you have, is now the province of Ontario.
Yes, so it is very exciting. We are very excited about the partnership with what is now OCS, or the Ontario Cannabis Store. It's very historic, obviously. I think this is just a historic time for this particular industry, and given the size and scope of that particular customer and partner, it's a very exciting engagement for us to be involved in for sure.
So why exactly has Shopify entered the cannabis space?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think I'm going to alter it slightly in so much as I'm not sure we've necessarily entered the cannabis space. I think cannabis has entered the retail space. And Shopify built our platform for retailers, and we have hundreds of thousands of retailers around the world, tremendous amounts of experience on what it's like to be a retailer in today's version of commerce. And so as the cannabis limited producers and the government in Canada prepare to become commercial retailers and start selling products to the everyday consumer, their roles become much more like your normal retailer, and that's the space we know and understand really well. And so as this started to get ramped up, we just saw ourselves as the obvious fit, where we could lend our expertise and our platform and capabilities to this brand new set of customers in this brand new industry that has unique challenges for sure, but is also going to be very large consumer retailers very, very soon. So we thought it was a really kind of obvious place for us to go and support.
Most people who do know of Shopify would be considering you as online e-commerce. Does that mean that you're the main thing you're bringing to the table for Ontario is online for cannabis sales, or is this actual at retail?
So it's both. And so Shopify provides online and offline commerce capabilities. So we have point of sale systems and ship and pin readers, as well as all the online store and mobile capability. So in the case of OCS, we're doing both. So all of their the online store for OCS and all of their retail locations will be powered by Shopify's technology. And I think that's true of OCS, but also other, cannabis customers that we work with. So we've been working with some of the limited producers now for a few years in the medical space with their online stores. And as they look at becoming retail locations in various spaces around Canada, they're talking to us about powering that as well. So I think we see ourselves as a commerce platform. I think our customers come to us because we can do both online and offline. And the cannabis space especially, there's a lot of interest in that unified platform, something that can handle both in one place.
Why do you think the OCS chose Shopify?
I think the combination of expertise, experience, and the robustness of our platform gave OCS just a great option as they look to launch what will be a very big retail operation here in Canada. But it's also just the Canadian story, right? Canada is so innovative in this space, in the cannabis space, in technology. And so that ability to create what will be one of the largest cannabis retailers in the world, using one of the largest commerce platforms in the world, both being innovated in Canada, was such a great story to tell as well. So I think it was a combination.
What is the state of affairs going to be with regard to its ranking with, say, like the MCC code, like, with the credit card companies? Because that is a contentious issue. It is illegal everywhere else. So we decide to make it legal, but that still does that mean that MasterCard and Visa and the associations are going to grant it an MCC code and they're going to take it out of high risk and it'll all be good? Because there were problems in Uruguay.
No one's quite sure how this will all play itself out because it's so new. In Canada, we have organizations that are allowing medical transactions with cannabis through credit card payments. And so that's a thing that already exists. And so there are people doing online transactions using credit cards in Canada today. And I think when there's a big market that becomes legalized in regions, I think you see the appropriate players come into it. So again, using Canada as a market that already has credit card transactions for medical cannabis, I would suspect that will continue for recreational.
Now, it's interesting, Lauren, as you may know, RegWatch has spent considerable amount of time over the last couple of years covering in depth the vaping issue in both Canada and the US. And one of the things that we've talked about in Canada is how it's been difficult for some of the Canadian retailers to get credit card processing for vaping products. From your experience, do you think that there's been payment processing companies and credit card companies have treated, say, the vaping industry different than it looks like they're going to be treating cannabis?
Yeah, I'm probably not best qualified to answer that, to be totally fair. Our partners in the payment space, they all operate businesses in the way that is most efficient and most beneficial to them. And we try and provide that service to our customers given the rules that they set out. We are not directly in that space ourselves, and so we're just kind of the middle between a processor or a credit card company and the end consumers. We've always been consistent that if you are legally allowed to sell products by the legal restrictions in your particular geographic area, and you have a legal mechanism to take payment, you are allowed to do this on Shopify. And so that has been our stance and continues to be our stance. And there are payment processors that take high-risk items like vapes and things like that. So, we have a large customer base that's in that space because there are gateways that allow it to happen, and they are legally allowed to do it.
Lauren, you're speaking at the World Cannabis Conference. What's your message going to be there?
I think our message is twofold. One is that as these companies, the limited producers, the retailers, the governments become retail operations, they have to consider how dynamic the retail industry is right now and what consumers' experience demands are like. You're now going to sell products to a consumer base who is going to have lots of choice and lots of options and has high demand for experience. And so, ensuring that they are well set up and have the appropriate partners and technology and all of that taken care of is going to be critical for the success of this industry. And then second, how amazing it is how much innovation is happening in Canada, and what a great moment for Canada this is to be leading this particular space in so many angles. That there's innovation in production and cultivation, there's innovation in regulation, there's innovation in supply chain, and innovation in technology, and a lot of it's coming out of Canada. And that's a really great moment for Canada on a world stage. And we're excited as a proudly Canadian company to participate in that at all levels.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. For most of the developed world, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration represents the gold standard for testing, approval, and regulation of new drugs and treatments. But what if FDA goes astray, as it appears to be the case with vaping? With each passing day, FDA's approach grows further afield from countries like the United Kingdom and its good neighbor to the north, Canada, which this spring passed a law titled Bill S5 that made vaping products illegal, including flavors. Just a short few years ago, Canada took its cues from the U.S., but today a new North American alliance of advocacy groups is hoping to reverse that direction. Joining us today is Mark Keeley, Chief Government Negotiator for the Canadian Vaping Association, and Larry Flick, Head of Federal Policy and Government Relations for the American E-Liquid Manufacturing Standards Association. Hi, gentlemen. Good to have you both here.
Good to be here, Brent.
Indeed, all again for both of you. Larry, let's first start with you. Seeing it's the U.S. that needs the most help here, tell us about the new North American Vapor Alliance and why it's needed.
Well, thanks again, Brent. We're very excited about this new announcement and this new alliance. It sort of started almost a year ago. I went up to meet with Mark and the president of CVA, Sean Casey, and the whole team at CVA. And I wanted to learn more, quite frankly, about what they were doing, because I saw that they were being effective.
So, Mark, obviously there are some lessons to be learned then from the U.S. by Canada. Is that really the goal here?
No, I got to put it to you this way. The organization that Larry heads up, AMSA, is, in my opinion, is also the gold standard in terms of the manufacture of standards. And I think we need to demonstrate in Canada right now a little more leadership from the industry as it relates to the development of standards. So the government is extolling that kind of a mantra on top of the Canadian Vaping Association. It's as a matter of course, it's probably a good idea that Canada and the United States, these two organizations that Larry and I are part of, join forces to do that kind of thing. So I think this is wonderful.
Larry?
I agree 100%. We as we were just talking over the past several months about what CVA was doing, what AMSA's been doing in the U.S., it became clear that we were aligned. We actually have released a set of shared principles, which form the basis for how we as an industry can behave responsibly, put forward standards that the regulators can adopt and enforce. We do have an opportunity to work together, both on the standards, which can be used by both regulators, and on the bigger framework, including part of our alliance will include a very aggressive industry-led youth prevention and protection program. And we are committed to demonstrating how serious as an industry in the US and how serious the Canadian industry is about preventing and protecting youth, educating retailers on how to make sure that there's no access to youth. And, we understand that issue in and of itself is paramount to those that we've been sort of across the table from. I think that, Canada brings a lot of credibility to what they've done with regard to youth prevention and protection, and we're willing to do the same thing in the U.S. So we think being able to point to a responsible, friendly neighbor who's doing it, we think effectively and working effectively with their regulator is really a good template that we can bring to our regulator, the FDA here in the States.
And I want to add to that, Brent. It's very interesting. Right now in Canada, we have there's limited bandwidth in terms of the regulatory infrastructure that exists by government to manage things like, this new Tobacco and Vape Products Act, or Bill S5, as you call it. And then we've got cannabis legislation that's coming in for full-blown recreational cannabis. And then we've got other issues around food and NAFTA that are really taking a lot of airtime away from things like vaping. So if we could put some kind of a cross-border attempt and the heft of AIMSA and what's happening in terms of standards development from the United States into what we're doing to present to Canada, that to me demonstrates to the world or globally that this organization that we've created, the NAVA we're calling it, would have the heft that's going to be available in Canada to assist the government to not only to craft but to develop to implement the regulations that they want to put in place, and obviously the changes that we aspire to make in the United States. I think this is like I said, this has the hallmarks of something that could really go global for us.
So, Larry, do you think the FDA will be responsive to hearing lessons and messages from other countries?
Well, I do. We know that Public Health Canada and FDA have a close working relationship. Their policy people talk to our policy people. So we think if we can do it jointly and in parallel fashion, it really demonstrates that it's the correct approach, that both sides see it the same way, and we have a parallel approach that the two align.
And too, Brent, it's not like this is a surprise. We've actually given Health Canada in our nation's capital a heads up that there's this kind of alliance that's being contemplated, and they actually said to us, well, we do talk quite regularly with the FDA, as Larry had suggested at the outset, but our organizations at this industry level have not. So I think this is music to Health Canada's ears.
Mark, let me ask you this question. You've mentioned a couple of times the global question. Yeah. I can certainly tell you that a lot of Americans are not familiar with just how much of an impact the World Health Organization has in a detrimental way on vaping in the US. Coming from Canada, that pressure also was on Canada for a while. Tell our viewers in the States about the dangers around the WHO and what that means for vaping.
Well, it's an interesting comment, and I don't want to put myself in a position to cast aspersions on the WHO. It's an important organization. It does good work. There are a number of initiatives that have occurred as a result of the World Health Organization with poverty, women's health, et cetera, et cetera. But as it relates to this, they have what they call conferences of the parties. And COP7, and you recall because you were there, had suggested in those days that this issue on vaping was so misunderstood, I'm going to say misunderstood by the World Health Organization, that it co-opted a number of countries. And the way it works, Brent, and both Larry and I know this intuitively, is that the WHO entices countries to sign on to conventions, in this particular case under the COP7, not to support vaping, lest they be told they won't get money from the WHO. I'm
I'm not certain that the United States has even an inkling of how the WHO goes around with their conventions. There's a COP8 that's happening in France coming up this year, and we're going to be there, both Larry and I, under NAVA, as a loud voice to say, don't get sucked into a convention that deems vaping to be like tobacco, and it's harmful. We've made the point very clearly in Canada that we're, just like the UK has, we're magnitudes less harmful than smoking cigarettes, and that should be celebrated as a viable option against combustible cigarettes.
So Larry, the Alliance, NAVA, could present a unified front for North America at the WHO, at the World Health Organization, at COP8.
Absolutely, and we will work closely with our respective governmental entities to get that message loud and clear to the conference of parties.
I want to chime in here, Brent, because I think there are other countries right now, India as an example, who've reached out to us to say, how do we do what you've done in Canada and our country? Because if you recall, under the COP7, they had signed on to the convention. So now they're looking at perhaps growing their nascent industry in India, because they know that smoking is harmful. And if you look at it, we've now been approached by countries in South America and Africa now about the same kind of issues. The fact that you've got both a United States very, very well-regarded and standards-based organization like AIMSA, and the Canadian Vaping Association that have done a wonderful job in terms of working collaboratively with government and governments across Canada on regulation and legislative initiatives. There's a curiosity now, and I think that when I say global, I think that people will look at that and say that ought to be the gold standard for moving forward on collaboration and cooperation with government in a regulatory framework.
So Larry, with all due respect to everybody in Canada that lives under a regime that's now, pro-vaping to a large extent, which was a pleasant surprise and much needed. The US, though, appears to be that it's not the case. And I'm going to truncate here a minute, which I think might be your argument, that, thanking Commissioner Gottlieb for the deeming regulation extension. But if things don't get sorted out, he's a political appointee. And this could all go back to the Democrats and the progressive left, and seeing how much opposition there is by progressive nonprofit public health groups, which is just relentless. How can anybody say vaping is on sure footing in the United States?
Well, that's one reason why this alliance is so meaningful. Quite frankly, in Canada, it's the progressives that have taken the harm reduction policy under their wings and adopted it. For whatever reason, that's not been the case in the U.S. The liberals and progressives have viewed this as big tobacco, which we know it's not. They viewed it as trying to addict another generation onto nicotine as a gateway to cigarettes, which it's proven not to be. So I think being able to point to what's happened in Canada, how the science continues to develop on our side, but the time is now, and that's why this alliance is so critical. We want to be able to point to what Canada is doing, so that again the progressives up there can we can message to the Democrats down here in the U.S. that there's more one way to view this issue, and quite frankly, I think this alliance can be very, very helpful in turning that paradigm around.
Mark, let me ask you, is there some validity to that?
There sure is. And one of the things that we've suggested, and the government here in Canada has taken us up on that, is what we've affectionately called a best brains exchange.
As Mark indicated, we've already talked about getting a delegation of the thought leaders and politicians that have been leaders in Ottawa to come down to Washington, D.C. And meet with their counterparts, and vice versa. So I think it'll prove to be very effective.
There are going to be people in the advocacy community in the U.S. that are going to be skeptical of this alliance.
Well, you know what? If that's the case, please talk to us. We have an open door policy, and we're willing to meet and talk with anyone in the U.S. both in terms of individual companies, other organizations, consumer groups, public health organizations, tobacco harm reduction advocates. I've sensed a real change that people are looking for a standards-based system where if you check all the boxes and you can demonstrate to the FDA that your manufacturing processes are first rate, your component ingredients are all pure and up to speed in terms of what is necessary for quality control, then you should be allowed on the marketplace. And that's the framework we're looking for. It allows for innovation, it allows for improvement in products, and it doesn't result in just a few big companies or big tobacco companies or big vape companies owning the entire industry. We want to get as much innovation and entrepreneurship as possible.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. First off, today we have an update for you on the story RegWatch broke early last month regarding the 255,000 suspicious anti-vaping comments spammed into the public consultation process for FDA's proposed regulation of flavors in tobacco products. RegWatch can report today that the number of fake submissions is much higher, according to additional analysis provided to RegWatch by FDA's Division of Dockets Management. Out of the total 525,000 comments received into the system, only a little over 22,000 have been marked as unique documents and posted into the official record. This means nearly 95% of the comments submitted were either bot submissions or duplicates in nature. These submissions have been either discarded altogether or counted as just one in the case of duplicates. So as it stands right now, RegWatch can report the process has not been deemed spoiled and the legitimate pro-flavors and pro-vaping comments are safely on record. This is good news for an industry that's more used to taking big hits, certainly in the case of court actions. Joining us today to walk us through the legal travails facing the vaping industry is Azim Chowdhury. He is a regulatory and public policy lawyer with a focus on food and drug law, and for the past 8 years, he's been one of the most prominent legal advocates for the vaping industry. Azim, thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So this is really good news, Azim, regarding the public comments. Now, I know that Commissioner Gottlieb and Director Zeller had come out with a blog post that relates to this a little back. Can you fill us in on that?
Sure. They published a blog on August 2nd announcing their next steps in their comprehensive approach to tobacco and nicotine regulation. The focus of that blog post was to provide their next steps in how they're going to publish new guidance documents and additional rulemakings, as well as hold a public hearing on the pre-market review process. They also mentioned in there that they would be expediting their review of the comments that were just submitted as part of the advance notice.
So what do you think that means?
So typically, the rulemaking process is a years-long process, and FDA goes through several stages. So in this case, they chose to publish an advance notice, which had a number of questions about how FDA might regulate flavors in various types of tobacco products. The next step is to actually propose a rule. And so before you can get there, they are required by the law to review the comments that were submitted. So the fact that they have now been able to differentiate the real comments from the fake ones gives them the opportunity to do that more effectively. And while this process can take a long time, the blog post indicated that this is a big concern for FDA. To FDA, flavors are directly related to youth initiation and access. And for better or worse, they are going to be, it sounds like from the blog post, they will be expediting their review of those comments, which could mean we see a proposed rule sooner rather than later.
Well, I think for the industry, getting to the decision quicker instead of drawn out forever is also a good thing, is it not?
Possibly. unless the decision is unreasonable, if it bans flavors, if it bans, yet to be defined, what is a kid appealing flavor. So yeah, I mean, in general, it would be nice to have some regulatory confidence in what's happening, but at the same time, we want FDA to look at this hard data, to look at the science, to look at the many comments that were submitted that from adult smokers who use flavored vapor products to transition and to quit, but also to look at how these products should be regulated appropriately according to science.
Well, based on our conversation that RegWatch had with FDA's Division of Dockets Management, it does sound like that the process is indeed done in terms of sorting out the good from the bad. So here we are with around 23,000 that have been accepted and posted. So that does mean at least they will be able to get on to the next part of the process.
Right. It sounds like they're ready to post those comments. So we should all review those. But that basically means FDA is starting their next phase of analysis of the comments. And again, hopefully they take those into consideration and whatever they come up with in their proposed rule, hopefully it is based on sound science and not on any sort of fake news.
Joining us today to walk us through the legal travails facing the vaping industry is Azim Chowdhury. He is a regulatory and public policy lawyer with a focus on food and drug law, and for the past 8 years, he's been one of the most prominent legal advocates for the vaping industry. Azim, thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So let me ask you that about something that's hot on the presses right now, which is the public health lawsuit, and they're seeking to quash the extension of the pre-market application deadline. So for those of you out there that know the numbers, this was the extension of 2022. So what is this lawsuit that they're pushing, and do they have a chance?
Well, they're arguing that the pre-market review process is a required part of the statute, and that FDA, when it comes to that particular requirement, there's no basis in the law to allow them to extend the deadline for pre-market review, which would require all non-grandfathered products, the grandfathered product being anything on the market as of February 15, 2007, to go through immediate pre-market review.
Who are the groups that have filed this lawsuit?
So the public health organizations, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, the Truth Initiative, the American Pediatric Society Association, American Cancer Society. There's a whole list of them. They were supported by another group in an amicus brief, including 12 different public health organizations. That their position is that FDA doesn't have the authority, apparently, to change that deadline, to use its enforcement discretion to move the date from 2018 to 2022. And they're hoping to vacate the official guidance document, which was issued about a month later after the announcement, that officially extended that deadline.
So we're talking about going straight at the heart of the only thing that has kept the industry alive and with having any hope.
That's exactly right. And keep in mind, the industry, for the most part, has not challenged the vast majority of the deeming rule. We're not challenging age restrictions. We're not challenging the registration and product listing requirement. We're not challenging ingredient disclosures or health document disclosures. We're challenging the right to make certain claims about products, truthful claims. And we're also challenging that FDA should have created a more appropriate PMTA process that considers where these products fall on the continuum of risk. So this concept that the industry is trying to avoid regulation, that they don't want to be, that they're trying to get away from pre-market review, even though cigarettes and the most harmful products are grandfathered and exempt from that same process, is just not true. And so, here we are, the only thing that has kept the industry alive today, and again, which has allowed more people to continue to transition away from smoking, has been the deadline extension to 2022.
So Azim, things like this, matters like issuing guidance, matters like setting deadlines. Are these not exactly the kinds of activities that Congress has in mind when they shop out these responsibilities to regulatory organizations? I mean, this is bread and butter, what agencies are supposed to be doing and what Congress empowers them to do.
That's exactly right. And in fact, the Tobacco Control Act actually has precedents within the statute that permits FDA to extend deadlines. For example, the statute permitted tobacco products that were on the market after the statute went into effect in 2009 to submit what they call provisional substantial equivalence reports by March 2011. So there was a 21-month grace period, so to speak, that allowed traditionally regulated products, cigarettes, cigarette tobacco, roll your own tobacco, and smokeless tobacco, to, as long as they submitted a substantial equivalence report to FDA by March 2011, they were allowed to keep those products on the market. FDA is effectively mirroring that process with these compliance policies in the deeming rule. And to argue that they don't have that authority makes little sense.
So are the proponents of this lawsuit, are they kind of asking for a jury nullification kind of a attitude?
What they're saying is that because companies are not being forced to submit PMTAs right now for their existing products, that this somehow hinders their ability, the public health group's ability to do what they do, which is educate the public on the harms of tobacco use and the effects of different types of tobacco products. And they're saying that they need the information that would become publicly available by companies filing these applications in order to do that. And without that access to that data, because of the delay, they're forced to spend money to figure it out on their own. FDA has already responded to their motion for summary judgment and made clear, in my eyes, to the court that that is simply not a viable argument, that's not an injury that's cognizable, as the court would say, because that's their job. I mean, they've already been reviewing, it's been their job to figure out how to educate the public on these products, and frankly, have been doing a lot of misinformation over the last several years.
How is it that these groups can be so vicious, so relentless, so willing to completely disregard common sense, yet on the one hand, they actually are starting to begrudgingly accept and publicly acknowledge that there's health benefits to e-cigarettes, but on the other hand, they're still in court trying to kill the industry?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think there's two parts to it. On the one hand, I think there is a deep-seated ideology about tobacco, and all tobacco products must be bad, and that innovation in this industry is never good, right? It can never result in a public health benefits. And I think that's just something that they've had a hard time grasping, that this is not the big tobacco industry, this is not tobacco, and this is a new industry, that you shouldn't apply those old dogmas to these new actors. But the other part of it is, frankly, not quite understanding what is involved here. And the reality of these are small businesses that don't have the resources to do what is being asked in the time that is being asked to be done. And that these are real people that are helping, that are doing their best to comply with the law and want to live in a regulated environment, in one that helps people. And so I just think there's a lack of common sense, lack of understanding about what the reality is of these requirements.
Can you call out their hypocrisy in court?
That's one of the first things we do in our brief. If you take a look at our amicus brief, the very first page, we highlight FDA's own comments. We highlight the plaintiff's own comments about the benefits of these products. We've done it in the Nicopure right to be smoke-free litigation. We show we're FDA, and we know this, not just in the deeming rule itself, but Gottlieb has said on numerous occasions that these products could provide a public health benefit, that they do. And so has Mitch Zeller, the director of CTP. So yeah, we're bringing that to the table and showing the court that these are things that are being said. These are truthful statements. Number one, we should be allowed to make them too as an industry and communicate that to adults and consumers so that they understand, because there's so much misunderstanding. There's so much miscommunication about how harmful these products are, about nicotine, etc. And so absolutely, we use the courts as an opportunity to show them that here's what's being said about these products and what the truth is.
Do they have a hope in hell of winning?
From my point of view, and the point of view that we tried to make clear in our amicus brief that we filed on behalf of the Right to Be Smoke-Free Coalition, is that these are not valid arguments, that FDA does have the ability to choose how and when to enforce the statutory requirements, including changing those deadlines for those applications. The issue, however, is making sure that the court and the judge understands that. And if you read the briefs in these cases, you will see that they paint a very one-sided picture of this industry. And the picture that they paint is of an industry that is designed to attract youth to harmful tobacco products and addict the next generation of tobacco users. And what we wanted to make sure that we made sure the judge understood is that that's not the whole story. That's a very small part of the story, that these are life-saving products that the FDA itself and many of the plaintiff organizations have already stated numerous times, including the American Cancer Society, including the FDA. We want to make sure that the judge here in this case in the District Court in Maryland understands that these are not just the next evil invention from big tobacco. That there's another side of the story here, that these are helping millions of people live healthier, safer lives. And we presented those facts to the courts, as well as the fact that it simply would have been impossible to get through the PMTA process during the initial 2-year compliance policy. So at a minimum, the industry needs until 2022, if not longer, to be able to prepare adequate data to support whether or not these products are appropriate for the protection of the public health.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration lashed out against the U.S. vaping industry, launching what it calls the largest coordinated enforcement effort in agency history. The move is intended to combat the reported uptick in teen e-cigarette use, which FDA says has now reached epidemic proportions. FDA's announced historic action against vaping includes a crackdown on 5 major manufacturers and more than 1,300 retailers for their alleged roles in perpetuating youth access to e-cigarettes. The agency sent warning letters and levied fines to retailers it says illegally sold Juul and other e-cigarette products to minors during a nationwide undercover blitz conducted this summer. FDA has also set a 60-day deadline for product manufacturers to deliver a plan to mitigate youth sales, which, if not satisfied, may lead FDA to restrict flavors. Also contingent on the plan, FDA warns it may reconsider its extension of compliance deadlines for submission of pre-market applications, which, if followed through, could devastate the industry. FDA's announcement signals an abrupt change in tone and direction that appears driven by anti-vaping hysteria promulgated by NGO public health groups and mainstream progressive media. Make no mistake, if the industry doesn't address the core assertions behind this enforcement, it will be lights out for vaping. RegWatch will be providing ongoing coverage of this latest FDA move over the weeks and months ahead. Of primary concern are FDA assertions that teen use has reached epidemic proportion. Is this epidemic scientifically proven, or is it based on anecdote and hyperbole? Also, the assertion that nicotine harms developing brains. Where's the science? What are the exact harms to youth, and how do they stack up against the lethal effects of smoking? Also, FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb stated the FDA won't tolerate a whole generation of young people becoming addicted to nicotine as a trade-off for enabling adults to have unfettered access to these same products. Which begs the question, Mr. Commissioner, what's the threshold? If some teens pick up a minor nicotine habit, how many would it take for FDA to throw adult smokers under the bus? Finally, FDA's assertion the so-called epidemic is a clear and present danger should be extremely troubling to vapers when the nation's top public health authority, which has sweeping powers in cases of emergency, invokes this phrase, individual liberties could be in jeopardy. Joining us for an in-depth discussion about individual rights and liberty is Professor Donald Boudreau, Senior Fellow with the F.A. Hayek Program for Advanced Study in Philosophy, Politics and Economics at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Professor Boudreau, thanks for joining us today on RegWatch. First off, we're going to be talking a lot about F.A. Hayek today. Please fill our viewers in on what makes him so special and a favorite of yours.
Hayek was an economist who won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1974. He is almost certainly the single most eloquent and effective champion during the 20th century of limited government and free markets. The intellectual case that he made for keeping government within constitutional bounds and for letting markets be as free and as innovative as possible for maximum consumer choice. The intellectual case he made for that was very deep. And I came upon Hayek's work as a young man, as a young undergraduate studying economics, and I was impressed by the sophistication, the depth, and the eloquence of Hayek. And as I said, he was awarded a Nobel Prize in Economics for a lot of his technical work, but he later went on to write a very famous book called The Road to Serfdom, which was published in Great Britain in 1944 and in the U.S. in 1945, and that book was a surprise bestseller. And in The Road to Serfdom, Hayek made his strong popular case for free markets and limited government.
What is that case? I know it's hard to pin down to a couple of sentences, but Hayek did a pretty good job of it.
He did. The case, probably at its root, at its base, it's that each individual knows more about his or her circumstances and about the specialties in which he or she is a producer, his or her own tastes as a consumer, the situation of his or her own family, than does a government bureaucrat, than does the government. Doesn't matter how smart, doesn't matter how well intentioned, doesn't matter how many computers a government bureaucracy or administrative agency has. Hayek pointed out that our world is made possible by the utilization of knowledge that exists only at very local levels, and we want each individual to take advantage of that knowledge, to use that knowledge and use it in a way that allows him or her to coordinate his activities with others around them. And Hayek pointed out that it's a conceit to think that really smart people in Washington or Ottawa or London or wherever can plan all the behaviors of these individuals or even try to override them and guide them, because that centralized planning, that centralized presumption, that's taking away from the individuals the right to make their own on-the-spot localized choices, is to substitute the very, very flimsy knowledge of people far distant from the local situation for the very rich and nuanced and detailed knowledge of each of the individuals who are on the ground.
You're describing public health in a way, aren't you?
It applies to public health. It applies to almost any subject that is relevant in the public policy arena. My own specialty is international trade. It certainly applies there, but it does apply. It does apply to public health. In the U.S., of course, we have the Food and Drug Administration, and one of the things that coming from we call it a Hayekian perspective. I come from a Hayekian perspective, and I think to myself, what do these bureaucrats in the FDA's offices in Washington, D.C., how can they possibly know what someone in Ottumwa, Iowa, or Seattle, Washington, or El Paso, Texas, how can they know what that person's risk preferences are, what that person should or should not be allowed to do? Presumably, adults, and I think this is a necessary presumption, adults must be presumed to have their own best interest in mind. And so if an adult has a different set of preferences and a different set of knowledge than do bureaucrats in a distant capital city, then it's unfortunate, in my view, to let that bureaucrat override the knowledge and the preferences of the people on the spot.
Yes, that's definitely the complaint, the concern that vapors have. So look, they've been smokers for a long time, some of them 20, 30, 40 years in some cases. They've been harangued for the last 30 years from public health and told that they're less human because they smoke cigarettes. And a huge, massive infrastructure of a campaign to make it completely, totally socially unacceptable comes down. And of course, it does kill you. And it's still killing 440,000 Americans every year. So vaping comes out of a consumer-led driven movement. Consumers developed the technology. It wasn't developed by pharmaceutical companies. It certainly wasn't developed by the government. Everything that they've been doing has not worked or made really a dent. Most importantly, it hasn't hurt the economics of the big tobacco companies. And so this is the very first thing that actually has done that. And instead of embracing it, public health, government, regulators are seriously trying to put this industry under.
As I'm following this debate, and it's crazy because all the evidence points to, and common sense, by the way, points to the fact that vaping is probably the best single substitute for smoking yet invented, and it's much less dangerous to personal health than is smoking, and so it's a terrific way for people to avoid many of the harms of smoking cigarettes, and so it would encourage that. And yet, you're right, the public health authorities, the intelligentsia, all the right-thinking people oppose it. And I don't know how it is in Canada, but in the United States, we have this unfortunate Puritan streak that I think is still around. There is a desire among a lot of people to just butt into other people's affairs, and I find it personally annoying. I don't even understand how anyone can have that kind of sentiment, but I've lived long enough to know that people do have that kind of sentiment. So I think a lot of what's going on with this whole vaping issue, at least in the United States, is it's not really the concern that the people who oppose vaping have is not really for the well-being of those for whom they claim to be looking out for. It's really for their own well-being, the well-being of the people who want to intrude. They want to feel good about themselves, and they make themselves feel good about themselves by ordering other people about. I know it sounds kind of dramatic, but I think it's true. I think the main impetus is to be bossy rather than to actually promote some public good.
So in a way, it's almost, let's say, to drag it back into some history, it's almost the social gospel of the early progressive days.
Yes, very much so, very much so. And in fact, maybe in a way, they dislike vaping even more because cigarettes do have pretty indisputable and horrible health effects for a lot of people who smoke cigarettes. Vaping is an enjoyable activity, the health effects of which are far less worse than that of cigarettes. And so it's easy. It's more difficult to demonize vaping, and maybe they're because of that difficulty, they're trying extra hard to do it.
When this issue first popped up on our radar as a news issue to cover back in 2014, my first instinct in Canada, where the ban locally was happening in Vancouver, that I started writing about, I was amazed because the concept was that we don't know enough about the risks and the dangers, so we're going to ban it. And I thought, well, you can't do that. You first of all, people have liberty, and you are not supposed to take away someone's liberty. Government should not take away a person's individual liberty unless they can prove that that person's actions has a detrimental harm to third parties, to society as a whole in a provable way, before you can take away their liberty. That's the de facto liberty, correct?
Correct. And the burden should be in a free society on those who wish to take away liberty to make the case that the liberty that's proposed to be taken away when it's exercised is so damaging that there is a case for taking it away. The burden should not be on those of us who want to protect liberty to prove that liberty is worth keeping. It should be on those who want to take it away to make the case that it's worth taking away in particular circumstances.
So how is it that they're able to put the shoe on the other foot, so to speak, and say, well, we don't know, we don't have enough science in yet, so because we don't have enough science in yet, we're going to take away your liberty? And where does that come from?
Well, your guess is good. It's a good question. I mean, it is the progressive mindset. It's a progressive mindset that smart people with PhDs, smart people who are elected to political office, smart people who write newspaper columns, somehow, they're smarter and they care more about ordinary people than do ordinary people themselves. The unwashed masses need to be led and guided by the really smart people. The unwashed masses have false consciousness, they're misled, they get misled by advertising. On the particular case, the particular matter of this, it's called a precautionary principle, which is a very dangerous idea, this notion that, we don't know, therefore we should ban it. One of many weaknesses of that is it can be turned on itself. We can go to the regulators and say, look, you don't know what the effects of your banning will be on the public health, so we should ban your banning. And I think actually the latter, the one I just made, the case I just made, is stronger because obviously, again, vaping is a substitute for a very dangerous product. And so when you start banning safer substitutes for dangerous products, that's when it's much more likely that effect is much more likely to lead to genuinely bad consequences in the future, rather than allowing people the freedom to choose to use this much safer product. I'll put a plug in for a scholar who I often disagree with, but I think he's at Harvard now, but the law professor Cass Sunstein, the American law professor Cass Sunstein, who's very much a man of the left, the political left, but he wrote a brilliant book in 2005 called Laws of Fear, in which, he's a very honest scholar, and he showed beyond any doubt that the precautionary principle is just a logical mare's nest. It's illogic built upon illogic, and so people on the left who are thoughtful and honest understand that the precautionary principle is not only invalid as a matter of logic, but it's a very dangerous tool to turn loose in the public sector.
The precautionary principle is basically saying we don't know and we're afraid of it, so we're going to have to stop it.
Yeah, we don't know with precision enough yet what the effects of vaping will be 10, 20 years down the road. Therefore, we should take precautions and ban it, is to sneak in the assumption that the effects of allowing vaping to be free will be worse than the effects of banning vapor. And there's no scientific reason to make that assumption. It's a logical fallacy to do so.
Our viewers are reluctant to hear RegWatch drag the conversation about vaping into politics. However, though, the fact is that politics are involved, because it tends to be those that are more on the progressive left that are in the bureaucracy of government, that are in public health, and are ones that are wanting to tell people what to do and how to live their lives and plan for society. Whereas generally on the right, that's not necessarily as much the case. So when we look at, who are the people, why are people, doing this and taking this position towards vaping, it's impossible to not just actually see that it's progressives. That's what they do. That is progressives created public health. And you can't understand the battle, the war against vaping without understanding progressivism.
It's a piece with it, yes.
One of the things that we've observed, and it's been controversial when we've brought it up before, but when we look at American vapors, they cross all political spheres, and what unites them is they were smokers and now they're vapors, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So, there's a bit of a cognitive dissonance because for those that are on the left, the progressive left, and they found government taking away their vapor and doing everything they can to quash it, they're suffering from a cognitive dissonance. And I think that's because they truly believe that government was supposed to always make decisions for the benefit of society. And they'd never experienced such a dramatic individual assault on their individual liberty before because, they're from the left. Those on the right have been brought up in MLU where liberty has been, diluted, if not demonized itself, watered down. I mean, name how many Americans can you name that you could point to and say this person is a great example of freedom and liberty? You can't. So I guess I toss that out to you as a question is that what do you do if you're on the left and you're a vapor and you're suffering from dissonance? What do you do if you're on the right and you really don't know what liberty is?
Well, so if you're on the right, let's take the right first. If you're on the right, at least the American right, the U.S. right, I don't think you're that surprised. I mean, it's just a piece of what the elite intellectuals and the public policy establishment has long done. They don't like the way ordinary people behave in many cases. They don't like the choices ordinary people make, and so they tend to they try to override those choices. In America, the ridiculous alcohol prohibition in the 1920s and early 1930s is only the most famous example of this kind of hubris by people who would plan other people's lives. On the political left, I would hope it would wake some people up to understand that look, it's easy when government is doing things that you approve of and that don't affect your own choices, and you can stand back and say, the government is helping those people who are making those poor choices over there. I applaud that. But when you're making a choice that you know is good for yourself, such as choosing to vape rather than to smoke, then the government says, no, you may not do that. Then it's kind of it can be a kind of wake up call. Say, wait a minute, this is a good choice. This is beneficial, and if it's beneficial for me, it's likely beneficial for many other people. So why is the state interfering here and preventing me from making this good choice? I suppose that what most people on the political left would do in those circumstances is just assume that if it's an isolated instance where the government is making a mistake. I think, but the wiser ones might draw the more correct conclusion that this is not an isolated instance. This is part of the logic of nanny state intervention. Nanny state intervention is not really done with the interests of the ordinary people in mind. It's said to be done, and it's believed to be done by a lot of people for that. But it's done to satisfy the egos of those who do the intervening. I'm convinced of that. If you want to save the world, and if you fancy yourself a savior, first of all, you need people who need saving. And if the people are going about their business and aren't particularly clamoring to be saved, you impose yourself on them, and you tell them, look, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do this thing, and so you create the progressive savior. You create the alleged need for your salvation services.
What can vapors in the United States do to help buttress liberty?
Oh my gosh, what I wish they would do is it's hard. I mean, it's not going to be a big political issue. It's not going to be a single issue election around vaping. But I wish they would just write to their representatives at the national and at the state level and local level too, and just demand, just ridicule them for interfering in their lives. Just say, look, it's my business. It's my life. You've been telling us for 60 years now that smoking cigarettes is something we shouldn't do. Okay, we get it. We believe you. So now we've discovered this wonderful, much less hazardous alternative. And why are you stopping us? I mean, I would hit not literally, but I would hit them in the face figuratively. With lots of letters and lots of emails and lots of whatever kind of political slogans you can come up with to make the case that it's basically it's none of your business what I'm doing. And look, what I'm doing here is actually something that is logically implied by what you, Mr. and Miss Government Planner, have all along been saying we should do, namely find alternatives to dragging on cigarettes. Well, vaping is such an alternative. It's just the kind of thing that you have been proposing all along. Now that we have it, you're telling us we can't have this either. And so that's not a very specific answer, but I do wish people would be more vocal in defending their liberties, in defending their rights as adults to make decisions for themselves without being overridden by the pompousness of people who are in government.
And the Hayekian argument on that would be about your right to make your own healthcare decisions.
Yeah, and that's right, because each individual, look, for some people, stop being, I've never smoked, so I can't speak from personal experience, but we all know enough. For some people, stopping smoking cigarettes is more difficult than it is for other people. There's no one level of difficulty on that front, and each individual knows his or her longing for cigarettes, knows his or her desire to stop smoking, knows his or her likelihood of being led to stop smoking by substituting vaping in place of smoking. These are individual pieces of knowledge that no bureaucrat can know. And why shouldn't we leave those decisions up to individuals? There's no one right decision, for individuals, and it's just pompous for someone in some Capitol building somewhere to make a proclamation that no, you shall not vape, because I have determined. Actually, I haven't even determined. I have made this guess based upon the precautionary principle that it's possible in some universe that vaping will lead to calamity down the road. And so because of this vague possibility, for which there is no scientific evidence, by the way, we are going to ban vaping totally. I think that's scientifically illegitimate, and it is politically pompous.
Joining us for an in-depth discussion about individual rights and liberty is Professor Donald Boudreau, Senior Fellow with the F.A. Hayek Program for Advanced Study in Philosophy, Politics, and Economics at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Professor Boudreau, thanks for joining us today on RegWatch. First off, we're going to be talking a lot about F.A. Hayek today. Please fill our viewers in on what makes him so special and a favorite of yours.
Hayek was an economist who won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1974. He is almost certainly the single most eloquent and effective champion during the 20th century of limited government and free markets. The intellectual case that he made for keeping government within constitutional bounds and for letting markets be as free and as innovative as possible for maximum consumer choice. The intellectual case he made for that was very deep. And I came upon Hayek's work as a young man, as a young undergraduate studying economics, and I was impressed by the sophistication, the depth, and the eloquence of Hayek. And as I said, he was awarded a Nobel Prize in economics for a lot of his technical work, but he later went on to write a very famous book called The Road to Serfdom, which was published in Great Britain in 1944 and in the U.S. in 1945, and that book was a surprise bestseller. And in The Road to Serfdom, Hayek made his strong popular case for free markets and limited government.
What is that case? I know it's hard to pin down to a couple of sentences, but Hayek did a pretty good job of it.
He did. The case, probably at its root, at its base, it's that each individual knows more about his or her circumstances and about the specialties in which he or she is a producer, his or her own tastes as a consumer, the situation of his or her own family, than does a government bureaucrat, than does the government. Doesn't matter how smart, doesn't matter how well intentioned, doesn't matter how many computers a government bureaucracy or administrative agency has. Hayek pointed out that our world is made possible by the utilization of knowledge that exists only at very local levels, and we want each individual to take advantage of that knowledge, to use that knowledge and use it in a way that allows him or her to coordinate his activities with others around them. And Hayek pointed out that it's a conceit to think that really smart people in Washington or Ottawa or London or wherever can plan all the behaviors of these individuals, or even try to override them and guide them, because that centralized planning, that centralized presumption, that's taking away from the individuals the right to make their own on-the-spot localized choices, is to substitute the very, very flimsy knowledge of people far distant from the local situation for the very rich and nuanced and detailed knowledge of each of the individuals who are on the ground.
You're describing public health in a way, aren't you?
It applies to public health. It applies to almost any subject that is relevant in the public policy arena. My own specialty is international trade. It certainly applies there, but it does apply to public health. In the U.S., of course, we have the Food and Drug Administration, and one of the things that coming from we call it a Hayekian perspective. I come from a Hayekian perspective, and I think to myself, what do these bureaucrats in the FDA's offices in Washington D.C. how can they possibly know what someone in Ottumwa, Iowa, or Seattle, Washington, or El Paso, Texas, how can they know what that person's risk preferences are, what that person should or should not be allowed to do? Presumably, adults, and I think this is a necessary presumption, adults must be presumed to have their own best interest in mind. And so if an adult has a different set of preferences and a different set of knowledge than do bureaucrats in a distant capital city, then it's unfortunate, in my view, to let that bureaucrat override the knowledge and the preferences of the people on the spot.
Let me throw this at you, Donald. I'm pulling you. You've obviously said fatal conceit a couple of times, and that's such a fantastic term that obviously Hayek uses. And let me read you this one line. The fatal conceit that man is able to shape the world around him according to his wishes.
Yep.
That is the fatal conceit, isn't it?
That is a great description of the fatal conceit. It's the notion that we can craft society to our liking, that by using government, and it's that conceit, it's conceited because anyone who's going to be in a position to use government force to craft society simply does not have the knowledge necessary to do it. It's impossible for any one individual or any group of individuals to have that kind of knowledge, no matter how they are elected or come to political office. So that's the conceit, and so it is contrasted with the humble recognition that if we let individuals each be as free as possible, meaning you're free, you as an adult are free to choose how to lead your life as long as you accord other people equal freedom. There are gray areas and reasons people can dispute, in particular cases, what an objectionable action is. But most of us understand that. I don't steal your stuff, you don't steal my stuff. I don't butt into your life, you don't butt into my life. I don't rape your wife. Well, you don't rape anybody. You leave other individuals to lead their own lives. And then when that happens, in that context of freedom, of mutually respected individual freedom, society emerges unplanned, but nevertheless in a very complex and orderly, productive and workable way. And it's that unplanned, Hayek called it a spontaneous order. In other words, emergent order. That unplanned connection of people interacting with each other, through markets and through the law of contract and property and the rule of law. That is what makes society work. That's what makes society interesting. That's what makes society society, as opposed to being some regimented military unit that's commanded by a handful of leaders at the top.
So don't be afraid of spontaneous order. If you're trying to reduce risk, don't try to reduce risk in that area.
That's right.
Right.
That's correct.
The fatal conceit is that hubris that you are, or a group of people, or a government could have enough information in which to plan society and mold behavior from cradle to grave, really, that the hubris is exactly the same as that thought that you could control prices, that you could get as much information as possible about price to be able to control the market.
That's exactly right. In fact, Hayek got the more general idea for the fatal conceit when he was thinking earlier on in his career about the role that market prices play and about the damages that he observed, that everybody observed who was observant, the damages created when government prevents prices from adjusting in markets. And Hayek realized that market prices they convey really an astonishing amount of detailed information to those of us who use them, and they do, and so that conveyance of information by prices means that we don't need, fortunately, we don't need planners to tell us how to adjust our economic activities, because if we had to rely upon central planners or bureaucrats to tell us how to adjust our economic activities, we'd be in bad shape because they certainly do not have the knowledge. People don't realize how astonishingly complex modern society is. Modern society works not because government plans it, not because government makes it work. Reasonable people can dispute the proper role of government, but modern society works largely because each of us, as individuals, are led by customs and norms and market prices and evolved law to interact with each other in peaceful and mutually advantageous ways. It's not the result of some giant government plan or giant government oversight.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Youth vaping has reached epidemic proportions. This is now the official position of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the most powerful public health agency in the world. Buckling under relentless pressure directed by anti-vaping public health groups, FDA announced a new enforcement action targeting the top 5 companies in vaping. Joining us today is Shell Hamill, a longtime national vaping advocate and retail vape store owner in Texas. Thanks again for coming on RegWatch.
Thank you for having me.
First off, Shell, FDA says teen vaping has reached epidemic proportions and is a clear and present danger to youth. What do you think?
I think it's the age-old problem of new products and teen issues all around. And I absolutely think that we need an answer for it. I think it has become a problem.
Is epidemic, though, a fair word to use?
I do believe that epidemic is a strong word. I'm a little torn on the epidemic language. I do see an increase. I think everyone sees an increase, especially with the pod style type vaping devices. I've definitely seen that. I think everybody has. We've seen it within our schools. We've seen it within our neighborhoods. So I think it's definitely something we absolutely have to do something about it. I'm not sure that taking flavors out is going to be the answer. I think the novelty of it, regardless of flavors altogether, is the issue. So, I mean, it's with teens all the time. It's an age-old problem. This is not something new. I think that we have to have a conversation with all of our retail shop owners. We have to have conversations. I mean, this has to be an open dialogue. It has to be something where we take ownership of it from all sides.
How do you mean by that, by all sides?
I think that that parents need to engage their teens and any youth in conversations regarding vaping products, regarding nicotine, regarding addictive things altogether. And I think that needs to start there. We need to speak to the convenience stores and making sure that we are being very proactive in addressing these issues and making sure that we are identifying minors and you know, even of course we're going to have the ones that fall under the radar, the ones that have the fake IDs and things of that nature, things that we had when we were kids. And we're going to have that, and we know that. But even unintentionally, we need to do our best to try to make sure that we have policies and procedures and processes in place to help keep this at bay.
Commissioner Gottlieb, in his statement, said that FDA will not tolerate another generation of young people getting addicted to nicotine just so adult smokers can have unfettered access to these products.
Sure. And I did read that. And so it almost reads as if, you know, we're going to sacrifice this one for this one. And I know that I've actually heard that terminology used. So I think there's a happy medium. I don't think that we need to sacrifice both. I think that there's a happy medium, and I think that there is some education that can happen. SFATA and AIMSA are coming together right now. I'll go ahead and let you know that SFATA and AIMSA are coming together, and they're doing a youth prevention program. I've been working on it. We've been working on it for some time now, and it is called YEP. It is coming soon. And that's with, of course, our industry. So it can't speak for your closed pod systems or those, but we saw the necessity for this type of program within our youth, just because it definitely is an issue that we all need to address, and we need to address it in a proactive manner rather than a reactive manner.
How would such a campaign activate itself?
So at this level, where we're at, we have developed a website. It has tons of education for parents to identify these products and know if their youth are experimenting with these products, because some of these individuals don't even know what they look like. They don't know what they look like. They don't know what their components would look like. So, you know, these teens and minors are sneaky, and they're good, kind of like we were. And so you may only see a battery laying around, or you may only see a charger laying around. And so we show those devices and show what they need to be looking for, and tell them how to open a dialogue, and ask them, or give them suggestions, I guess, to open a dialogue. Other things that we have in there are education for the youth, and the different scientific studies that are out there on nicotine, on the developing brain, and nicotine dependency, and how you really don't want to start that process at such a young age. And so we address that within that website. So we're going to be working on that. We're also working on a We Care program, which is out of that website for retail shops, and it addresses retail shops as well, and how to identify minors, what different policies and procedures they can put in place so that that unintentional sale cannot happen, or at least it has less of the potential to happen. So that's going to come out very soon, and the We Care program will be something that retail shop owners can join, I believe, and that's coming soon as well. So not long from now.
The FDA and all public health have really hung their hat on this issue that nicotine harms developing brains. But have you seen science that really proves that?
I've seen science in rats. I mean, and I'm not a scientist, nor am I a doctor, but I have heard continuously that nicotine is not a carcinogen in its purest form. It's not a carcinogen, and also know that from the studies and research that nicotine has the same effects on the body as caffeine. That's not my science. That's someone else's science, but I believe it. We absolutely need more testing done, and I think that's the position of the majority of politicians or government officials. And I'm not faulting anyone, but it's a knee-jerk reaction majority of the time.
Fair enough. However, clearly FDA and public health nonprofit groups that want to see vaping destroyed are taking a completely different position. Their position is nicotine harms developing brains, and they put out public service announcements like this spot right here.
There's an epidemic spreading. Scientists say it can change your brain. It can release dangerous chemicals like formaldehyde into your bloodstream. It can expose your lungs to acrolein, which can cause irreversible damage. It's not a parasite, not a virus, not an infection. It's vaping.
So, that is a very powerful piece. Is it fair? And what do you think about nicotine? Because they certainly are going after it.
They absolutely are. I think that I don't find it accurate. That's what I don't find. I don't find it accurate, not based on the science that I've seen, the medical data I've seen. I mean, all of the science that's not on rats. I don't see that.
But what about from a visceral? How do you feel when you see that piece?
I'm kind of torn, I'll be honest with you. If their intent, which I see that their intent is to push teens away from vaping and starting that process, if that is their intent, then I think that that it, as a teen, as a minor, that would make me pause. It would give me pause. But I have many adults that come up to me and go, that's worse for you than smoking, or something of that nature. And I teach about formaldehyde. Formaldehyde's everywhere. I mean, and we have specific formaldehyde studies on the new devices where they show there is zero formaldehyde. So it is, it's not accurate. And so I don't want it to dissuade adult smokers from using this as an alternative. So I'm very torn, because I see what they're doing. I see what they're trying to do, and trying to stop a new population from using nicotine. But I think that it misses the mark. as far as what we need to happen with these. I don't think that you throw one under the bus for the other. I think that there's a happy balance.
Do you think vaping will survive?
Oh, Brent, you're talking to me. Of course I think vaping's going to survive because I am a positive thinker, and by golly, I'm going to fight until the last day, because I believe that this product has to be available for these individuals to succeed, and that is the most important thing. So do I think it's going to survive? Absolutely, 150%.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. FDA's crackdown on vaping advanced to a new phase last week as the world's largest public health agency launched The Real Cost, a $60 million education campaign designed to dissuade youth from vaping. With the launch came the FDA's first television spot titled Epidemic, which presents an unsettling visual metaphor of an organism invading the lungs, bloodstream, and brain of youth who experiment with e-cigarettes. It's a powerful ad with a troubling message.
There's an epidemic spreading. Scientists say it can change your brain. It can release dangerous chemicals like formaldehyde into your bloodstream. It can expose your lungs to acrolein, which can cause irreversible damage. It's not a parasite, not a virus, not an infection. It's vaping.
Joining us today to talk about FDA's new campaign, its so-called historic enforcement action against vaping device manufacturers and retailers, is Oliver Kershaw, the founder of the world-renowned e-cigarette forum and owner of Vaping.com. Oliver, thanks for joining us today on RegWatch.
Thanks for having me, Brent.
Oliver, first off, please share with our viewers your reaction when you first saw the Epidemic ad.
Disappointment, I would say. It's hard to gauge the truth of it because it's not really making any particular contentions. And where it's talking about epidemic, for instance, the onlooker, the observer, hasn't been given any kind of data to really judge that on. We just have to take it as read that the United States is undergoing an epidemic at present.
So for our viewers who don't know about e-cigarette forum, which I find that extremely hard to believe, why don't you give them a bit of a background on, you are a pioneer, really, in vaping. Explain that to our viewers.
E-cigarette forum, or ECF as I call it, is a website that I set up in the dark and distant times of 2007, after having gotten hold of an e-cig of the time and thinking that this was an exceptionally potent concept, but needed quite a bit of improvement. And I was so taken with the notion that, and equally taken by the fact that there was no information about this thing, that I set up this community and grew it. Many sort of stalwarts of today's vaping industry started on ECF, and it became this sort of ground zero, the innovation hub of the e-cigarette world. It also started the conversation on advocacy. So CASAR was founded by members of ECF, and so I've had a very privileged view on the whole history of how this has all played out over the last 10-11 years.
What is your thoughts on the FDA crackdown?
To some extent, I think there's a certain inevitability about what's happening right now. As I wrote in my post the other day, the first time I saw Juul, I knew two things about it. Number one, it was going to be a huge product. And number two, it was going to be hugely controversial. And it was almost perfect for the anti-smoking, anti-vaping community. There's a whole kind of series of things that are leveled against vaping. Now, almost every single one of those is being leveled in one neat package at Juul. Juul, we can say, is probably the first breakthrough vaping product in terms of its mass market appeal and how it's, the well-documented commercial storm that it's taken the United States by over the last year. the inevitability of that, let's call it a law of physics, is that if it appeals to adults, it will appeal to youth as well. It's just, I think Lynn Kozlowski, who I'll almost certainly reference a lot, has said, name a product in the history of legal product, or illegal, I suppose, that has appealed specifically to adults and not to youth. And it's a great challenge because there just isn't one.
You referenced your post, Oliver. That's a post that you put out last week, and it kind of caused a bit of a stir because it was pretty strong. And I'd like to go through just a couple of points with you, just one at a time, though.
Cool.
So you wrote in here, Gottlieb, and that's referring to Commissioner Gottlieb of FDA, is revealing to us the ethical position of the FDA. What did you mean by that?
If you're going to make the products not appeal to youth, do you also then, therefore, necessarily have to make them appeal less to adults? And I think the answer is probably yes. I mean, the general kind of supposition is that that adults and children, you can sort of have your cake and eat it. So you can sort of take away bits of it, and adults will be fine, and kids it will be less appealing for. I mean, it's just completely implausible. And we've now essentially had Scott Gottlieb saying as much. He's saying, yes, okay, it is implausible. Of course, in order to get fewer kids to use the product, we have to make it less appealing for youth and for adults. And we're fine with that.
Let me read again from your post. This is the following line. FDA is totally in thrall to the Temperance League, and it's utterly neglecting its public health duty. But astonishingly, circumstances have been engineered such that this abstinence-only agenda is the one that is politically impeccable.
So politically impeccable is Lynn Kozlowski's phrase again. And I will say that I did preface that sentence by, that I may be a little hyperbolic here, but the substance of the point is absolutely right. Fundamentally, we have a real kind of, abstinence-only, anti-nicotine establishment that runs, that is thought leadership within American tobacco control. And, I mean, I hate to say it, but we have this incredible publishing bias, which is funded by FDA, which essentially funnels tremendous amounts of money into these research centers that are all fundamentally designed to find problems with tobacco products and not designed to find opportunity from so-called tobacco products. And so we end up with the minimal risk blown out of proportion. But at the center of this, you have these curious organizations like the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, whose role actually in the trajectory of American policy on tobacco has never been properly scrutinized. It is full of serious questions over what they've engineered, and takes absolutely phenomenal amounts of money from people like Mike Bloomberg. My view is that Mike Bloomberg himself cannot understand the first thing about what's going on here. I think he's, and this is why I say enthralled to I use that word thrall, because actually that is what it is here.
So Oliver, you write in the post, we're close to checkmate here. There's only one solution: unity and aggression. What did you mean by that?
Part of the substance of the post was a general sense that our industry has really lost its sense of first principles and is fighting battles that are basically planted there by the opposition. So stuff over flavors, stuff over, open system versus closed systems. None of this matters, right? The only thing that matters here is the unified narrative about what we are trying to achieve here with our technology in all its forms, which is to make smoking obsolete and redundant. That's the one thing. So that's the unity part. The aggression part is really, well, that comes from something I heard David Swainer saying last week. That's really about. Of course, I don't mean blowing stuff up, right? I don't mean that. It's time to get creative. We, got to start thinking about ways of communicating to people what this is about. And in order to do that, we've got to, I think we've got to get quite aggressive. Look, I'm not gonna be on my back foot anymore on this. I'm speaking to you, I think, more candidly than I've ever spoken about any of this before. I'm fed up with it. We've had 11 years of essentially allowing people that hate every aspect of the industry, not one bit, not pods, right? They don't just hate pods. They absolutely hate the fact that smokers are finding a different way of doing this and that it could actually do the job. And I make no apology. I'm not going to get drawn on conspiracy theories or stuff about, where the money is, because it doesn't matter. The fundamental point is our opponents hate our technology. Our technology is all the same, whether it's in a pod or an open system, it's the same. It has nicotine, it has flavor, it can be used by grown-ups or kids, right? It's the same thing. So if you're getting cross about Juul and you think Juul's screwing it up, well, personally, I don't think they've done their public affairs very well at all. Because I think they should have been far more bullish and aggressive from the beginning. But fine, you can be cross about that. But to say that pods are something different, or
you're scattering. What's happening is that the opponents to vaping are forcing the proponents of vaping to scatter.
Absolutely. Just pull together. Every time somebody says, the pod systems are designed for kids or they're uniquely addicting kids, say, where's the evidence for that? Tell the real story.
Well, and that's one of the things that we've been asking with regard to nicotine harms developing brains. It seems like a last resort. They have no other science left. All they have is an old wives' tale, which is, Johnny, don't smoke or it'll stunt your growth. How is that any different than nicotine harms developing brains?
You're absolutely right. I mean, it's the same thing. It's worth pointing out that you can more or less give any compound to a mouse in high enough doses, and you will see physiological changes from doing that. But on the flip side, it's well known that the younger you are as an initiator of smoking, at least, the harder it is to stop. We can all get behind that because it's well attested. But to start throwing out these putative mechanisms, and if you read the papers, they're extraordinarily impressive. I mean, they look very, very plausible. But you just take a moment to think about what's being said here. That the greatest generation, so-called greatest generation, that sent man to the moon, that had some 80% of adult men were smoking, were all brain damaged. I mean, it's just an absolute nonsense. And we've got to, we've got to. There is a narrative around this, which is the truth. Nicotine is a reasonably benign substance that really exists at the lower end of things that we should be worrying about kids doing. But its relationship with tobacco is obviously something that we should be concerned about, or not tobacco, smoking, right? So, in order to take that challenge seriously, we have to say the first thing you've got to do is tell people, not just kids, everybody, that the difference between smoking and like I said, almost every other form of tobacco usage.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. Joining us today to discuss the public health war on vaping and FDA's growing crackdown on the industry is eminent researcher and world-leading tobacco control scientist, Dr. David Abrams. Dr. Abrams is quite simply at the top of his field. He was a professor and founding director of the Centers for Behavioral and Preventive Medicine at Brown University Medical School. He then directed the Office of Behavioral and Social Sciences Research at the National Institutes of Health, the NIH. Until 2017, he was professor of health behavior and society at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and he's the founding executive director of the Schroeder National Institute of Tobacco Research and Policy Studies at Truth Initiative. Dr. Abrams has published over 250 peer-reviewed scholarly articles and been a principal investigator on numerous NIH grants. He is lead author of the Tobacco Dependence Treatment Handbook, and he served on expert panels at the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and he served on the Board of Scientific Advisors of the National Cancer Institute. Dr. Abrams, thank you for joining us today on RegWatch.
You're welcome.
Tell us about where you are right now.
I'm now a professor at the NYU College of Global Public Health in New York City.
The Big Apple. Well, we've been wanting to talk to you for some time, Dr. Abrams. As you know, the FDA did an abrupt turn on vaping in September, announcing what it calls an historic enforcement action that is intended to combat what the agency calls an epidemic of teen vaping. What do you make of that?
Well, it certainly is of concern to try to keep any and all nicotine products out of the hands of youth and young adults who haven't started using much more lethal tobacco products like cigarettes or little cigars. So in general, I think we all agree that we should keep nicotine products away from underage youth. We have not yet seen the data that the FDA is citing for its historic claim that we now have a massive jump in e-cigarette use in high schools in particular and among young people. However, it is of concern, and I would say that we do need to look at all the ways that we could restrict and limit these novel new products from getting into the hands of youth. But I don't think it's necessarily a simple answer. I think, for example, parents, teachers, local communities, and some of the companies, some of which do not make lethal cigarettes and do not behave like big tobacco. They're actually trying to help people switch or quit the much more lethal cigarette, are all on our side in terms of harm reduction. So it's a tricky thing to thread this needle to protect our kids as much as possible while ensuring that these innovative breakthrough products could really be readily available to help smokers who are unable to stop smoking to switch to a much less harmful alternative.
So is it fair or is it even proper scientifically to demonize vaping and to have this crackdown, which really is affecting companies and vapors, without actually any evidence to support the fact that there is this epidemic?
Well, I certainly don't think it's fair to crack down and demonize nicotine per se. Nicotine actually can be our ally in helping people who need nicotine or want nicotine to switch from a much more lethal way of delivering nicotine. People have said, you smoke for the nicotine, but you die from the tar and all the carcinogens in the burnt tobacco. None of that is present in e-cigarettes. So again, we need to find a balance. So I believe the FDA has said that they have new data that there's a 75% increase in past 30-day vaping among youth, and that is cause for alarm.
Well, we know that the 30-day past use is a suspect measurement anyhow, isn't it?
Well, it is. It seems to be more reliable as a measure of experimentation, curiosity, and novelty. What we do know when we look at the whole context is that the vast majority of youth who are using these products are already also using cigarettes or other tobacco products. And they also are trying marijuana, alcohol, and other products. So these are the kids who generally are risk-taking, and we expect some of that among youth and adolescents. It's the way youth are. And so we're not sure how much of this is over and above what we'd expect anyway. And when you progress to daily use, that's where there's been more concern. And if you look at the daily use patterns, cigarette use is still the most frequent product used daily. And e-cigarette use is more common for any past 30-day use, but not for daily use at all.
Dr. Abrams, for parents out there, they're looking for an answer regarding vaping that's not couched in terms that have a bunch of equivocations and stuff like that from regulation. They just want to know. They want to know, is it safe?
Sure, and that's the first obvious question. And there's been a lot of confusion out there that is cast in scientific terms. So first, let me say I'm both a parent and now a grandparent of a 14-year-old granddaughter who has in fact asked me about vaping. So what I'm going to say now is what I would say to my own grandchild as well as to anybody else. And to the best of our knowledge of the science, vaping is much safer than smoking any combusted or burning any tobacco product. So the answer is unequivocally, it's much safer. It's obviously not completely safe. Nothing is if you're going to do something. So nicotine can be addictive, but when you decouple the smoke from the toxic chemicals in the burning of tobacco from the nicotine, you have a much safer product. There's no question that I would rather my granddaughter did nothing and didn't use anything, but I want her to know the whole truth, which is, yes, vaping is much safer than smoking any type of cigarette.
Dr. Abrams, FDA also asserts, based on primarily the Surgeon General's warning in late 2016, that nicotine harms developing brains. Is there scientific evidence for this claim?
I think that's been overblown, not only in the secondary reports of the Surgeon General, but in the press. The truth is that we have no strong human evidence that nicotine damages the brain at all. These come from animal studies, which you can often not easily generalize to humans. There is a concern that nicotine chemically will change the brain, just like sugar or any other chemical. And over time, that could lead to an addiction that in adulthood would make it harder to stop using nicotine. So there's certainly something to say there that nicotine can change the way the brain works. But I think using words like brain damage or damages the adolescent brain, that's true of rats and mice. It's not true of humans as far as we know from the current research.
How does one square the fact that the top public health regulator in the world is pushing out this line that nicotine harms developing brains and using it as a raison d'etre for cracking down on a multi-billion-dollar a year industry that exists to help save lives?
Yeah, and you know, there's actually fairly strong evidence that's not cited that after 40, 50, and 60 years of heavy nicotine use among adults, especially in Sweden, where they've switched from a burnt tobacco product to snus, which is simply non-inhalable nicotine that you take in a little smokeless tobacco pouch. If there was brain damage there, we would have seen it because they use heavy doses of nicotine for 40 or 50 years. Not only that, there's suggestive evidence that actually nicotine can be beneficial to the brain. There's fairly strong evidence that nicotine, because it's in the same chemical products actually as caffeine and attention deficit disorder drugs, nicotine for sure improves concentration, alertness, memory, and information processing without increasing errors. And there is evidence in older people that nicotine can enhance brain function.
Now, this is the division inside the divisiveness inside public health that you speak about in your recent paper, and it's fantastic. The title of it is Managing Nicotine Without Smoke. Why this paper? Because I know that you had one out earlier in 2018. That was the Public Health Review, right?
Correct.
And this one contains much of the same material. However, you're much more precise and I would say, much more forward stepping in terms of stating what the real problems are.
Sure. So 2 reasons why we did this. The science is increasing rapidly, and the strongest science is confirming dramatically less harmful. They do help smokers quit. They don't inhibit quitting, as some people have claimed. In fact, I would recommend any smoker try to switch and find an e-cigarette product and a sweet spot that allows them to switch. And the evidence has gotten so much stronger that we felt we had to update our annual review of public health within 6 months of publishing it. We also felt that we needed some stronger language to challenge what we regard as extremely weak science that has been exaggerated to create this misinformation about the harms of e-cigarettes in particular and the harms of nicotine in particular. And in fact, I also emphasized again that Commissioner Gottlieb of the FDA and Mitch Zeller made a very strong statement that in their new comprehensive approach, nicotine, although not harmless, is not the major cause of cardiovascular disease, cancer, or pulmonary disease. It's the toxins in the burnt tobacco. The fact that that's been challenged has created so much confusion in the public's eye that we felt we had to make much stronger statements about what the science really says when you put it all together with the latest evidence. And it's getting stronger and stronger in support of harm reduction and switching if you can't quit.
So you're in the media capital of the world, so I would imagine NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, they're all beating down your door right now to get interviews so they can share that news with the American public.
Well, that is partly true. However, I also think what I call the status quo traditional tobacco control groups are still very connected, very powerful, and are influencing the WHO, the EU, and many American politicians and news media. And I would just encourage the news media to dig much deeper with their questions than the superficial initial statements that are made. Because it's easy to say, of course, we're against any youth or non-smoker using any product. And frankly, I agree with that. I think we should do everything we can to keep all of these novel products away from underage youth. But I think that can be done with traditional, very effective enforcement, age 21 checks, limits media predatory marketing, and yet it can be done without necessarily demonizing nicotine in these products, which we know can help any smoker. And I would add potential smoking youth who are going to smoke anyway. And most of them will be smoking unless we encourage them to use an alternative product. And those things are not mentioned. So I think there are lots of errors of omission where the whole story isn't told. And so the media gets very attracted to that playbook, if you will. And so it's hard for us to tell the whole truth in that context.
Did CNN interview you as a result of this report?
Yes, they did.
And how was the coverage?
And I have not seen the full balanced coverage of that interview. My recollection is that it either hasn't been aired yet or a very brief soundbite was aired in the context of a much more overwhelming story about the concerns about e-cigarettes and youth, eclipsing everything and not talking about the possible benefits of saving 37 million smokers' lives. And you do have to balance both. You know, protecting kids and, as you said, selling 37 million smokers down the tubes is not acceptable. And telling the truth to the public, whether it's youth or adults, is really important. The whole truth, not simply that nicotine is not harmless, but also that nicotine in a delivery form like an e-cigarette is substantially less harmful than combusted tobacco. And I think everybody should know that. It's not a good idea to lie to youth to protect them, especially not in the digital media age. I think you lose your credibility by not telling the whole truth to the whole public.
Well, and it's not just youth they're lying to parents, they're lying to politicians, local governments, they're lying to educators. I mean, they're lying to everybody, aren't they?
Yeah, and lying may be a strong word, and I think the issue is that they simply omit the most important facts, and that creates a dramatic misperception of the harms without the balancing benefits. And so, that is regarded as misinformation and disinformation in the strongest sense of the word. Errors of omission are as important in consumer protection law. And often when you don't say what you should be saying, that's where words like consumer fraud get raised if you are a commercial company. So I think we should all be taking care to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, which includes the benefits and the harm-reduced benefits of these new alternative products, as well as the fact that we, of course, want to keep them away from youth. And I think that, again, there are ways to do that without distorting the harms.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. There's a war on nicotine, and just like the war on drugs in general, it can't be won. We will never live in a world where nicotine isn't used by millions. These words are those of Helen Redmond in the first line of her September article published at filtermag.org, titled "The War on Nicotine Pits Prejudice Against Public Health." Redmond, who is based out of New York City, is an independent journalist, educator, and ardent champion of harm reduction. And she is our guest today on RegWatch. Helen, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
What motivated you to write this piece, and who is it aimed at?
Well, there were several motivations in writing the piece. Probably the underlying one is to rescue nicotine. The level of misunderstanding and myths around nicotine is just staggering, and it's been that way for decades. I'm a veteran of the drug wars, of illegal drugs, and when I started working in tobacco harm reduction, the similarities were remarkable. So the piece is an attempt to rescue nicotine from tobacco harm reduction haters and to talk about the history, as I do in the piece, of how smoking started, right up to the point we're at now, where we have these incredible devices called electronic cigarettes and heat not burn, and how they're major game changers for smokers. We have the ability now, right now, to help millions of smokers switch from combustible tobacco to electronic cigarettes or heat not burn products and save lives. And that's enormously important, to save the lives of smokers. So the piece is really about a lot of that.
So when vapers say that they believe that public health has executed a war on vaping that has demonized vaping by demonizing nicotine, would you say that's fair?
That's absolutely fair, because there is this obsession with nicotine, and it's often compared to heroin and cocaine in terms of its addictiveness. And that's wrong. There are no studies that show that. It's just thrown out there, I would argue, to fearmonger, to scare people. The reality is people become dependent on nicotine. Addiction is actually inaccurate. The definite addiction is when you use a drug and it has negative impacts on your life in terms of your health, in terms of the law, in terms of your ability to work, etc. If you have unfettered access to nicotine delivered through electronic cigarettes or heat not burn, there's very few negative consequences. In fact, there's a lot of health benefits, which we can talk about later. So this obsession with nicotine and lowering the amount of nicotine in cigarettes it's the wrong approach. It's misunderstanding what nicotine is as a drug, I would say.
So in your opinion, then, as somebody who professionally researches this subject and educates and counsels people too as well, is nicotine a benign substance, or is it a substance that parents should be worried about, especially if kids end up using it?
I don't think that parents should allow themselves to be used by the people who are whipping up a hysteria around youth and nicotine use. I want parents to understand that nicotine is a benign substance. There's decades of research that show that nicotine has very little negative effect. It's really about the delivery device. It's about how you get nicotine. So we're not worried about nicotine patches. We're not worried about nicotine gums or nicotine inhalers, right? People, it's fine for them to use those products. Why not electronic cigarettes? And it comes down to inhalation.
So as of October 17th, you could actually drive from Alaska all the way along the West Coast, all the way down to Mexico, and never leave a jurisdiction where recreational marijuana now isn't legal. Is it not fair to say that public health people would have had to support that? Are they not the same people then that are also participating in this demonization of nicotine?
For decades and decades, marijuana was demonized, right? Gateway, the children, many of the same arguments that they're using against vaping. I mean, it's almost Orwellian to me. I find it interesting if public health people are on board for legalizing marijuana and they're opposed to vaping. That it's illogical to me, because vaping is far safer than smoking a Marlboro or a Camel. There's no debate about that anymore. I don't even want to debate about it. I will, because it's necessary, but the reality is vaping is far safer than smoking cigarettes. So why don't people in public health want people, regardless of their age, that's my opinion, to have be able to access products that are actually safer.
You meticulously addressed each of the distorted harms and myths of vaping in your article. It almost seemed, though, Helen, that you were a bit frustrated.
Well, I am frustrated because the numbers of people quitting smoking have stalled in the United States. In other countries, the picture is a little bit different, but in the United States, those numbers have stalled. And that's demoralizing. And then along comes these new technologies that actually can begin to accelerate the decrease in smoking. And you have organizations like Tobacco Free Kids whipping up hysterias to try to limit access to these products, implement flavoring bans, raise taxes on vaping products so that people of modest means can't afford them. And it feels like a war. And that pisses me off. Because again, if you want people to stop smoking and be healthy, why can't they use vaping products? You'll give them the patch, you'll give them the gum. For millions of people, they don't work. And vaping does. Why are you opposing that? It is no longer acceptable to say, we don't have enough data in terms of safety. We do. They are safer. And so that is my frustration, that they would actually try to block people from being able to buy these products. That is enormously frustrating to me, because millions of people want to quit. They don't want to smoke. They got the message from the public health folks that smoking is detrimental to health. Now they're trying to do something about it, and you want to take that away? No.
Is it maybe, potentially, and some people that we've talked to have mentioned this in the past, is that maybe it comes down to enjoyment. They don't like it that smokers are getting this way out where they can continue to enjoy an activity and a drug that they've been enjoying for many years. And it's kind of like over then, right? Like, what can public health do or tobacco control do if everybody just switches over?
Right. will they have a job anymore? So that is where you can follow the money. Follow the money in tobacco control. And I think you have your answer, but there would be a place for those people in another area of public health. I think you're onto something when you say it is about pleasure. Again, in the United States, we do have, it's something we've asked ourselves in the harm reduction movement around other drugs, and that is it okay to get high? Is it okay to enjoy the benefits of drugs, whether it's a glass of wine, a cigarette, an espresso, a marijuana joint? Is it okay to alter your consciousness in some way? And so when it comes to nicotine, to me, it's a no-brainer, no pun intended. I'm all for it because of the benefits of nicotine. And that is, it increases concentration, it increases energy, it helps reduce anxiety and depression. There's many, many benefits of nicotine. And when people use it, again, they're getting it through an electronic cigarette, heat not burn or snooze. Very little harm is being done to themselves or to people around them. They don't become violent, which for some people, if they drink too much, it's linked to violence. They're not out robbing and stealing, which some people have to do to get illegal drugs. So there's very few downsides to nicotine. It's similar, I know this is an analogy everybody uses, I'm going to use it. It's similar to caffeine.
Helen, I also want to bring in another one of your articles to the attention of our viewers. And again, it was published on filtermag.org just this month in early October, titled In Defense of Juul After the Latest Media Hit Piece. Let's talk about that for a bit, because obviously Juul is everything we hear about right now.
Right, Juul is being hit big time. And I wrote this piece because once again, I felt that here is a company that has produced an innovative and beautiful product that people can use to stop smoking combustible tobacco. And there's a backlash against it. There's a panic that has been whipped up. And I wanted to go through all of the arguments in an article written by another journalist that, again, was just full of myths, outright lies, using hysterically charged language to once again try to convince lots of people that vaping is as dangerous as smoking a Camel. And that is patently untrue. So the piece is about trying to recognize that Juul actually has created a product that a lot of people really like. And so that's really key, right? Why would a company create an electronic cigarette that no one wanted to use? So of course, there's all kinds of interesting design elements and the right amount of nicotine, because that's important for people who switch. You have to get the right amount of nicotine or you're gonna stay with what you know, which is a cigarette. So really it's a piece about defending this company. And again, did they do everything right in terms of the marketing? Probably not. But the basic, their product is an amazing product. And I want people to know that. I'm championing that against all of the Juul haters.
Helen, is there any evidence that shows that Juul might actually have intended to addict teens, to their product?
There's absolutely no evidence to show that. Nicotine is being held to a standard that I don't think is right. I think that the strengths of nicotine should be very varied. Some people need a lot more nicotine than others. So you take in the amount of nicotine until you get the effects that you want, and then you stop. People don't overdose on nicotine. So if a teenager tries a Juul and the nicotine, it's a really strong hit, they wouldn't keep using it. They would feel the effects that they want and they would stop. So this whole discussion about it's just too much for who? Every person needs a different amount of nicotine. So let's have pods or liquids in different strengths to help every person make the switch.
What is your visceral reaction when you hear the FDA coming out with more and more announcements that they're cracking down?
Good luck. It's not going to work. I was hoping, again, because I'm a veteran of the drug wars, that we could stop with the hysteria and the panic when it comes to drugs, because it never makes things better. It always makes things worse. It drives things underground. It contributes to shame and stigma. You can't have a rational discussion when you're talking about epidemics and trying to hook teenage brains and putting out junk science. It doesn't help anybody. It makes things worse. And I wish that the FDA could do that. Just say, everybody keep calm, let's carry on. If there has been an increase in young people using electronic cigarettes, 1 year, looking at 1 year's worth of data is not sufficient. You really have to look at trends. You have to look over several years to see, because one thing we know about young people is they're into fads.
Helen, you spoke with Dr. Peloso for your In Defense of Juul article, specifically about this 75% increase in teen use of e-cigarettes. Share with our viewers what you found out about that issue.
Well, according to Ricardo Pelosa, even if it is a 75% increase, it's still a tiny minority. And to be honest, I'm not worried about teenagers vaping. I don't actually have a problem with them experimenting with vaping products, just like they're going to experiment with alcohol and marijuana and other drugs, depending upon where they live in the country. That is a reality that we have to accept. Young people experiment with drugs. They always have, they probably always will. The question comes down to, do you want teenagers experimenting with a product that by orders of magnitude reduces the harm?
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. On Thursday, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration finally announced its proposed restrictions on vaping products in the agency's effort to combat what it calls an epidemic of teen vaping. According to just released 2018 data, vaping increased nearly 80% among high schoolers and 50% among middle schoolers. The vast majority of that usage driven by the popularity of Juul. As expected, FDA announced it would be restricting the sale of vaping products to only menthol, mint, and tobacco flavors at convenience store and gas stations across the country. This is the Juul rule. No more mango and melon flavors at your favorite corner store. Joining us today to discuss FDA's regulatory action is Dr. Michael Siegel from Boston University School of Public Health. Dr. Siegel, thanks for joining us again on RegWatch.
Thanks for inviting me.
Well, first off, how would you characterize FDA's regulatory action against vaping?
Well, I would characterize this as a really grossly disproportionate action in terms of the way the agency is dealing with electronic cigarettes compared to the way that they're dealing with regular tobacco cigarettes. Tobacco cigarettes have been addicting young people for years, for decades, and the FDA never jumped into action to take those off the shelves. Now the FDA is taking most electronic cigarettes off the retail shelf, but it's leaving the real cigarettes on the shelf so that youth can continue to buy those products. It doesn't make sense to me. I think that there is something wrong with the overall perspective of the agency when they are, doing everything they can, taking really drastic action to take e-cigarettes off the shelf and make those unavailable, yet cigarettes can just continue to be sold in these stores unencumbered.
So let's make sure that our audience knows the difference between the closed systems and the open systems, because we're really talking about the closed system devices here at the 10,000 locations that are convenience and gas, the ubiquity that you have with those kinds of retail locations, whereas the tank refillable systems that are primarily sold at vape retailer were singled out as not actually having any action at all. And it was a bit of an endorsement for open systems because they almost said open system retailers are responsible, yet convenience store and gas station are not.
The idea, at least in theory, is that if you restrict the sale of vaping products to adult-only establishments, that they'll be less accessible to youth. But I would argue that if that's true, let's just stipulate that that's true. Well, if that's true, then why is that not true for cigarettes too? And why should cigarettes be allowed to be sold at these retail establishments? It doesn't make any sense to me to restrict. Essentially what they're saying is we will go take any step necessary to make sure that kids do not have access to fake cigarettes, but we're not going to do anything. It doesn't concern us that kids have access to real cigarettes. And that, given the difference in the health effects of the two, to me that makes no sense.
So in a way, this regulatory action then may be saying to the public that you can trust a clerk at a 7-Eleven to sell deadly cigarettes, but you can't trust that clerk to sell fake cigarettes like e-cigarettes.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, that's exactly what this is saying. So if the FDA is really serious and their philosophy is we cannot allow youth to become addicted to nicotine, and we have to get rid of any product that is addicting you, then the first thing they should be doing is to restrict the sale of cigarettes at these places. It doesn't make any sense to say, we're going to allow cigarettes to be sold, but not electronic cigarettes, because it basically normalizes tobacco use. It basically says that, tobacco use is fine. It's a familiar, although deadly behavior, and so we're going to allow it. But this new thing, we just can't accept. So I think that's a bad message. I think there's a second harm here, and that is probably the most tangible one, which is I think a lot of ex-smokers who quit using electronic cigarettes and are dependent on these retail outlets for their products are going to just give up and return to smoking, because if it's not as easy for them to get their products, they're just going to say, I might as well just smoke rather than have to go through all these hurdles to get the products that I want.
And that's really part of the issue here, isn't it? Because the success of Juul, it comes from, part of it is that it's ubiquitous. So the actual locations and the ubiquity of it, is that not almost one of the most important things if you're trying to get all of these hardened smokers to finally give vaping a shot?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the market share data, consistently, the brands which have done the best are the ones which are sold in retail outlets. It's just, undeniable. They may be able to go to a vape shop or they may be able to get them online, but that's, it takes a lot of effort, especially if there's not a vape shop in their community. And so most likely what a lot of these ex-smokers are going to do is say, forget it. It's just not worth it. I'll just go into the retail store that I usually go to, and instead of getting my electronic cigarette, I'll just get the real thing. And that would have devastating, and is going to have devastating impacts on the public's health.
Could you actually say that it could actually not even just harm, but actually lead to somebody's death?
Well, absolutely. Because if somebody who is a ex-smoker, they've quit, they've done, tremendous service to their health, and if they now go back to smoking, it's very plausible that they could develop disease and even death in a way that wouldn't have happened if they had continued to vape and stay off cigarettes. So yeah, I think this is, to put it bluntly, this is going to cost lives.
In your time working in this space, have you ever heard an FDA commissioner using such breathless language that this one is using, describing a threat?
I don't think that health authorities describing this degree of a threat for a product that, when compared to another product that's on the market, poses a much, much greater threat. I think that's the part that I haven't heard. I mean, we've heard often there is hysteria about there are scares about various dangers, perceived health risks out there. But this is kind of a really strange one because of the contrast between the harms that tobacco cigarettes are causing and the harms that e-cigarettes are causing. And, just to be very clear on the science, we know that cigarettes are causing more than 400,000 deaths each year. To the best of our knowledge, certainly to the best of my knowledge, there are no deaths that have been ever associated with vaping. Now, I'm not saying that vaping is safe, and I'm not saying that 20 or 30 years down the road, there may be data showing that chronic vaping over a lifetime could lead to some chronic disease. But we know that even short-term use of cigarettes causes severe and substantial health effects. We don't know that in fact, we know that's not true for vaping.
Why is that message not getting out to the public then?
I think it's because health groups have really not been honest with the public, including the FDA. I mean, from the very beginning, when the FDA first took on this issue in 2009, they really scared the public, and that hysteria has kind of continued. And even to this day, I hear health organizations all the time warning about the risks of, for example, popcorn lung. There has never been a case, and there's never been a confirmed case of popcorn lung among any vapor anywhere in the world, despite the millions and millions of people who are vaping. And now we have at least 9 full years of experience with the product. So where is this great risk of popcorn lung? And if it's so great, why has there never been a reported case? The health community has done a great job of scaring people about a risk that is absolutely non-existent. And so I think it's that misinformation that's really led or contributed to the sense, to what I would call a kind of skewed sense of perspective here. We've really lost our perspective.
Dr. Siegel, I've got here a list of statements made by opposite opponents to vaping. So this is, pulled directly out of Real Cost Campaign, out of the Truth Initiative, and Truth Orange, and the Puppets, and everything else. So let me throw these statements at you, and then you give a quick response, and let's try to rapid fire. Okay, first one, nicotine harms developing brains.
I would say that is true, but it could be misleading depending on the context.
Nicotine can permanently damage the teen brain.
I don't think there's strong evidence to support that statement.
Nicotine is as addictive as heroin and cocaine.
I think it depends on the delivery mechanism. Possibly true for smoking, but absolutely not true for vaping.
Vaping nicotine can damage your blood vessels.
I think that probably is accurate.
Vaping weakens your immune system.
There is experimental evidence for that, but in the clinical real life setting, I haven't seen evidence for that yet.
Vaping can cause irreversible lung damage.
There's absolutely no evidence for that one.
How do they get away with that?
I don't know. I mean, they didn't let the tobacco industry get away with it, but for some reason, when it's coming from the health community, it's okay to mislead.
The next one, e-cigarettes contain lead that can cause brain damage.
Some e-cigarettes contain lead, and lead can cause brain damage, but I think putting them together, there's no evidence that vaping can cause brain damage.
E-cigarettes contain antifreeze and formaldehyde, embalming fluid.
So very misleading. I mean, there are some brands of e-cigarettes, when you heat them too high, there may be some formaldehyde, but suggesting that they contain antifreeze is grossly misleading.
And then the last one, you're 4 times more likely to start smoking cigarettes if you vape.
That is just false. And we have data that we've looked at, which I think completely disproves that statement.
And you heard a lot in FDA's announcement today and lately that it's a given fact now that, in the last year, I can't recall what the research was from, but it's a fact now that teens who try e-cigarettes, even a couple times, are more likely to smoke cigarettes. And that's in every story. It's all over the airwaves right now.
Well, I think the problem with that is that I don't think that's the real question. I don't think we care about whether a kid who tries an e-cigarette is more likely to try a cigarette. Of course they are. I mean, a kid who tries a cigarette is also more likely to try alcohol. They're more likely to try heroin for that matter. We know that kids who try one risky behavior are more likely to do another risky behavior. That's not the relevant question. The relevant question is, does vaping cause kids to eventually transition to smoking? In other words, do kids who become addicted to a product like the Juul eventually transition to smoking? And frankly, to be very clear, I don't want anyone to come away from this and misinterpret what I'm saying as to think that I'm saying that the problem of Juul use isn't an issue at all. It is. I mean, I'm very concerned. I'm extremely concerned about the fact that that Juul has taken off and has become endemic in our high schools and to some extent in middle schools, and that youth really are becoming addicted to the Juul in a way that we didn't see with any other type of e-cigarette. And that's because of the high potential addictive nature of Juul, because of the fact that it uses a nicotine salt instead of just the usual nicotine formulation. So yeah, that's very concerning. But the reason it's concerning is because of the possibility that these kids will be addicted long term, and that eventually at some point they may transition to cigarettes. That's the real scare here. But the evidence right now suggests that this doesn't take place. Very few kids, from what we can tell from all the national surveys that have been done, including the PATH survey, very few kids who have not used tobacco before start vaping and then become addicted to vaping and then subsequently transition to smoking.
Dr. Siegel, what do you think is the real problem here? Does it boil down to Juul, or is there other things that FDA should be looking at?
I think the way I would describe the story is that there has simply been an explosion of Juul use. I mean, Juul has become a
phenomenon.
A phenomenon among high school students. I mean, it's the new thing, And so I think that the reaction needs to be specific to that. I think the danger here is not e-cigarettes in general. It's not vaping in general. The danger here is Juul, because Juul is the product that is addictive. There is no evidence that I've seen that any of the other brands of e-cigarettes that are on the market are addictive. And this is why Juul became the leader among adults. I mean, it's not just a youth phenomenon. Juul skyrocketed in terms of its adult market share. And that's because of a scientific reason. The Juul actually does deliver nicotine in a way that simulates the nicotine delivery of real cigarettes. And so obviously that gives it a competitive advantage for smokers who are trying to quit, because it's closer to the experience that they have with a cigarette. So the way I would describe the problem now is not vaping, it's not e-cigarettes, it's Juul, it's the Juul. And so I think that we did need to do something about that. But I think that what's important to recognize is that Juul voluntarily took their product off retail shelves and in fact went further than they probably had to. And once that's done, once that's accomplished, I don't see why there's a need to ban all the other products from the shelves, which weren't causing addiction in the first place. I think the FDA probably could have just negotiated with Juul separately and gotten them to take this type of an action. Or even if we just stipulate that Juul wouldn't have taken this action unless the FDA had actually threatened to issue these regulations. Once Juul announced that they were taking their product off the shelves, I just don't see why it's still necessary to go through with this.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. We're here in Austin, Texas for the Smoke-Free Alternatives Trade Association's 2018 conference titled Save the Vape and Save Your Butt. And I'm with Mark Anton, Executive Director of SFATA. How's it going, Mark?
It's going very well, Brent. Thanks for having me.
For our viewers who don't know much about SFATA, and it's been a couple of years since we've talked to you guys directly about your initiatives. What's going on? What is it?
As you mentioned, it's the Smoke-Free Alternative Trades Association, and we are an organization that represents vape stores, vape manufacturers, and also distributors. And so we're currently engaged in a number of aspects. We met with Commissioner Gottlieb and the FDA back in April of this year, and that led to a number of significant points that we found were critical to the FDA. And because of that, we have made the decisions to address a number of them. One is NAVA, the North American Vaping Alliance, and that is to work on developing standards for the industry, whether it be in manufacturing of liquids or manufacturing of hardware, or even regulations that deal with the vape stores and how the vape store addresses their clientele. The second thing in that was we realized that we have an issue with the youth issue in the United States, which the commissioner has called an epidemic. We don't see it as an epidemic, but we needed to address it. And SFATA has always been a lead in this particular category. We have addressed the age to vape since 2014. So the YEP program is just a natural extension of what we do, and it stands for the Youth Education Prevention Program, and it's to both help educators and parents talk to their teens about the risks and or non-risks of vaping, what it actually is, what it means to them. And then the third thing is Save the Vape program, which is the keynote name for this conference. And Save the Vape is really geared around developing a PR campaign, because at SFATA we realize that we talk to ourselves. And what I mean by that is we talk to other people in the vapor space, we talk to consumers in the vapor space, but it's the soccer moms, it's the people who are outside the industry that don't understand what our industry really is and how it helps bring families together. So that is really what we're trying to do, is raise funds to put a campaign out there so we can start to educate the consumer, the non-consumer, and hopefully the politicians, and they'll start to see this, because we are fighting a significant amount of money from those who are in the tobacco control sector.
So you mentioned Commissioner Gottlieb, Mark. On November 15th was the big announcement with regard to restricting, so to speak, some vaping devices targeting teens. I wonder, do you think that this was a good thing? Was this good news that came out of the announcement?
Well, in everything there's good and bad. The question is which way do you look at it from? What perspective do you have? So from the vape store's rationale, it seems like it might be a victory, because Commissioner Gottlieb certainly leaned to the point that the open space category was not as big of an issue as, say, Juul was. But from the other side of the aisle, and I've been in this business a long time, it's always been about having access for adult smokers, right? So in that regard, I think that his restrictions can have more detrimental effect for public harm. I heard Commissioner Gottlieb ask Greg Connolly from AVA when he was on Axios. You know, he kind of did a little surprise question for him, going, how many teens is an acceptable teen to be vaping? And I look at it a little bit differently. My question to Commissioner Gottlieb would be more along the lines of, what is an acceptable level of how many teens smoke? Let's start there first, and then move over to the other subjects. Let's address the smoking issue first, and then go over to the vaping segment. I think we're looking at it backwards from the FDA's perspective.
Right. Well, FDA just re-upped with their ad agency, SCB, this year, and those are the ones that are responsible for the great, all those
worms and
worm ads and the epidemic and virus and all that stuff.
I'd love to see their scientific basis for those worms.
Oh, that is quite true. $615 million is the contract for 5 years. That's over $125 million a year, and that's just FDA. That's not including Truth Initiative or Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, American Cancer Society. That's just FDA. So you have to imagine there's nearly $500 million that's being spent over the next short period of time.
That's a staggering number, and I have to question the intent of the FDA on that, because they've approved worms on the brain, they've approved the things in the necks to try to make a dramatic effect, but there's no scientific evidence that nicotine causes any of these things. There's no particular aspect that, leads a doctor. And Dr. Gottlieb is a doctor, and they've admitted that they caused harm to adults because the adults, they saw an unintended consequence.
How do you mean?
Well, they explained it at FDLI. They said that those ads actually affected adults in a negative manner towards vape. So they could effectively be discouraging smokers who are adults.
Well, let's just say they are.
Who might have actually switched.
Right.
So as a doctor, he has an obligation to do no harm, first and foremost.
So I happen to have a quote right here from an NBC article that was done on September 18th, just on the FDA's launching of that campaign. And Kathy Crosby from FDA said to NBC that the ads were shown to focus groups, including a group of adult smokers who want to quit. She said they made these smokers cautious about trying e-cigarettes as an aid to stop smoking combustible cigarettes, so FDA will not be running the ads on mainstream media.
Okay, so how does that prevent adults from seeing it on the social medias and where kids are? So they're showing it to children, and then the children share it on their social media. What, their parents aren't friends with them?
Isn't there something crooked here when you've got hundreds of millions of dollars being spent to skew public perception against vaping, and when you apply that messaging to teenagers, it's righteous, but if adults happen to catch that same message out there with all that money, it could prevent them from quitting smoking and like choosing e-cigarettes and quitting smoking, which could kill people.
Yes, and that's reprehensible. And a doctor should have the utmost care when he's dealing with any patient and or his charge. And in this case, Dr. Gottlieb's charge is the FDA and the American public's health. So you can't play games with that. And that, to me, is something that we really should hold his feet to the fire, because it's now political rhetoric versus good science. And the science is what the FDA touts to be about. And you mentioned that letter of his. He also mentioned some very personal anecdotes in that letter to start it off. The issue with that is when we use personal anecdotes, they can't use that for anything. But he can use it for empathy, he can use it for sympathy, he can use it to try to frame narrative before you start reading his decisions. So the question is why?
So we're here at this event, this SFATA event, and I'm here obviously because RegWatch supporters have asked us to be here, and this is great. We get a chance to talk with you.
I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. Now, just down the road, tomorrow, is VTA.
Sure.
The Vapor Technology Association. How is it that they have their conference in the exact same city, the exact same time? You guys not talking together, coordinating?
Well, I would suspect that there's, I look at it as an opportunity, whether it's at the same days, remotely the same. I was more concerned because both of us were here, and on the 5th of December was the FDA meeting that was set up after our conferences were set up, where they want to talk about putting kids on drugs to get them off of vaping. What the heck? I mean, who's running the asylum? I'm sorry to say it that way, but it makes no sense. They've approved nicotine as a replacement therapy product. We use the same nicotine. They allow children access to that because they found there's no harm. But yet in our products, it's the end of the world. Why, I don't know. And that's something that Commissioner Gottlieb needs to be asked that question. But getting back to the conferences.
Well, the issue about that is if you're on the outside and you peer in and you see that the two top trade organizations, which essentially representing the same types of members, right, are not working together, and so much so that they're competing with their annual conferences at the exact same location.
Well, I get that appearance, and some may look at it that way. I looked at it and said, all right, so what do we do with this, right? I mean, we can't change it. They can't change it. So I reached out to the leadership over at VTA, and I invited them to come have a meeting with us here at this conference before theirs gets kicking off, right? So that we can get on the same page, and it's not just VTA, it's AVA, it's AIMSA, it's CASA. So if we can get all of the, trade associations that deal on the federal level together, we can have high-level meetings. We can discuss how we can do this together, because really the industry is screaming for that. But yet at the same time, the industry does kind of have a little bit of a propensity to separate itself for one reason or another. But if we're going to have success, if we're going to deal with the FDA that we need to deal with it, we have to do it together.
So if you're in the US, you say save your vape, because they can't pronounce a French word. Anywhere else is save your vape.
But in French, though, it's savoir.
Correct.
So it's not even...
So France was our biggest market when we started. We never were a huge US company. We sold to 3 people in the US and got an order from France, and France just went...
So for our viewers, we're just picking it up right now. I'm here with Lonnie Bozeman from...
Save your vape.
And we got the name down right. I cannot say it properly ever.
I mean, if you're on the phone talking to customers, it's definitely save your vape every day.
Oh, that's great. So Lonnie, let me throw this at you. It's a bit off, but you're one of the best people for me to ask, because you are original OG EG's company in California.
Sure.
And what we got the sense of early on when we were covering this was there was a disdain for the amount of money young people were making in this industry that didn't exist before, and they're peddling tobacco, and they're doing all of this stuff. There's just something dirty, illicit about what you all built.
Yeah. So I think I can answer your question relative to today, right? So certainly that was the perception. There's a lot of young people in 12-step programs that for whatever reason just kind of traveled, and they all went, oh, I can do this really easily. And they got really far, they got to like the 80-yard mark, right? And they're like, man, I got a company, right? But then they forgot like accounting and taxes and all these other things, right? And a lot of them fell off. I think that what you're really asking is, what is public perception, right? And if you're on the West Coast and you're looking at vaping, it's a bunch of semi-successful younger guys and gals that drive i8s, because if you make a little bit of money in the vape industry, you gotta buy an i8. And if you're back east, it's the smoke shop guys, and oh my God, they might put a smoke shop under a yoga studio. And the public perception is bad, right? Unfortunately, vapor products have integrated. They have, right? You find them in smoke shops, you find them in convenience stores, you find them in gas stations. This goes back to my point of public education, right? There's no national commercial that says, don't panic, right? The studies that you read were wrong. What the news people told you were wrong. You've been lied to. It's actually a safer alternative. So instead, what they know is that the guy that sells bongs downstairs from the yoga studio now has a sign that says, proudly selling jewels, And so I think the public perception is still so ultra tainted by i8s and head shop guys, and it's going to take years, if ever possible, to convert that to a place of harm reduction.
Let me ask you this. What was your reaction to Juul? Let me give you an opportunity to give some analysis on what Juul may have done right and mostly what they may have done wrong in, say, the latter half of 2017 into 2018.
Well, I think most importantly, and I think what a lot of people forget, is what they did really right is they donated a lot of money to the VTA, right? And so I applaud them for that, and I applaud them for their efforts. I think that they're often criticized for a lot of things, but there's some good there too, right? And most importantly, I think what they're most recently criticized for, and something that I strongly disagree with, is their response to the FDA in regards to flavors. We obviously have the science to prove that adults need flavors, right? The transition from cigarettes to gummy bear, menthol, culotta, right, works, right? It just works now. We know, we don't have to talk about it, the science is there, it's a wrap, right? Juul, as a market leader and majority shareholder of this industry, kind of came out and said, sure, okay, right? They're really good at going to the FDA and they're good at having these talks, and then when it's time to put the boxing gloves on, they sort of skeet that way, right?
Or they did, actually.
Yeah. And so that creates a bit of a tension, right? And they, whether they want to believe that they're big tobacco or they don't, they certainly don't come from the big tobacco, realm. They are now perceived that way in the eyes of the FDA and most of the industry. And I think that you have a responsibility to step up and fight.
It was a bit shocking, actually, that their reactions seemed to be so orientated in the mistakes that big tobacco have made.
Sure.
So when they caved and then threw $30 million at the problem and said, we'll give you that, like almost in a panic.
Of course.
And
it smells of this thing called the MSA all over again.
Totally.
Right. Let's just buckle. We'll give you money every year. We know our sales are baked in. It's like, wow, man, like you have a life-saving technology and you buckled.
What about California? Because certainly it's getting bleaker and bleaker there. And that's your home state. That's where you're from. That's where you started. It's where a lot of the big e-juice companies started.
I think the concern with California, and I'm hoping that most of our advocacy and legal professionals that are involved in the industry and the fight to save the industry don't sort of shun it like they have in the past. It's such a hard state to navigate. The problem is, and we've said it over and over again, is that when California goes down, it has a tremendous rolling impact on the country. And I think that more now than ever, it is especially true. If California pushes a full state flavor ban, you will absolutely feel it in multiple other states. And I think it'll start on the East first. I think, the East Coast typically follows suit, and you'll start to see a lot of those other colored states start to follow, and it'll follow quickly.
Now, California specifically had the right ingredients to, give birth to the industry.
It did.
And it also has all the ingredients to kill it.
Absolutely.
How is that possible?
Again, regardless of your political views or my political views, there's a lot of opposition to vaping there being basically a full democratic state, right? I mean, there's just not a lot of conservatives there, and there's not a lot of people in office willing to help. You have sort of a one-man advocacy group that makes a lot of noise and shows up to the flavor ban events. That's good, but it's never going to be good enough. The lack of lobbying, even though there is some going on, it's certainly not enough. And I think the lack of attention from multiple advocacy groups and trade associations has hindered it in a way that I think most people didn't expect. And I don't think most people thought that California would get so neglected. But again, being such an important state in comparison to what happens when California rolls, it's now one of those situations where if you don't pay attention to it, you're gonna feel a rolling effect throughout the country. And candidly, you might not be able to reverse it even with really strong federal legislation.
California and its populace, as you said, is democratic, which means they care. That's at least the story, is that they care. They care about social justice,
Sure.
They care about homeless, and they care about a lot of things, but they don't seem to care about smokers.
If they did, they would look at the science behind vaping and e-cigarettes in general. I think that it's now there, right? It goes back to my point earlier, right? You now have the science from Canada, you have the science from the UK, and the endless studies that the MHRA is willing to provide anyone. In Europe, they're providing cig-likes in the jail systems. The science is there, right? What you choose to do with it is another story. And I think when you look at California and the sheer amount of special interest and sort of bogus funding, right? You start to understand why, right? This is no longer a game of science and health. This is a game of protecting funds. This is a game of protecting special interest. And especially in California, where you're very top heavy on save the kids, save the kids, save the kids. You just look at the Juul data, right? It's, did the government do their job on enforcement, or did we just sell to everybody that was bad? Right? And I don't think that that's quite what it is, and the data source shows it wasn't.
So are like-minded business owners like yourself getting together to do something?
If the vape shop owners and a couple of guys my size can get together and put lobbying efforts together and weigh on guys like Mark Antoine or Tony Aboud and say, hey, we'd love some direction from you so that we're not contradicting each other, I think that's a fantastic thing. I think the more people talking to senators and congressmen and public health officials and the FDA, the better, right? We're looking to survive right now. That's the goal, right? It's just survival. And I think the more the merrier, right? The more that step up to the plate, the better, and kudos to those guys for doing it, you know? It's been a small group of people for a long time that just took a little bit out of their business. But if everybody took 200 or 1,000 a month out of their business, this wouldn't be a fight anymore. This would be done. We would be done. This is a problem nationwide of underfunding, constantly.
Really? So,
absolutely.
So more money even at this stage would be enough to help solve this?
If every vapor business in the US put in $1,000 a month, we would not have a long-term problem.
So paint a picture for us for 2019.
Ooh. I'm not sure I could paint a picture for you for the first quarter of 2019. I think, you know, from a business perspective, the market looks good again, right? It's we've learned how to take the bell curve of the FDA, their highs and their lows, and sort of plan around it. Distributors don't lose their mind and sell everything the minute that, you know, something happens. Juice companies, I hope all the guys that, you know, flooded the market with their dollar products are done, and I think we're sort of at a stable-ish spot. Now it's a place of regulatory and legislation, and I think that, you know, I can't help but believe that we'll see a bill probably introduced soon favoring us. I know that you'll see a lot of Democratic opposition. I know that the VTA and I know that Troy and those guys and what they're doing privately have a great lobbyist. So I think you're going to see a lot of Democratic lobbying, which is, you know, really important.
Where's this bill going to come from?
I don't know, man. I don't know, but I bet.
But
you
not
see
the Democrats.
I don't know who would introduce it, you know, but I bet you see a bill in 2019. There's no crystal ball here. There's no way to predict any of this, right? Not since 2012 when I started doing this. You know, in 2011, it was gravy. We got to do whatever we want. 2012, they started to look at us. 13, we went, oh, we better pay attention. 14, we told people to start changing their labels. 15, we felt the heat. And it's been full burner since, you know? And I think that's what it is now. If you're not ready to really dance with the devil in this industry, right, it's probably time to go become a diamond cutter.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and this is RegWatch by regulatorwatch.com. We're here in Austin, Texas for SFATA's annual conference, which is called Save the Vape and Save Your Butt. And we're here with April Myers. Myers. And you're the CEO and board president of SFATA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You're head of a top association, and I know that we hear some apathy and suspicion over the years from vapers with regard to, say, the associations. Wondering, you know, the people that are running these things, you know, what's really driving them? What's in it for them? And it strikes me that you certainly are a vapor.
Definitely.
And you were a smoker.
Yep.
So share why you're in it.
Sure. So I was a smoker for about, I don't want to say how long, but over 20 years. And shamefully, I started at a very young age, which is younger than my daughter is now. And like probably most of the vapors out there, I tried a number of different cessation methods, and they never worked, and I felt like a complete failure, which was an incorrect assessment because it wasn't me who failed, it was the products that failed me. And ultimately I found vapor products, and I just got so insanely excited about it. And as luck would have it, I was unemployed at the time, so I started this business and it just blew up from there. And that passion never ended. So very shortly thereafter, a legislative session came up in my home state. I jumped right in, and here I am. So,
would you characterize SFATA's position right now as on a war footing?
Absolutely.
How so?
Well, we really don't have a lot of time, and when you don't have a lot of time, it puts you in a war footing because you're either going to take an attack position or you're going to take a defensive position. I kind of feel like we've been in a defensive position, and all we've gotten for it is beat up. And I'm tired of getting punched, and I'm ready to punch back. And I kind of feel that that's the running current of all SFATA leadership. Like we kind of unilaterally agreed on that. Like it's time to roll the sleeves up and punch back, unite, and lead the charge forward.
So who or what is the target of that punch?
So the essence of it is that we disagree, in limiting adult access to flavors. And it's a wrong message to send. And then also to leave tobacco products in those C-stores where they can be visible to youth in any way, shape, or form with a very teeny tiny warning. Well, a vapor product that is unflavored has a giant nicotine warning. It is not right.
So how can SFATA push against that to fight back?
So there's a number of ways. One of the most predominant ways that we're doing it is also the theme to our conference this year, which is the Save the Vape theme.
And save your butt.
Save your butt, yes, which is your businesses or your own personal butt, because even as a member of the board of SFATA, as a business owner, I am also a consumer. So, and I certainly have no intention of ever smoking again. And so the Save the Vape campaign is put into place to change the public perception around the vaping narrative, which is an area we are getting killed in the press. So, and so we just literally saw the first video that came out from that. It states very clearly that, you know, we've got 500,000 people that die every year from smoking and smoking-related illnesses, and that we have the solution to that problem. But that solution is in conflict with pharmaceutical companies and tobacco interests who have spent millions of dollars throughout tens of years fighting and gaining their own interests. And they don't want us to quit smoking because it's not in their economical interests to do so. And so it kind of goes over, you know, how nicotine's not really the issue. It's smoking that's the issue. It's smoking that kills people, and makes that very clear and pointed in the video. So we really are trying to separate the nicotine from the cancer and make that message clear, because that's where we seem to have a major public perception problem at this point in time, is that even legislators seem to believe that nicotine is as bad for you as heroin, and that is what kills people, and that is an incorrect assessment.
So what's the politics behind this? And I'm not talking politics as like Democrat, Republican, I'm talking more like progressive, kind of libertarian, conservative, you know, not party, but right to do things with your own body.
Yeah, honest to God, I don't know what the politics are behind it, because you do have the right to do things with your own body. I don't know that anyone...
You clearly don't, though.
Yeah, right, you don't, because
they'll spend $500 million a year
on a campaign telling you that you're doing the wrong thing and you're a piece of crap for it. But this does seem to be the only aspect where that's allowed, is this one issue, because even with heroin, they don't tell you you're a piece of crap for doing methadone. They tell you to go seek out a methadone clinic and get help, and we'll get you some needles, we'll exchange those for you, and please go get help, it's okay. If you are depressed, we'll go get you this medication. So every other, you know, addiction or mental health issue, it's okay. They walk you through the process, so you're gonna get your hand held. But with this one particular issue, which kills 500,000 people each year, it's not okay.
That is the ace in the hole, isn't it, for opposition? They've spent a long time and a lot of money demonizing nicotine, and so that's in place in terms of what the public thinks.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no, because when I was a smoker, I lived in California, and I will never forget it. You would have people literally smoking marijuana on the streets, and people would high five, give them a thumbs up, yo buddy, totally cool. And I would light up my cigarette and get sneered at. And it was not that they were telling me the nicotine was gonna kill me at that time. They were telling me smoking was gonna kill me, and that I was a dirty smoker, and I was relegated to a second-class citizen. And so that mentality is there in relegating all smokers to second-class citizens. When Vapor first came out, the original, so I entered the market in 2012. At that point in time, it was somewhat of a neutral setting. And then in my home state of Connecticut, it was originally very positive. And there was some embracement and excitement of, yay, you're no longer the dirty smoker, which is a horrible thing to shame people anyway, especially for a legal adult product. And then at some point later that year, it changed, and they started shaming people again for vaping when the narratives started coming out about popcorn lung and formaldehyde and these things that still pop up every time you hear a good study from our side, we seem to get the adverse, popcorn lung, never fails to pop up.
Do you think a lot of these people that were actually doing the shaming, regular people, shaming people they don't know on the street for smoking, are they the same kind of people that would, are pro-climate change and would be shaming people who are deniers?
No, I don't.
You don't think they're the same people?
No, I don't. I think they're normal, everyday people that have just been socially conditioned to shame because it's become socially acceptable.
So, but are they the same people that do all the social shaming now online for people for hate speech?
Yes.
Okay, so they're those same people.
Yes, which is a shame.
So maybe then vaping, to tease this out a little bit, listening to you, maybe part of the problem that vaping has had, and then smoking in the big shaming part of smoking that happened, it was one of the first outlets in which a massive kind of societal campaign happened where people en masse believed it was okay to shame individuals that they come across in their everyday life in their community and shame them and degrade them and depersonalize them, demean them.
Correct. Well, and it became socially acceptable from the agencies that should be assisting these same populace, because it was those campaigns that created it. Even the FDA campaign that's out there now, the Real Cost campaign, is shaming the teens by saying they're going to get worms in their brain, and it isolates them from their peers and tells them you're different, you're not okay, you're not good, you're a bad kid. And that's not a good message to send anybody.
I wonder if you can make a good argument that says that the advertising campaigns that are going on today, that the government is funding, are contributing to bullying.
They're creating an environment that creates acceptable shaming. I mean, it's been very effective, because let me tell you, I did feel dirty as a smoker. I mean, deep down, like I didn't want to, but and I think a lot of people would say that too, like, I never wanted to quit smoking. That's why I still vape. Like, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the release. I enjoy the feeling of inhaling, but I knew it was gonna kill me. So the only reason I wanted to give it up was because I was the donut that had a black belt in martial arts and would go teach a class and then would go outside on the break and light a cigarette and felt like a hypocrite. And then the parents would look at me like, I'm not gonna let this woman teach my kids because she's dirty. So I felt shamed of what I was doing, and I would hide around the corner and wash my hands and do all the things to just get it off me so that it wasn't, ingrained into who I was, this dirty person. And that's where society is, and that's now where it's turned for vaping. It's back to the shaming, and it's socially acceptable to do it, and it's wrong. It should not be socially acceptable to shame anyone ever. And if you do it, and here's the thing, if my kid came home and told me she was being shamed in her school, and I went and I told her principal that would make the front page news about bullying in school and how horrible it is. But when it happens to an adult who's making an adult decision that's about a legal product, it's okay because it was set up that way through the public campaigns.
Is it a class issue? Like, is it a disdain? Because the way you described it, like that dirty.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it is a class issue because you do find, I mean, and we just had a speaker that was talking about this, that we have a number of persons with mental health issues and in lower economic classes that have a propensity to smoke. It's economically driven, and it comes from drama and stress, and that's what she was focusing her presentation on, and that's what she focuses her life work on. That's Helen Redmond, and so some of that is class driven, but it's gone beyond that at this point into just this automatic stereotyping of, if you do this, therefore you're making bad decisions. You're a bad decision maker, therefore you must be a bad person. And that, I think, is what this Real Cost campaign is doing to our youth right now, and going to do to our youth, and say, you made a bad decision for yourself by picking up this Juul product or whatever product they chose up. Therefore, you're now a bad kid, and they're designing and designating their life for them before their life's even started.
That's brutal.
It's horrible.
So when I'm sorry, I'm about to ask a question that I certainly know the answer to. Like, when are normal people going to wake up and realize that, no, I don't know.
But I don't know they are, because they're the ones, that's what I'm saying. It's normal people that are doing it.
Yeah.
Because they've been permitted to. They've been permitted to through decades of campaigns to create harm reduction, and part of that harm reduction is backfired because it's created this permission to shame.
Let me extend our conversation a little bit into something that's in a different level, but on the same issue. And that is trying to figure out why they're doing it. And I think that deep down, somewhere down there, is a problem with colonialism. Because if you hate America and what it stands for and believe it's filled with racists and bigots and everything that has gone into creating America is bad and tainted and so forth, you have to look at how tobacco was the very first product,
right.
America would not even be here if it wasn't for tobacco and the tobacco crop. And then of course tobacco fueled the British Empire. Mm-hmm. And of course tobacco played a massive role in slavery in terms of being one of the top crops that funded that entire thing. So if you kind of look at the people that are doing these shamings, the ones that are really driving the ideology, the day-to-day people are caught up in it.
Right.
Right, but that's really driving it. It's anti-colonialism, anti-Americanism, anti-imperialism, anti-white male. It's all wrapped up in it, because how else can you explain how they can have this complete, total zealotry against tobacco? It can't be about saving lives, because they're more than happy to throw adult smokers under the bus.